Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Dragon Lord Harry Potter forcefully married Tonks? Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Life is nothing without hope and love, but yet things seem to go on without them. It is interesting how you can think you know everything, and yet you find that you know nothing. Harry Potter has come to know that more than anyone else could. He lost all hope of happiness in life. Since the young age of 1 he has had nothing but hard times. First Voldemort killed his parents. And then he was almost killed by the madman. If that wasn't bad enough, he was then shipped off to live with an aunt and uncle that can't stand him. 10 long years he put up with their torments. And it seemed like nothing was going to change that. Then he met Hagrid and found out that he was a wizard. At the age of 11 Harry got his first real glimpse of hope in his life. Though he would soon find that not everything is perfect. Even if you do have magic on your side. He managed to make some friends his first year at Hogwarts, and he made even more enemies. Mainly Draco Malfoy, Severus Snape, and Professor Quirrell, Voldemort. He had to fight for his life once again, and found that with his friends and a lot of luck that he could survive. Though deep down he was still alone, and he knew that he would always be alone. His second year didn't turn out much better. Though he did make a new friend in the end, he still had to fight Tom Riddle, Voldemort, and a basilisk. Things weren't shaping up to be the best for him. And his depression only seemed to intensify. Each year at Hogwarts meant a couple new friends but a lot more enemies. Every time he turned around he found that he had a new battle to fight. Battles on the outside became tougher each year. The inner battles that he found also became tougher with time. Especially after he lost his godfather in his 5th year at Hogwarts. That year was the worst for him. As he sunk even lower into his depressed state. As he would sit alone in the darkness of his room, life seemed to boom on around him. It was nothing had happened, but to him everything was lost. 6th year brought on new battles, but not just with Voldemort. Ginny Weasley seemed to be over her crush on Harry years ago, but now he wasn't so sure. She might have been trying to be friendly, or maybe she still linked him. Either way, Harry only saw her as friend, no more no less. Harry liked someone else, though he would never admit it to her, because of who she was. Harry didn't know the feeling of love, so what he felt for her he didn't know. All he knew was that he liked her, but there was no chance of her liking him. 7th year brought with it problems in love, depression, school. And of course Voldemort. Harry still couldn't get the woman of his dreams out of his head, and found that it increased his depression. On one hand he had a woman that was madly in love with him by the name of Ginny Weasley. On the other hand he was starting to love the woman in his dreams. Though he knew could never find out, because there was no way Voldemort could find out. Harry graduated from Hogwarts and started his Auror training. This should have been the best time of his life, but it wasn't. He was constantly reminded of the woman he loved, and he knew that things had to change. If he continued on pretending that nothing was wrong, he would surely explode from within. Though there wasn't much he could do while at training. Harry watched as Ron and Hermione got married and started their lives together. He knew those two would someday figure out their love for one another, and was happy for them. Though inside he still felt the stings of his own love slipping even further away. It was the night following his completion of Auror training. The Weasleys insisted on throwing a huge party for Harry. Though he wished deep down that they wouldn't have. He wanted nothing more than to be left alone, but soon found that would not happen. He was sitting alone outside in the backyard, trying to get away from the party within. When he heard an all too familiar voice. "Watcher. Harry." Harry turned to see Nymphadora Tonks, looking as radiant as always. She had shoulder-length reddish-brown hair and she had sparkling brown eyes. Harry kept looking into her eyes, as if he was lost in them. "You mind if I sit with ya?" asked Tonks as she sat down by Harry. Harry didn't say a word, he just watched as she sat down, and then he looked off into the darkness of the yard. "You seem a bit out of it tonight, Harry. You really should be inside enjoying your party. It's not every day that you complete Auror training, especially as high as you did," Tonks said as she smiled at him. Harry looked down at the ground. "I just don't feel like celebrating, I guess." I told Mrs. Weasley not to throw the party, but she wouldn't listen. Harry, Molly is only trying to be nice. Would it kill you to come inside and at least fake enjoying it for her sake? Tonks asked, no longer smiling. Harry just stood up and looked at her for a moment. I should get home. I have an early meeting with Mr. Shacklebolt and would hate to be late. Please tell Molly I said I am sorry and thanks for everything. With that, Harry apparated out of the backyard. Harry arrived seconds later inside his small one-room apartment. He had enough money to afford better, but he liked his apartment. Spending most of his life confined to one room had affected him more than he would ever admit. He sat down in his red cushioned chair and stared off into the darkness. Actually, his chair was the only piece of furniture in his small living room. He had a small bed in his bedroom, but that was all that really made up his apartment. Harry waved his wand, placing back the wards to stop anyone from apparating into his apartment without his permission. Not like anyone knew where he lived, because he made sure not to tell anyone. Anyone that was expect his new boss Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley insisted that Harry tell him where he lived just in case he needed him for anything. What was I thinking? I can never have a normal life. Not as long as I remain cursed. I can never have anything normal in my life. Harry said aloud as he continued to stare off into the darkness of his apartment. Tonight will be the last anyone sees of me for a long time. I cannot chance anyone else being hurt or me being hurt anymore. After tonight, Harry James Potter will no longer exist. The next morning, Tonks was called into Kingsley Shacklebolt's office. He was after all her boss as well as Harry's boss. You wanted to see me, boss? Tonks asked in a low voice. She still hadn't fully recovered from Harry's rudeness at the party the night before. What made it even worse for her was that she had to tell Molly about Harry leaving so soon. Molly took it pretty well, though Tonks could tell that she was hurt. I wouldn't have called you in here if I didn't want to talk to you, Tonks. Close the door and sit down, Kingsley said in a not so nice tone. Tonks closed the office door and made her way over and sat down. What's eating him today? Tonks thought as she looked at her irate boss. Tonks, have you seen Mr. Potter? Asked Kingsley as he continued to stare at her. Tonks was a bit taken back by his question. No, sir. Not since he left the celebration party last night. He said he had an early meeting with you and didn't want to be late for it. Damn it, Kingsley said as he slammed his fist down on his desk. I have never known him to be late. All 3 years during his training he was always on time. Normally he got there before anyone else. Today, however, he has yet to come in, and I am worried. Tonks was worried too at this point. Kingsley was right, it wasn't like Harry to be late. Especially not for something as important as this. Sir, I can go by and see if he is at home. Tonks said and then realized that she didn't even know where he lived. I am sorry, sir, but I guess I can't do that. I forgot I don't know where he lives now. He won't tell anyone that. Kingsley pulled a file from his desk and handed it to Tonks. His address is in the file. I made him tell me where he lived, just in case something like this happened. Go to his place and see what is going on. You better take someone with you just in case there is trouble. Tonks nodded and took the file. She stood up and left the office without another word being said. Tonks decided against getting help, but shush. He knew if there was trouble that she could get help then. Tonks apparated to the address and knocked at the door. There was no answer, so she looked around for any muggles. When she found none inside, she pulled out her wand and unlocked the door. She looked around the small apartment but found that it is completely empty. Harry was nowhere in the apartment to be found. She walked out into his living room and started looking for signs of a fight. She didn't find any signs of a fight, but what she did find would haunt her for some time. Placed in the center of the red cushioned chair was a note. Dear reader, by time you find this note I will be gone. Do not bother to come looking for me because it will do no good. I can no longer put up with the life that I must live. Please tell the Weasleys that I will miss them dearly for they were my only true family. Tell Ginny especially not to cry, because I know that she loves me, but I feel differently. Please tell Remus Lupin that I am sorry for this as well. I know he will be upset, but one day he may be able to forgive me. Also please tell Nymphadora Tonks that I love her. I was never able to tell her myself, because I feared how she would react. After all, I am 7 years younger than her, and not quite in her league. Also, I feared what would happen if Voldemort found out, so I could never allow that to happen. Tonks is the only woman I ever or will ever love. And it hurts me more than anything to leave without telling her. Alas, I must leave and shall never return. From this day on, Harry James Potter is no more. The boy who lived will now be known only in the memories of those that knew him. Sorry everyone. Harry James Potter. Tonks fell to her knees crying. Harry, how could you do this? The journal. I forgot to put this in the first chapter, so here it is now. This is a disclaimer as no one decides to sue me for my story. I do not own any of the Harry Potter characters in it, they belong to J.K. Rowling, Shola, Stick Books or Bloomsbury Publishing or Warner Brothers or whoever owns the rights at this time, but I do not nor do I claim any rights. This is a darker version of Harry Potter. This is the view of a depressed, confused young man who wants nothing but to be left alone. I do not know how far I will take this story, and at first I intended it to be a one-shot deal. However, the reviews I got seem to want to see more. So I have decided to add this chapter to the story and see what happens from there. No matter what is decided, Harry will remain dark, so if you do not like a dark Harry, then I suggest that you not read this story. Rosygirl. At this time, as I said in my I do not know how much will be done. Thank you for the review, and we will see where my mind tells me to take the story as it does. Silverscale. Thanks for the review. Look to AN above for update information. Katerina McGonagall. Thank you for the review. I am glad that you liked how I furnished his apartment. As for his dark side, if the story continues, Harry will become darker, but I promise not to make him totally evil, just darker in his views. Though some may view him as evil if he goes the way I think he will. Kin G of the Damned. Thanks for your review. No, the gateway will not suffer because of this story. Actually, this story was just a way to blow off some anger I have had lately. It was a way to release my own depression into Harry. Don't worry, the next chapter of Gateway will be up on Monday as promised. Provided there are no server problems or anything to prevent me from posting it. Chapter 2. The Journal. Tonks could not believe that Harry was gone. She remained kneeling on the floor of his apartment, clutching the note that he left behind. Harry, what have you done? Tonks looked at the note once more through the tears flowing from her eyes. Harry, you should have told me how you felt. You never seemed like the type to be afraid of anything. Harry, I thought you didn't fear anything, and now I know I was wrong. Tonks dropped the note and cried more as she thought about Harry. If only he truly knew what went through my mind. If only he knew that I have a crush on him. I have had a crush on him since I met him all those years ago. Now he is gone and will never know how I truly feel. Tonks wiped away her tears and picked up the note off the floor. She took one last look around T.H. room and the apparated back to the Auror office. She had to report what she found at Harry's apartment. When she reached her office, she used her fireplace to call Dumbledore. She waited for his head to appear in the green flames. She tried holding back her tears, but found that she couldn't. Dumbledore saw Tonks' head in the green flame, and his heart dropped as he seen her crying. Nymphadora, what is the matter? Albus, it's Harry. Tonks managed to get out before breaking down again. Nymphadora, what has happened to Harry? Albus asked as he looked at her. Tonks fought back the tears and tried to speak. Harry left Albus. And I think he isn't coming back. Tonks collapsed on the floor, unable to take it anymore. Albus couldn't believe that he was hearing. How could Harry just take off like this? Harry was the savior of all wizard kind, and without him Voldemort would become even stronger than he was already. Dumbledore disconnected his call to Tonks and started what needed to be done. He called an emergency order meeting, so he could have the order members out looking for Harry before it was too late. Tonks decided not to attend the meeting. Instead, she gave Dumbledore Harry's note. She wanted to go back and check out Harry's apartment one more time. She searched his apartment for hours, and the only thing she found was Harry's old journal. Tonks sat and read the journal, and Sue didn't believe all the torment that Harry had gone through. Dear journal, it is like no one wants me around anymore. No one will tell me what is happening with Voldemort. Everyone is keeping me in the dark about everything. And yet they expect me to be this great savior. How in the hell can I be a great savior when I am stuck with these insufferable relatives of mine? I swear all I get done doing is trying to hide my bruises and broken bones. Sincerely, Harry Potter, the boy everyone forgot. Tonks looked at the journal entry for a moment. Then she realized that he must have written in during the summer before his 5th year. Harry must have felt so lost that summer. It must have been really hard on him thinking that no one wanted him around. Thought Tonks as she continued to look at his journal. Dear journal, I would like to say that my 5th year at Hogwarts started out good, but I can't. The upside to my whole summer was that I met a nice lady. Her name is Nymphadora Tonks, but she hates her first name. She is the most amazing woman that I have ever met. She has an unnatural style and likes to show off her style. She is unlike anyone I have ever met, and love being around her. She doesn't look at me like a hero, but as a normal person. I know it sounds crazy, but I think I have a crush on her already. Sincerely, Harry Potter, the boy in love. Tonks couldn't believe half the stuff that Harry had written about her. She could now understand why he felt the way he did. Oh Harry, I may understand your thinking, but you really should have talked to me. If only you would had enough faith to tell me how you truly felt. Then none of this would have happened. Thought Tonks as she continued reading Harry's journal. Dear journal, I decided today that I want to become an Auror when I finish school. Maybe one day I will be as good as Tonks or Mad Eye Moody, though I doubt it. I still have 2 years of school left, and it will mean I have to deal with Snape for those 2 years. Though it will all be worth it. If I can spend time with Tonks. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to be an Auror just to be near Tonks, though that would be a big bonus. No, I also want to do this so I can become stronger. So I will be ready to fight Voldemort. Sincerely, Harry Potter, the boy who wants to be an Auror. Tonks just smiled as she continued to read later entries in the journal. Dear journal, that old bastard Dumbledore still doesn't realize that I am not a kid. Damn, I have done more at the age of 16 than most people have done in their entire lives. Why does he keep on insisting to keep things from me? Especially after the whole prophecy issue. I have not told anyone about that prophecy, and it is only one of the things that no one can ever learn. No one can ever know that I must kill Voldemort or be killed by him. I didn't ask for this shit, and yet fate seems to think it is funny. Why the hell is fate so damn cruel towards me? What in the bloody hell did I do to deserve just rotten luck? First I lose my parents. And then I lose my godfather. And now this shit. I really don't know how much more of this I can take. Sincerely, Harry Potter, the boy who fate hates. Tears fell down Tonks' cheek as she read the entry twice over. She knew that Harry didn't have it easy after his 5th year, but she couldn't imagine this. Dear journal, it is Christmas once again and I have tried to act like I am happy. How can I be happy though with everything that is happening? People actually expect me to be cheery and pleasant, but none of them know how I feel. No one can truly know how I feel. Because that shows just how weak I really am. Everyone wants a hero, and I feel more like a zero. There are a few that don't see me as a hero. Hermione doesn't see me as a hero, she sees me as a brother. Which is good because I see her as the sister I never had and I will always be there to look after her. Tonks is another one that doesn't see me as a hero, or at least I don't think she does. Though I am not sure what she sees me as. I know she doesn't see me the way I see her. She can't because she is older, wiser, and far too beautiful to like a zero like me. Oh yeah, I almost forgot I sent Tonks a present for Christmas. Though she will never know it was from me. I got her a silver heart-shaped locket, with a pink rose in the center, on a gold chain. I couldn't pass it up when I saw it. The pink rose on it reminded me of her bubblegum pink hair she had when I met her. She probably thinks it came from one of her many admirers, and in a way it did. I just couldn't bring myself to tell her that it was from me. I am too worried that she wouldn't like it if she knew. Sadly, Harry Potter, the depressed boy who lived. Another tear ran down Tonks' cheek as she pulled a silver locket, with a pink rose out from under her robes. Oh Harry, I should have known that you sent me this. I have been wondering about that for 4 years now. Why didn't you just tell me it was from you? She said to herself as she placed it back under her robes. Dear journal, I found out something amazing today. I have something very rare in common with Tonks. I just wish I could tell her. She would be so thrilled, but I can let anyone know. If Voldemort found out that I was a metamorphagus, it would ruin any chance of a surprise attack I might come up with later. With the prophecy lingering over my head, I have to make sure that I keep my secrets to myself, so no one knows. Unfortunately, that means I can't even tell my closest friends. Sadly. Harry. The liar. Potter. What? Wow, Harry, if you truly are a metamorphagus, then you are more special than even you know. Thought Tonks as she reread the entry. Dear Journal. I have managed to graduate from Hogwarts. It is amazing that Voldemort hasn't managed to kill me yet. I guess I should be thankful, but I know it is only because of my friends and stupid luck that I have made it this far. Now I begin the next chapter in my life, one with less of my friends. Hopefully my luck holds out as I begin my aura training. Oh yeah, Ron and Hermione are getting married. It is about time those two decided to do it. I thought they would never get together. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Tonks skimmed through his entries about his aura training until she came to one that made her heart stop. Dear Journal. Today was a terrible day. I finally get the bloody nerve. To tell Tonks how I feel and what happens. Well, I will tell you what didn't happen. I didn't tell her that's what didn't happen. I thought that she liked me, or at least it seemed that way with all her flirting. Then I find her kissing some other nobody in the locker room. How could I have been so damn stupid? To think that someone like Tonks would even consider me as more than just a kid. Now I know I was right in not telling her how I felt. I realize now that I, Harry James Potter, am not allowed to be happy in life. Every time it seems like something good is happening to me, there are always 10 things bad that happen. I swear that fate has placed me under some sort of bloody curse. Cursed. Harry. Stupid. Potter. Tonks dropped the journal after reading the entry. Oh no. Thought Tonks as she looked at the journal in disbelief. Tonks thought about that day in the locker room, and how she thought she seen someone. Though when she looked back no one was there. She thought it was her imagination. But now she knew it wasn't. Oh Harry, if only you knew what really happened that day. You seen me kiss that guy, but it wasn't what you thought. Damn it, why did I kiss him? I broke up with the guy. Why did I allow him to kiss me one last time? If I hadn't, then me and you would possibly be still together. It took Tonks a good 10 minutes to regain enough strength to continue looking at the entries in the journal. Dear Journal. This will be my final entry. You have been a good friend over the years, but now I must leave. I have nothing here any longer, and know now that I must leave for everyone's sake. The hurt I saw in Tonks' eyes tonight was too much, and I can't keep hurting people like this. If anyone is reading this, then shame on you. You should know better than read someone's personal journal. No matter, I am sure someone will find this one day, but to most it will appear empty. Except for Remus, Albus, and Tonks. You're the only three that I have charmed it to allow reading it. Remus, if you are reading it, then thank you for all you have done. I am sorry it had to end this way, but it was something that had to be done. Take care of Tonks for me. Albus, if you are reading it, then I am sorry for calling you an old bastard. I was pissed off when I wrote some of my entries. Albus, you were like a father to me, even if we didn't always get along. I will miss you, old friend, all of you. Tonks, if you are reading this, and I hope you aren't, then I want you to know that everything in it is true. Everything I said is the truth. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever met. I also meant when I said I love you, and I will always love you until the day I die, even if you don't love me. I have to go now, but don't any of you cry. Maybe one day you will meet a stranger somewhere. And maybe on that day you will realize that the stranger is an old friend. That is if I don't get killed by Voldemort in the meantime. Now I ask that you please burn this journal, so it does not fall into Voldemort's hands. He can never learn of the things found within this book. Goodbye, my friends. Harry James Potter, the one-time hero that found he was a zero. Tonks closed the journal and cried. He was really gone, and there was no telling if she would ever see him again. Tonks felt her heart breaking as she apparated home. A couple days later, Tonks was shocked when an owl brought her a letter. She hoped that it was from Harry, but soon found that it was from Gringotts Bank. Dear Miss Nymphadora Tonks, we are writing you about a request we received from one Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Potter requested that the sum of 10 million galleons be placed into your vault at our bank. The amount has been transferred and you have full access to it. Sincerely, Mr. Gringotts. Art. Her and Molly Weasley received a similar letter telling them they were given 5 million galleons for each of them from Harry. Fred and George were sent a letter telling them all the money that Harry RNED as part of their company was transferred over to their vaults. Ginny received 5 million galleons, and so did Ron and Hermione each from Harry. Remus Lupin was given 5 million galleons from Harry as well. Albus Dumbledore received 5 million galleons to help the Order, and also the deed to number 12 Grimmauld Place, giving him full ownership. Jade Scorpion. A.N. Thank you to everyone who is reading this story. I really wasn't going to continue with it. However, now that the story plot has rooted itself into my head, I have found that I can't help but write it. Harry may or may not seem so dark at times, but remember that he is depressed even when he acts cheery. Jess. I know that they may seem out of character, and rightfully so they are. Sorry if it disturbs you the way they are written. But in a way I guess you could say it is I say this because a lot has happened over the past 5 years in the world since Sirius died. The characters have changed in my opinion and some of them haven't changed for the better. Thanks for the review, and I am sorry if I offended you with the characters or my response. Con77. Thanks for the review, and there will be more of that to come. Since it is Harry's state of mind that is the focal point of the story. Though there will be more interesting things happening later, I hope. Nightwisp. Thank you for the review. Harry sat in the leaky cauldron sipping a fire whiskey and staring off into space. He wasn't worried about being seen. He made sure to change his appearance before he left his apartment earlier in the day. The only time he would become Harry Potter was when he stopped by Gringotts Bank. After that he took on his new appearance and kept it the rest of the day, and would keep it for the rest of his life if needed. He had stopped by Gringotts and cleared out his vault. After sending money to his friends and taking care of a few loose ends at the bank. He wanted nothing more than to forget that he was ever known as Harry James Potter. Or the boy who lived. No longer was there a scrawny 20-year-old messy black-haired boy, with emerald green eyes and glasses sitting in the leaky cauldron. Now there's at a 20-year-old looking man with straight, tame, long silver hair, and silver eyes. There was no trace of the lightning-shaped scar that signified the boy who lived. Harry sat there sipping on high-s whiskey thinking about the one person he could never get off his mind no matter how hard he tried. Flashback. It was a hot summer day following Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts. He sat alone in his dark bedroom thinking about his godfather Sirius and the way that his own cousin killed him. Bellatrix will pay for what she did, said Harry to himself as he stared off into the darkness. That heartless bitch will one day feel my wrath. And I will show her no mercy. Harry was brought out of his musing by the booming sound of Vernon's voice. Boy, get your ass down here. What does he want now? Thought Harry as he slowly got off his bed and make his way to the door. What did I do this time? Harry shouted down once he opened the door. Boy, don't you raise your voice to me. One of your freaks are at the door. I will not have another freak tramping through my house, so get your ass down here and deal with her. Shouted Vernon, sounding even angrier than normal. Harry didn't expect anyone to show up at the door. Who would come looking for him? Then he thought about it for a moment. Shit, I forgot to send that bloody owl to them again. Harry made his way down the steps knowing full well that he was in trouble. He was supposed to send an owl to the Order every 3 days, letting them know how he was being treated. He had been so lost in his thoughts that he forgot to send the last 2 owls to them. Harry was shocked when he reached the landing and found that there was a witch standing inside the house with bubblegum pink hair. Tonks, Harry said as he looked at her. He felt a lump swell up in his throat. Like when he tried to talk to Cho. He took a deep breath and tried to get his thoughts together. Unfortunately, the thoughts he had were entirely inappropriate for him to be contemplating at the moment. Watcher Harry, Tonks said, bubbling with excitement. Dumbledore wanted me to check in on ya since he hasn't received an owl from you in a few days. Harry's a nap. Appropriate thoughts about Tonks were quickly replaced by angry thoughts towards Dumbledore. You can tell that old goat that I am fine. I don't need any more of his type of help. Harry said, angrier than he had intended to. It wasn't Tonks' fault that she had to come check on him, but he didn't care at the moment. Tonks was a bit taken back by Harry's attitude and statement. Harry, we are all worried about you. It is not easy for any of us right now, especially you, but we do want to help. Harry, I want to help you. Tonks put on a big smile as she looked at Harry. Harry was still angry with Dumbledore once again interfering in his business that he didn't even seem to notice Tonks' wide grin. I am fine and I don't need any help. You can tell that bastard that I find so he can call off the hunt for me. Before Tonks could say another word, Harry turned and stomped back up to his room. Tonks just looked on at him in disbelief and the left. End flashback. Harry sat there musing over that day, the day that continued to haunt him. How could I have been so mean to her? It wasn't her fault that she was chosen to come and check on me. Why did I have to show her how big an ass I could be? Though, Ute Harry as he downed another shot of fire whiskey. Before Harry even realized it, he had finished off the bottle of fire whiskey he had in front of him. I better be going. I can't sit here thinking and drinking all day, thought Harry as he stood up and made his way out of the back into the dead end. He made his way up to the bricks and poked them to open the doorway into Diagon Alley once more. He spent an hour shopping for all the supplies that he would need. He needed to get a new trunk, like the fake Mad Eye Moody had in his 4th year. That way he would have enough room for all his belongings. After getting the trunk, he went to get some books to begin his studying with. He wanted to get stronger so he could defeat Voldemort, and that meant more studying and training. He made his way into robe shop and walked up to the counter. An old witch sat behind the counter and just stared at him as he stood there. Can I help you? Harry looked at the old lady for a moment and a grin came to his face. Yes. I want to get a black hooded cloak that has a waterproof charm on it. Also, I would like to be fitted for a dragon vest. Level 5 protection should suffice. The woman looked at him for a moment as if sizing him up in her mind. I cannot sell that type of vest without ore clearance. Harry just grinned as he pulled out his ore badge. I think you will find I have clearance. The woman looked at the badge a moment and then looked at the man at the counter for a moment. Her eyes fell upon his forehead. And then she looked him in the eyes. I don't know how you got that badge. But I know you are not Harry Potter. Harry gave her a scornful look and screwed up his face until it once again resembled his true appearance. Harry grinned at her and could tell that she got the idea of whom he was. He then quickly reverted back to his previous appearance. Now then, about that vest. The woman couldn't believe her eyes as she continued to look at him in disbelief. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I will get started right away. It took almost an hour for him to finally get the vest and the rest of the robes he wanted. Once he did that, he had gotten everything he could in Diagon Alley. He still wasn't satisfied with what he had. He knew if he wanted to get everything he needed, he would have to venture into Nocturne Alley. He put on his new black cloak and pulled the hood over his head. Even with his new appearance, he still didn't want anyone seeing what he now looked like. He then started down the alley. He managed to get a few books on the dark arts and how to use them. He knew how to defend against dark arts, but he had to kill Voldemort. He would have to learn to use them as well. Harry walked all the way to the end of the alley and spotted a small pub that he never seen before or knew existed. Harry looked at the sign for a moment as he read it, Jade Scorpion. Harry made his way into the pub and was shocked to find that it was a lot bigger on the inside than it looked on the outside. Harry walked up to the bar and sat down. The bartender glared at him for a moment. What ya want? Harry glared at him from under his hood but never removed it. Fire whiskey and let the bottle. The bartender sat down the bottle in front of Harry in a shot glass. Harry paid for the bottle and poured himself a shot. Being a fully trained oar had its advantages, one of them was that Harry learned to pick up voices far away. His blood began to boil as he listened into the conversation, while seeming like he was just drinking. His lordship wants you to speak to the giants again. He wants them on his side when he is ready for the next battle. Said not in a hushed tone that he thought no one would hear. He must think it is easy getting them. He doesn't know what I went through last time. Said McNair in a hushed tone. Not glared at McNair. He doesn't want excuses, he only wants results. Then he shall have them. Said McNair in a not so sure tone of voice. Harry heard enough. He was not going to all these Death Eaters to do anything else for Voldemort. They might not have been the highest Death Eaters on Harry's list of enemies, but they were still there. Harry stood up and staggered back a step from the barstool. He then took a few steps towards Nott and McNair. Harry's foot caught, sending him hurling towards McNair. Harry slammed into McNair's side and then continued towards the floor. McNair jumped to his feet. What in the bloody hell? He yelled as he went to grab his wand. However, as he went for it, he found that it was no longer on him. Looking for this, Harry said, and then started to laugh, an insane laugh, as he pointed McNair's own wand at his chest. Harry had staged the whole fall routine, which worked perfectly. As he hit into McNair, he managed to lift his wand without him even noticing. While McNair and Nott were distracted, Harry hit in the floor and sprung back to his feet with the wand aimed at McNair. Nott went to grab for his wand to help his friend. "I wouldn't do that if I was you," said Harry as he aimed his wand. Now at Nott. Harry now had both Death Eaters at wand point. "Drop it to the floor. Unless you wish to try your luck," Harry said in almost a growl as he glared at Nott. Nott didn't like being helpless, but he dropped his wand to the floor. "This punk will pay for this." Thog. Nott as he heard the person summon his wand off the floor. "Now you stand up by your friend there," snarled Harry as he glared at Nott. Nott reluctantly started to get up of his seat. Nott decided now was his chance to hurt the guy holding him at wand point. As Nott stood slowly, his spare wand slipped into his hand. Harry watched Nott as he started to stand and had a good idea that he was up to something. This whole encounter had been going too easy, and sure enough, he was right. Harry caught a glimpse of Nott's second wand as it hit his hand. Harry didn't even stop to think about his actions for a moment. "Crucio!" Harry shouted at Nott's, feeling all his hate and rage he had towards Bellatrix and Voldemort being released at Nott. Nott couldn't believe it had just managed to get his second wand firmly in hand when he heard the man shout. At first he didn't think anything, but then the curse hit. Pain coursed through his entire body as he dropped his wand to the floor. Hen fell to his knees in pain, screaming in agony. Harry held the curse on Nott and listened to his screams. Harry's silver eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened to Nott scream in agony. Finally, he released him and Nott collapsed to the floor, still in pain. "I told you not to press your luck, now remember this pain. You enjoy inflicting it, so now you shall feel it. Tell your master, Voldemort, that his days are numbered. Tell him that he will get what is coming to him," Harry said as he pulled down his hood to reveal his silver hair and silver eyes as he glared at the two Death Eaters. "Tell him that Silver Wolf is coming for him." There wasn't a sound within the bar as everyone's eyes were on Harry. Though he didn't care at that exact moment, because no one knew who he was. Harry wanted to make Nott and McNair suffer more for all they had done as Death Eaters. Though as an Auror, Harry knew that when he used the Cruciatus Curse, it had set off a ward at the Ministry. Any moment. Now Harry knew that Aurors would be coming looking for him, or rather they would be looking for Harry Potter. Harry quickly hurled to stunning charms at Nott and McNair. He then conjured up ropes and tied them securely up. He then pulled his hood back over his head, and returned to his seat at the bar. He grabbed his shot glass and swallowed the shot as several pops could be heard in the bar. Harry didn't even bother to turn to see which of his fellow Aurors had popped into the bar. He didn't really give a damn who came as long as they left him alone. Silently he cursed at himself in his mind. "You dumb ass. Are you trying to give yourself away? Just call all the damn Aurors in here looking for Harry." "What happened here?" asked a young Auror as he walked up to the bar and looked at the bartender. The bartender looked at Harry, and when he saw the bartender's eyes he wished even more that he had never done that. However, the bartender looked at the Auror and then spoke. "Those two Death Eaters there were started on some guy. I don't know what all was said or done, but one minute they were shouting and the next those two were tied up." "Did you see who the guy was these two were fighting with?" asked another Auror, which Harry didn't recognize. The bartender sent a sideway glance at Harry and then shook his head no. "Didn't see too much, I was busy." Harry couldn't believe it. Everyone in the pub had seen what he done. Yet not one of them so far was saying that it was him who cursed the two on the floor. Harry just grinned to himself as he took another shot of whiskey. "Watcher," came the voice that Harry desperately did not want to hear. That was the last Auror that he wanted to see right now, and yet part of him was glad to hear her voice. Harry turned to look at the witch who was standing beside him. She had short black hair and emerald green eyes. Harry laughed to himself, as he looked at Tonks in her disguise. She looked like a female version of Harry Potter. Except she didn't have the lightning-shaped scar. "Hello, darlin'," Harry said, trying to sound as calm as possible, even though there was a lump lodged inside his throat. Tonks just smiled at him with her radiant smile. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Harry had to fight back his laugh as he grinned at her. "Milady, you can ask me anything you wish, if you answer me this. What name is befitting an angel like you?" Harry asked, but mentally slapped himself for being such an arrogant sod. Though he couldn't really help it, here he was talking to the woman that he loved more than life. The very one. And that he was trying to escape from for her own protection. Tonks just blushed as she looked at the man. "You can all me Tonks, mister." Ellipsis quote. "Wolf," Harry said as Tonks looked at him. "You may call me Silver Wolf." Harry couldn't think of why he had chose that name, but it seemed to fit his new image. He did have silver hair and silver eyes after all, and he had to be a loner now to protect high friends. Mew. Like a lone wolf would protect his pack. "Well, Mr. Wolf," Tonks said, fighting back her grin. "I must inform you that I am an orr sent here by the ministry. I want to know if you saw any of the GHT that took place here, or if you saw who captured these two guys." Tonks already knew who did it, but what she wanted to know now was where he got off to. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, told the Orrs that it was Harry Potter's wand signature that set off the wards. That is how Tonks knew it was Harry that did it, but as she looked around the pub she didn't see him anywhere. Though with what he now knew about him, he could be hiding anywhere. Harry looked at Tonks and tried to mask his impious grin that threatened to show itself. "I am sorry, Miss Tonks, but as you see I am here for a drink. Nothing more or less. So no, I didn't see anything. Though I did hear the guy say something about he was going to kill Voldemort." Tonks flinched a bit at his comment. She had never heard anyone except Harry and Dumbledore speak the Dark Lord's name with such malice in their voice. She knew there was something about the guy that struck her as being strange. Tonks was pulled out of her musing by the voice of her commander. "Tonks, wrap it up, we're leaving." Tonks smiled at Harry. "Thanks for your help. Maybe we will see each other again." Harry gave her a mischievous grin. "I am sure we will." Ha. RRY had to fight back all the inappropriate comments that were coming to mind. Thoughts that he couldn't say to her at this time. Not when he was trying to help save her life, by staying out of her life. Tonks smiled at him for a moment longer and then apparated back to the office. Harry watched as she left and turned back to his drink. Harry looked at the bartender and smiled as he motioned for him to come over. Harry waited till the bartender was near him and then spoke in a low voice, only high enough for the bartender to hear. "I don't know why you didn't turn me into those Orrs, but thank you." The bartender smiled at Harry. "Anyone that would handle two Death Eaters like you did and speak of the Dark Lord like you did is okay by me. Though I do fear that you have made yourself some strong enemies." Harry drank down his last shot and looked at the bartender. "They may be strong in numbers, but they are weak in power. I have been an enemy of theirs for years, and no reason to change that now." The bartender turned and grabbed another bottle of fire whiskey, then he sat on the bar in front of Harry. "Compliments of the boss," the bartender said with a smile and then turned and walked away. Harry looked at the bottle for a moment and then picked it up and poured another shot. As he was about to set down the bottle down, he saw that there was a note stuck to the bottom. Harry pulled it off and read it to himself. "Go to the back room. The boss would like a word with you." Harry sat down the bottle and then checked to make sure his wand, and the Death Eater's wands were in place. He decided to keep their wands since he knew the ministry would be monitoring for his wand signature now. He slowly stood up and walked along the bar until he came to a door that had a sign saying manager on it. Harry knocked on the door and then went in. "Come in, Mr. Wolf, and sit down," the man, presumably the owner, said as he sat behind the desk in the office. Harry closed the door and walked over to the desk and sat down in the chair in front of it. "You wanted to see me." The man stood up and Harry got his first real look at the man. He stood about 6 foot tall and had short black hair, and a black beard. He had on a black cloak that concealed all his other clothing, which had a Jade Scorpion embroidered on it. "I am known as Spade, and I am the owner of this fine establishment. I heard about your run-in with those Death Eaters. I am sorry. interrupted Harry because he figured that this Spade guy was mad about the fight in his bar. No, there is nothing to be sorry about. I was very impressed by how you handled yourself out there. That display to throw them off their guard was a brilliant tactic. I could use someone like you working for me, Spade said as he looked at Harry. Harry just looked at the man for a moment. His aura training flashing through his head telling him that something was wrong with this situation. Something about this guy told Harry that he shouldn't deal with him. But yet Harry felt that he needed to. Please continue, you have my attention. Meeting the others. Well, once again I return with a new chapter. This one isn't dark, but I hope you enjoy it. Rosygirl. Thanks for the review, and how could I not continue when I have readers that wish for it to continue? You guys would hang me from my toes and hex me into next week. Evil Grin. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for the review. Yes, Harry and Tonks both are heartbroken by what is happening. Also, yes, Harry is calling himself Silver Wolf now. Also, you could say that Harry be fighting to keep the women away from him, but as for Tonks being pissed, I don't know. Since she doesn't know that Silver Wolf is actually Harry Potter. Heaven's Reaper. 10 points to Reaper for catching my screw up. Yes, I realized after I wrote the chapter that the note he left was a stupid idea. Though I did catch myself when it came to the journal. I meant for the note to be charmed so only Tonks, Remus, or Dumbledore could read it, but I forgot to put it in. Thanks for the review. Madfoot Mooney. I am sorry you felt it was sappy. The first chapter was intended only to be the ramblings of a depressed writer that felt the world was out to get him. My own depression led me into writing it, but since people have showed an interest in it, I have decided to make it more than just my depressed babbling. Thanks for the review and I hope you continue to like it. Princess Osh. Thanks for the review. Yeah, Harry wants to leave his old life behind him, but you know that he can't get away from fate. He may be a wizard, but in the end he is also human. Angel the Devil's Daughter. Thanks for reviewing and I hope you enjoy this chapter. Spade looked at Harry and grinned. Normally I woo. LD have you do a test before I even offered this to anyone, but seeing how you two down those two Death Eaters out there I was impressed. Also knowing that you're not afraid to use an unforgivable curse as a +2. Harry looked at him wondering what he was talking about. Spade, just because I will inflict pain on someone, doesn't mean that I will kill them. Spade looked at him with a gleam in his eyes. I never said anything about killing anyone, did I? I just like that you're open to using dark arts if the situation calls for it. Oh, in that case continue. Harry said with a small grin on his face. As I said, normally there is a test, but you already passed that part in my opinion. Spade said as he sat back down behind his desk. I want you to meet the rest of the organization. That is the next step. And if you can pass their tests, then you will be in. I must warn you though, the others can be a bit rough, a new recruit. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. He still had no idea what type of organization this guy was talking about, and now he was talking about meeting more people. How about you tell me more about this organization first? Look, Wolf, if you want in, you will have to pass the tests first. I cannot tell you about us too much until you're in. So if you want in, get your things packed up and come back here. If you are not interested, then we will leave it at that. And act as if we never had this conversation. Spade said as he stood up once again and stared at Harry. Harry thought about it for a moment and then stood up. I am in, and considering I was leaving town anyway, I have all my possessions on me now. Spade looked at him a bit shocked but then regained his composure. Very well. Then there is no point in dealing it. Though it will take a bit of time to finish up some of my work here before I can leave. How about you go have that bottle I gave you, and when you are done we will leave. Where are we going anyway? Harry asked as he looked at Spade. It is a small island I own. But you will find out when we get there. Spade said as he sat back behind his desk and started to look at some parchments on it. Harry went back out to the bar and continued to drink his bottle of fire whiskey. When he finished off the bottle, he made his way back into the office to find Spade once again. You about ready? Harry asked as he sat down. Yeah, you got good timing, Wolf. I just finished up a little bit ago. We will be taking a portkey to the island, so I hope you don't mind. Spade said as he pulled a small black skull out of his desk. Harry nodded, dead in agreement, and placed his hand on the skull. He felt the familiar tug behind his navel and watched as the office disappeared. He then found himself standing inside another building that didn't look familiar at all. Wolf, this is our headquarters. I have specially made the skulls that we use as portkeys to bring the members here. Sit down and I will get the others. Spade said as he walked out of the room. Harry sat down and waited for him to return. The room was painted black, and only had a few chairs placed inside it. There was also a burning fireplace and a couch found within the room. About 5 minutes passed before Spade walked back into the room with the others. Silver Wolf, I would like you to meet the rest of the group. Spade said as Harry stood up to look at the group of people by him. This man here is called Blade, because he is a weapons master. He is also good with a wand, but he is a lot better with a blade. The man stood a little over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders. He had on a long flowing black cloak that covered most of his body, though with the front open Harry could see that he had metal chain mail on under it. The man also had a hood drawn over his head to conceal his face. On his side Harry saw that he had a long sheath, which contained a sword of sorts. The man stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. He then lowered his hood and Harry could see that he had short blonde hair and blue eyes. He also had a long jagged scar under his left eye. Wolf, this fine lady here is called Ice Queen. Trust me when I say that she is not someone you want to make an enemy of. She is a brilliant strategist, as well as a brilliant witch too. Spade said as he introduced the next member of the group. Harry looked at the Ice Queen for a moment. She stood about 5 foot 7 inches tall and had long black hair, and pitch black eyes. She wore icy blue robes that shimmered in the light of the room. Harry shook her hand and pulled back quick. I see why they call you Ice Queen. You have one cold hand. The woman just glared at him and then returned to her position beside Blade. Yeah, she is a bit cold to the touch, but I am sure once you get to know her she will warm up. Spade said as he looked at Ice Queen and smiled. The older gentleman here is called Quake. He is also good with weapons, magic, and also is a potions master. The man was definitely the oldest of the group. He appeared to be at least 50 years old, while the others seemed to be in their late 20s or early 30s. He stood about as tall as Ice Queen did. He had short white hair and brown eyes. The man shook Harry's hand, and Harry couldn't help but wonder if he was better at potions than Snape was. Finally we have Tiger. I think he should have been named Cheetah with as fast as he runs. But he liked Tiger better. He is a good wizard and also as I said he is quick on his feet. Spade said as he introduced the last man there. He stood about as tall as Blade. And had fire red hair that reminded Harry of the Weasleys. In a blink of an eye the man was in front of Harry and was shaking his hand. Nice to meet all of you. Now maybe you could tell me what this island is called and what tests I will have to take. Harry said as he looked over the people in front of him. This island is called Mist Island, and it is our base of operations. Spade said as he looked at Harry. As for your tests, well, that will be up to the rest of the members. Though there will not be any testing done today. No, tonight we are going to have a nice dinner and get to know each other. Blade looked at Harry with a glint in his eyes. I will test him first. I would like to see how this young man handles a sword. Though Spade is right that we'll have to wait till morning. Tonight we celebrate. They did celebrate and Harry learned fast that Blade and Tiger really liked to party. After they had finished their dinner, Blade, Tiger, and Ice Queen showed Harry what it meant to drink. They had a drinking contest that included drinks that Harry had never even heard of. It lasted long into the night until finally Ice Queen won in the wee hours of the morning. Blade might be handy with a sword or wand, but he didn't even come close to her when it came to drinking. Harry woke up bright and early, 4 o'clock, in the morning, which came from all his aura training. Even though he had only gone to bed around 2 in the morning, he was still wide awake. The rest of the people were still sleeping, so Harry decided to do his morning exercises outside. His aura training did have its advantages for Harry. But he still wanted to be trained more. He wanted to learn as much as he could before his final battle with Voldemort. It was also a good way to keep his mind off of Tonks. Though he could have just used his occlumency training not to think about her, but he didn't like to force the memories of her to the back of his mind. Instead he used them to force himself to work even harder at becoming a better warrior. Harry had just finished his morning training and was entering the house, which was like a mansion, that the group used as a base when he ran into Spade. Spade looked at him and smiled. "You're up early, Wolf. Most these bums don't like to get up before noon." "Well, except for Quake. He normally gets up about this time." Harry just grinned as he looked at Spade. "Bad habit. I guess I am not one for sleeping too much. I've been up for about 3 hours now." Spade was shocked considering what time they went to bed. "Damn, I guess you don't like sleeping." "Well, my house elves have finished getting breakfast ready if you're interested." Harry nodded and followed Spade into the dining area. He was famished after his early morning workout session. As they Ed and Harry saw that Quake was already at the table having his breakfast. Quake looked at Harry and grinned. "Didn't expect to see you up so early. Crush, the house elf, tells me you guys didn't go to bed until around 2. Harry gave him a mischievous grin as he sat down at the table. "Yeah, I stayed up watching the others having a drinking contest. I was shocked how much Ice Queen could put away." Quake just laughed as he continued to eat. "Yeah, she has a way of putting it away when she wants to. Do underestimate her though. She is a brilliant witch even if she does like to drink a good bit." "So why you up so early?" "Force of habit. Why you up?" asked Harry as he loaded his plate with eggs, bacon, and sausage. Quake just laughed. "Like you, it is a habit. I spent some time in a monastery. And the monks there liked you up at the crack of dawn." Harry looked at him a bit shocked. "Were you a monk?" "Yeah, for about 10 years I lived with them and became one. Though when I was asked to join these guys I left and came here." Quake said as he finished his breakfast. "I've been wondering what is it that you guys do here?" Harry asked as he took a drink of his pumpkin juice. "That you will have to find out once you pass the tests. It is important that you know as little as possible just in case you don't pass. Though from what Spade has told us about you I think you will pass without any problems." Quake said as he stood up from the table. "Now if you will excuse me I have a potion to check on." Harry nodded and watched as Quake left the dining area. He then went back to his breakfast in peace. Harry spent the rest of his morning in his room reading one of the books he had purchased. He had to wait for Blade to get up before he could take his test, as he decided to use his time wisely. It was lunchtime before Blade finally made his way into the dining area. Harry was having his lunch when he walked in. "Morning, Wolf," Blade said as he sat down to eat. "Afternoon, Blade." Why said with a grin as he looked at man who would be testing him. "I suppose it is. Oh well, you ready for the test today?" Blade asked as he loaded up his plate. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. Though he had used the Gryffindor sword in his second year to kill a basilisk, he hadn't really used a sword much. He was good with his wand and hand-to-hand combat as long as it was fighting with fists. "I guess I am. I never really used a sword too much, but I will do my best." "I am sure you will do fine. It really isn't that hard once you get used to it," Blade said, giving Harry an evil grin as he ate. "We will start the testing once lunch is over." Blade's test. Before I reply to the reviews I got, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. I have received more reviews with just these few chapters than I did with some of my other stories when they were this far along. You don't know how much that means to me, and I hope that you continue to review. Though it would be nice if you told me more than you just liked the story. It would be nice to know what you think about the characters and how the story is progressing along too. Either way, thanks all of you for your continued support. Silverscale. Thank you. Sorry, but it would ruin the experience if I told you what powers Harry will have in the story. All your suggestions for powers are all possibilities, so you will have to wait and see what he has. Think about what skills he has already known, and expect for more to come. DJ Rodriguez. Thank you. Yes, Harry is in a position right now that will challenge him on many levels if he wants to get into this group. More importantly, it will be good practice for him even if he does fail the tests. Because it will help him if he decides to go and kill Voldemort. As for him, warming up the Ice Queen, that is something time will only tell. Technically speaking, Tonks already found him, though she didn't know Silver Wolf was him. Think about how they knew where to look for RRY, and then think about your question again. Rosygirl. Thank you, and I am glad you still like it. I can't wait to see what the organization is all about either. I know what my old organization was about that I called Jade Scorpion. But I am not sure yet how much I will allow into this one. Any and all thoughts and suggestions will be welcomed and considered. Shadowdamon 100. Thank you and I will keep updating. Princess Osh. Thank you for the review. Well, your wait is over for the first test, because this is Blade's test in this chapter. Pendragon 92. Thank you. Duper. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lol. After finishing lunch, Harry and Blade found themselves outside the mansion headquarters, in the large yard behind it. Blade looked at Harry for a moment. This test is pretty straightforward test. All you have to do is be able to beat me in combat without using any magic. I want to test your strength, agility, and overall combat awareness. Harry looked at him with a gleam of dread in his eyes. Harry knew that he could hold his own in a fistfight, but this wasn't going to be nearly that easy. I will do the best I can, but like I said, I have never really worked with weapons. Blade looked at him with a gleam of hope in his eyes. Wolf, you are focusing too much on the weapon aspect of the match. To win a battle without magic, like a true warrior, you need to look at all the possibilities. I like you, Wolf. I don't know why, but there is something about your character that tells me you need to be on this team. Normally I would not take an interest in a new recruit. Norma. LLY, I would just kick your ass and send you back home with your tail between your legs. Harry gulped down the lump in his throat as he looked at Blade. However, you're different, Wolf. Blade continued. That is why I have decided that this test will not count. If you win, then all the better for you, but if you lose, it will be a learning experience. I will use this fight to judge where you stand in your combat experience. If you prove that to me that you deserve another chance, then I will give you 1 week to train for the real test. However, if I feel that training would not help you, then I will have no choice but send you home. Do we have a deal? Harry looked for any signs that Blade was joking, and when he didn't see any, he replied. Blade, I promise you that I will do my best and try to prove that I deserve your training. If I cannot prove that during this fight, then you won't have to send me home. I will leave on my own, because I do not want something that I do not deserve. Blade extended his hand and Harry shook it. Wolf, it will be an honor to train you. You have a warrior's heart even if you don't know it yet. Now you have a half hour to pick your armor and weapons. I advise that you choose wisely. But your choices will decide your fate in the fight. I will meet you back here in a half hour. Harry grinned at Blade, and then realized that he didn't know where the armor and weapons were. Ah, Blade, where do I get the armor and weapons? Blade just grinned as he realized that he forgot to tell him where they were. Sorry about that, Wolf. I will show you to the armory. And then you will have a half hour to get ready. Thank you, Harry said as he followed Blade to a building beside the mansion. Harry couldn't believe the armory as Blade had called it. Harry had never even seen half the things that were inside the building. There were racks with a wide variety of swords on them. There were short swords, long swords, claymores, bastard swords, and many other types. There were racks with all sorts of axes on display, ones with spears, and even more that had staffs and other weapons. There were cases with daggers, rapiers, and other types of throwing knives. The armor found in the room was just as varied as the weapons in the room. Harry looked at Blade for a moment, still trying to gain the ability to speak. I can use anything in here. Blade could tell Hat Silver Wolf, Harry, was speechless by the armory. Yes, you can use anything in here for the fight. Though I must say that this is only a small selection of what we have. Though I think you can find enough in here to help you. Just remember to choose your weapons and armor wisely. Harry was even more shocked that this was only a small portion of the weapons and armor that the group had. He had to be pulling my leg. Harry thought as he looked at Blade. I will thank you. Blade nodded, then turned and left Harry to get his weapons and armor for their fight. Harry still couldn't believe all that was in the room. Though he knew that he didn't have the time needed to examine everything. He would have to choose as wisely as time allowed him to. He started by looking at the armor. There was a wide range of armor, from light armors that would offer little defense but a lot of maneuverability. Then it went to the extreme of heavy armors. They would give the wearer great defense in battle. But it would limit the ability to move greatly. Harry decided since he was lacking in the experience department, he would have to rely on his speed and agility to win. He wasn't the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history for nothing. He was determined to use that to his advantage as he looked at the armor in the armory. Finally, Harry decided to go with a lighter armor so he could utilize his speed to his advantage. However, he put on his dragon scale vest that he bought. It was designed to protect its wearer from curses, but it also would help with physical shots as well. Since it was light, it would work great for a little added protection and still allow him to move freely. He knew that he would have to put all his prior training to use in this fight, though a lot of it wouldn't help him since he couldn't use any magic. Harry looked over his choices of weapons and knew that he had to limit what he decided to use. Harry picked up a few swords at random, but none felt just right. Then he picked up a bastard sword and tried it. Harry found that the sword was not that hard to control, it felt like it was almost an extension of his own arm. I might need something strong, but if it slows me down I can lose it. Harry thought as he placed the sheath over his shoulder and slid the sword into it. Next, Harry checked out the daggers. He found two that would work good and found that they were small enough to throw at an enemy. He sheathed one on each of his ankles, and hoped that he would be fast enough to get to them if needed. Then Harry saw something that looked like metal stars. Throwing stars. Why would they have throwing stars, like a ninja or something would use? Harry thought as he picked up a handful of them. Harry quickly learned that there were more than just the stars in the case that would be used by a ninja. Well, I think I might have just found a way to use my speed and cunning to win this match. Harry thought as he placed more items into his pockets. I don't know why they have this stuff. But Blade did say I could use anything in here. Harry thought with a smile as he finished checking the case. All too soon Harry heard Blade yelling that his time was up. Though Harry would have liked to see more of what they had, he knew he was ready, so he walked out. He made his way over to the spot where Blade was standing. Blade looked at his choice of armor, which all he could see was the light armor he picked, and grinned. He also saw the sword that he picked, which was the only weapon he could see also, and Blade grinned even more. Are you ready? Harry gave him a mischievous grin. Yeah, I think I am. Blade was about to say something when Spade walked up to him and Harry. Hey Wolf, Blade, I figured since you two were dueling for the test that you might need a referee. Since I know how Blade does his tests, I will referee the duel if that is okay with both of you. Harry and Blade both nodded, so Spade continued. There are two rules that you must follow. First is that there will be no magic used of any sort, that includes apparating. This is to be a battle as if you were both warriors and not wizards. The second rule is no killing. You may cause wounds, but no lethal shots. I can heal wounds and broken bones, but no one can resurrect the dead. The winner will be decided when the opponent yields or is rendered unconscious. Is that understood? Harry and Blade both nodded in agreement, so Spade continued. Okay, both of you step back and on my mark you will begin. May the best man win. Harry and Blade separated and put a distance of 12 feet in between each other. Spade stood off to the side of the battle area. 3.2.1. Begin. Harry watched as Blade pulled out his sword for the first time and was shocked to find that he was using a bastard sword as well. Only Blade's was a two-handed double-edged sword, whereas Harry's only had a single edge. Harry pulled his sword out and glared at Blade. Blade seemed to be sizing Harry up as he looked at him. Harry didn't mind though, since he could use this time to get a better look at Blade's armor. Blade was wearing his normal black cloak, but Harry was sure that he still had his metal chainmail on under it. Harry knew from examining the chainmail in the armory that it was strong, and semi-light. Not as light as the vest Harry wore, but it shouldn't slow down or hinder Blade too much. The biggest problem with chainmail in Harry's opinion was that it was good against straight-on attacks with a large weapon, but if hit by a small enough weapon it would go right through. Harry got an evil smirk on his face as he thought about the chainmail Blade was probably wearing. Though he would have to get the cloak off him first to be able to do anything. Blade couldn't make out what the smirk was about. But he took it as overconfidence and decided to end the fight quick. Blade charged at Harry and attempted to swipe at his arm, hoping to limit his use of the sword. However, Harry's agility came into play and easily dodged the attack. Though his lack of experience with a sword showed when he swung wildly at Blade. He missed Blade by inches, but managed to get a little distance once again between them with his speed. You are quick, Wolf, I will give you that, but if you keep swinging like that you'll hurt yourself. Blade said as he turned to look at Harry. Harry just smirked as he said, "Is this a duel or a lecture?" Blade laughed and then said, "It is both. Every battle you encounter is a learning experience. How much you learn is determined by how much you pay attention to what you do in the fight. It is wise to try and learn from your mistakes and improve on what you did well." Harry glared at Blade, but he knew he was right. Harry would have to pay close attention to what he did in this fight. Win or lose, he would need to improve with each new battle he fought. It wasn't just about getting into this group, it was more about learning to stay alive for him. The better he learned to fight with and without magic, the better he would be when he faced Voldemort. Harry was lost in his own thoughts and didn't realize that Blade was now right in front of him until Blade spoke again. Lesson 1. Never lose focus on your opponent. You never know when he will appear in front of you. Lesson 2. Don't lose your only weapon. Before Harry fully understood what Blade meant by his second lesson, it was too late. Blade swiped his sword, connecting with Harry's, sending it flying out of his hand about 10 to 12 feet away from him. Harry knew he was in trouble and quickly ducked as Blade went to hit him with the sword again. Harry hit the ground and rolled behind Blade, quickly getting to his feet with a dagger in hand. You missed a lesson. Never underestimate your opponent. Before Blade even knew what Harry was saying, it felt a stinging sensation in the back of his shoulder. Blade turned to face Harry and then reached around, pulling Harry's dagger out of his shoulder. The dagger had hit him from behind before he could turn around. Every good wolf, and I deserved that one for thinking that you only had a sword on you. Though you do seem a bit at a lose now that your main weapon is even further from you. Harry grinned at Blade, though he didn't like the current situation much. He had enough tricks up his sleeve to use, but he liked to have his sword for some protection. Harry kept an eye on Blade as he placed the dagger that hit him in his cloak after cleaning his blood off it. Harry knew he needed to get to his sword, but LSO knew that Blade would stop him at all costs. Harry kept a keen eye on Blade as he slowly moved his hand down inside his one pocket. He knew he only had one shot at what he was going to try, and if he failed he would lose for sure. Harry slowly walked forward with his hand still in his pocket, grasping an object in his hand. Blade grinned as he watched him walk towards him. What's this, Mr. Wolf? Do you think that I will allow you past me to get to your sword without a fight? Blade asked as he laughed. Blade was laughing when Harry got within range to do what he needed to. Never. I know you will do anything to stop me. But I will do what it takes to get my sword. Harry said as he pulled out his hand and blew the contents of sack into Blade's eyes. Blade screamed in pain and dropped his sword to the ground as his hands shot up to his eyes. Harry took the opening and rolled past Blade, picking up Blade's sword in the processes. By time Blade could see somewhat again, though his eyes were still irritated by powdered, which limited his range of vision. Harry had both swords in hand. Like I said, don't underestimate me, Blade. I may not be able to use a sword as well as you, but I do know how to stay alive. Also, what was it you said about losing your weapon? Harry said, trying to fight back his laughter. Spade was impressed by Harry's cunningness and even more by his determination to win. It took Blade a moment to realize what Silver Wolf Harry meant. Wolf, I must say that I have greatly underestimated you. Not only have you managed to get my sword, but you have also practically blinded me and wounded my shoulder. Harry couldn't hold back his laughter any longer as he spoke. Do you yield? Hey, now just 'cause I gave you a compliment, it doesn't mean this fight is over. Blade said as he tried to focus his vision. Harry quit his laughing and looked at Blade. He is determined not to lose. Well, so am I. Harry thought as he continued to watch Blade. Just checking. I didn't want to hurt you too badly if you were ready to surrender. Blade could feel his rage begin to grow at his opponent's cockiness, though deep inside he was proud because Wolf reminded Blade of himself. Blade reached into his cloak and pulled out a cloth. He tied it around his head, totally covering his eyes. Seeing with one's eyes is only part of the battle. It is far better to see with all your senses. Harry couldn't believe it. Here he was thinking he had the upper hand, and now this. What was Blade playing at? How could he see to fight without using his eyes or some sort of magic? Remember, you said no magic. Harry shouted as he watched Blade closely. I have not forgot, Wolf, and I do not intend on using magic. Blade said as he pulled the dagger that Harry threw at him out of his cloak. Harry then realized that this fight would be a lot harder than he thought. Sure, he might have gotten lucky so far, but he was outmatched by Blade. He had experience that Harry didn't on his side. As if on cue, Harry's aura training once again kicked in his mind. If he is using his other senses to see, he must be listening for the slightest sound to indicate where I am. That means I will have to use my stealth training to my advantage, though without a silencing charm I don't know how well I will do. Harry thought as he continued to look at Blade. Harry slowly and quickly knelt down, placing both swords on the ground. He then stood up with his other dagger in hand. Using his stealth training as well as possible, Harry started to move towards Blade while keeping a keen eye on him for any sign of movement. Spade stood in silence, just watching the battle going on in front of him. What is Wolf thinking now? Blade may not see him coming, but surely he will hear his footsteps. Spade thought. Though from his position he couldn't hear any sounds coming from the battle area. Harry got almost to Blade when the dagger he was holding came flying at him. Harry quickly dodged it, just barely missing getting hit by the dagger. How did you know where I was? I was barely making any noise at all. Blade grinned as he looked in Harry's direction. Hearing is not the only sense that can be used when blinded, young one. I could smell you when you got close enough to me. Damn it, thought Harry as he slowly backed up without making a sound. Why didn't think about smell? I was so focused on him hearing me that I forgot that someone could smell odors as they came close. Harry continued musing as he looked at Blade. Harry just grinned as he reached into his pocket again. Spade was very impressed by Silver Wolf, but had no idea what he would do now. Even if he could be quiet, there was little to do about own smell. Especially after battling and sweating so much. Harry quietly placed brass knuckles onto his fist and then held 2 small vials in his other hand. He took 1 vial in each hand and tossed them on each side of Blade, and smiled as they shattered on the ground. Aw, for Merlin's sake, who shit? Blade asked, plugging his nose as much as possible with his hand. Spade laughed as he realized what Wolf did. He had thrown 2 vials that were filled with a liquid that acted like dung bombs. Only they stunk 20 times worse and would mask any smell within 50 feet. Harry took the dagger in his other hand and stealthily made his way towards Blade without making a sound. Now Blade couldn't see, smell, or effectively hear. Though Blade did get to use his sense of touch. Harry punched Blade right in the side of the head, knocking him to the ground. And then leapt on him, placing the tip of the dagger to his throat. Spade ran over to Blade and Silver Wolf. Wolf, you did it. Not only did you knock him out cold, but you could have also killed him. Harry couldn't believe it, he had won. Harry watched as Spade revived Blade from his slumber with a grin on his face. Not only were you knocked out, Blade, but Wolf also could have killed you had it been a real battle. Spade said as he officially declared Harry the winner. Blade just sat there in awe. I knew you could do it, Wolf, if you put your mind to it. I also knew that you would be too worried about failing if you thought this was your real test. That's why I said about it being practice, but since you won, you have passed. Though it would be my honor to train you if you still want it. Harry just smiled as he looked at Blade. Sure, I could use all the practice I can get. A dream. Well, here is the next chapter. I hope you enjoy it. Rosygirl. Thank you, and I am glad you liked the test. Silverscale. Thank you, and I just hope you continue to like it. DJ Rodriguez. Thank you for the review. Harry will get to learn a lot about the real world. Things that he never even thought of, provided he keeps winning. I have covered your concern about the victory going to his head in this chapter. Tilly Jean. Thank you for your review. I really like the ship of Harry and Tonks. And that's why I use it instead of other possible ones. Some people agree with it and some don't, but that is their choice. If you like Harry Tonks stories, you should check out my story, The Gateway. I am sorry for the mistakes I make. I try to catch them as I read over the story, but as you stated, I missed a few. I will try harder to find and fix them as I continue writing the story. I personally don't go for the punk look, especially not with Harry. Though him being dark, well, I think I have made him darker, or at least I have tried. I hope that you continue to like the story. And possible might like my other one. Tops. Thank you. Princess Osh. Thank you for the review. I am glad you like my version of Harry. I felt that he could be better with more knowledge about things non-magical because he also lives in the Muggle world. As for me being smart, I think Harry has always been smart, it is just he doesn't allows apply his knowledge. I like the idea of using his cunning and determined Slytherin side, as well as his Ravenclaw mind to solve his problems. Especially since he may be lacking in the experience or luck to do it without them. The tests he will encounter will challenge him on many levels, and yes, Ice Queen's challenge will be one of the most challenging in my opinion. Slimpune. Thank you. After Harry had returned the weapons, armor, and other items he had got to the armory, he found Blade and Spade talking outside the door leading into the mansion. So what happens now? Harry asked as the two stopped talking and were looking at him. Blade just grinned as Spade spoke. Now Wolf, you relax for the rest of the day. Wolf, you did something today that not many can say they have. You bested Blade in combat with little knowledge of weapons. Though I think you knew more than you let on. Anyway, you did real good out there, but don't let this victory go to your head. This was only the first of several tests that you will have to pass. With each, new experiences will be opened up to you. Some you may have encountered and some you may not have. In the end though, all that will matter is whether or not you learn something from them. Harry didn't know what to think about Spade's little rambling session. He knew that each test would be challenging in its own way, though he wasn't sure why he had to go through them. Surely if Spade wanted him to join, then he would have already been in. Instead he found that he had to prove himself not just to the leader, but to the rest of the group as well. I will do my best to prove that I am good enough. And if I do fail, I will leave with new knowledge that I didn't have when I came here. I am willing to do what it takes to grow both physically and mentally. I will undertake an Y training I am offered with the same determination that I have had all my life. Blade grinned more as he looked at him. That's good to hear, Wolf, because I personally do believe you can be great if you allow yourself to be. After minutes of idle chatting, Harry watched as Spade left and was about to leave when Blade stopped him. One more thing, Wolf, I want you to have this. It is a token of your accomplishments today. Blade said as he pulled out the bastard sword that Harry had used during the fight. How? I thought I put that back. Harry said, a bit lost for words. Blade laughed. You did. But I apparated back and got it before you got back here to find me and Spade talking. Harry took the sword in his hand and looked at it for a moment. Thank you, but shouldn't I find my own true sword? I mean, I have read books about great warriors, and they all said that a warrior must find their true weapon before they can be complete, or something to that nature. Blade laughed again as he placed his hand on Silver Wolf's shoulder. Wolf, you are wiser than you know. It is true that in time you will find your one true weapon, but I still want you to have this sword as a symbol of your accomplishments. It doesn't mean that you will have to use it if you choose not to. It is merely an award for winning today, do with it what you want to. Harry thanked Blade and then made his way to the guest room, which Spade had set up for him. Harry laid the sword onto the bed and then sat down beside it. Why am I here? Harry thought to himself as he looked at the sword. I know nothing about this organization, and yet I am blindly trying to get accepted by people I don't even know. Harry stood up, coming out of his musing, and took the sword into his hand. If nothing else good comes from this, at least I will learn a few new things. Then maybe one day I will be ready for my ultimate test, the one that will mean life or death for me. Harry said to himself as he swiped the sword through the air. After swinging the sword a few more times, trying to envision how a true warrior would wield a sword, a brilliant idea struck him. Harry enlarged his trunk and placed the sword inside it carefully. Then he went back over to his bed and sat down on it. If Harry wanted to learn about fighting better with weapons, he would have to practice. Since Blade offered to train him, that wouldn't be a problem. But Harry wanted to take Blade's earlier advice and learn from his mistakes. Harry spent several hours using his occlumency training to replay the entire battle he had with Blade. He examined every detail of the battle, looking for everything that he had done wrong, and also was contemplating on how to improve himself, so he didn't make the same mistakes again. It was late when Harry finally stopped replaying the battle in his head. He realized that he had missed dinner, as his stomach roared. Guess I lost track of time, Harry said as he made his way down to the kitchen to see if he could find something to eat. Harry walked into the kitchen and found it completely deserted. It had to be really late for all the house elves to be gone. Harry made his way around the kitchen and found a box with a note on top. Wolf. I tried to wake you. I assume you were sleeping, but you wouldn't answer your door when I knocked. If you are hungry, I had the house elves set aside your supper in this box. Enjoy. Spade. Harry opened the box to find that there was a chicken breast, mashed potatoes, corn, rolls, and some desserts left in it for him. He quickly started eating as his stomach let out another loud roar. After finishing his late dinner, Harry started back towards his room. However, he stopped in the corridor he was in when he heard shouting. Crush. Crush, where the hell are you? Came a loud booming voice from behind a door near Harry. As Harry listened to the shouting, he could tell that it was Blade who was doing the shouting. Harry made his way to the door that Blade's voice was echoing out of. Where in the hell could that elf be? Blade said in a loud voice. Harry was about to leave, not wanting to intrude on Blade, but before he could, the door he was by swung open. Blade stood there, or rather leaned against the doorframe for support. He grinned widely as he looked at Harry. Wolf. Have you seen that no good house elf Crush? Blade asked, and Harry could now tell that Blade was a bit intoxicated as he spoke. No, Blade, I haven't seen any house elves tonight. Harry said calmly as he looked at Blade. Damn elves. I will kill that bastard when I get my hands on him. The bastard stole my bottle of wine. After all I had to do to get that red dragon wine, that little impish bastard stole it. Blade said as he slammed his fist against the doorframe. Harry couldn't help but feel bad for Blade. Not because the house elf took his wine, but because he was so good at fighting, but so lousy at drinking. Maybe you should get some sleep, Blade. What? Are you siding with that no good house elf? If you are, I will kill you too. Blade said as he tried to move to attack Harry, but ended up falling flat on his face. Harry just shook his head as he pulled out his wound and muttered a sobering charm on Blade. Then he aimed his wand at Blade once more. Enervate. Quote. Blade started to stir on the floor and then looked up at Harry. Wolf. Yeah, Blade, it's me. Come on, let's get ya off the floor. Harry said as he helped Blade to his feet. What happened? Blade started to ask, but then realized that he knew exactly what had happened. He looked to the floor for a moment. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Blade said, then turned and headed back into the room he had came out of. Harry followed him in and found that he was in Blade's bedroom, and from the looks of things he had really been pissed off. It's okay, Blade. Do you want to talk about it? Blade sat down in a chair and motioned for Wolf to sit down. I normally don't get violent like that. I can drink any type of ale or beer and even most whiskeys, but that red dragon wine really kicks my ass. Harry sat down and looked at Blade. What the? I have never even heard of red dragon wine before. Harry lied as he looked at Blade. Harry had heard of it, but only because it was one of the many things banned by the ministry. It was a class of felony to have red dragon wine, and the sentence was harsh for having it. Blade just chuckled as he looked at him. It is hard to come by, to say the least, and I am not a bit surprised that you haven't heard of it. In fact, the only person I know that can get it is Ice Queen. Blade said as he quickly caught himself from revealing Ice Queen's real name to Silver Wolf. How does she get it if it's so rare? Harry asked, knowing enough not to pry into what Ice Queen's real name was. Though he was interested in how she could come by the illegal wine, well, illegal at least in England. Blade laughed as he looked at Wolf. That no one knows but her. All I know is that it is powerful, and I rarely drink it. Except for when I hit rock bottom and can't stand things anymore. Then I will take a drink of it, but tonight, Blade trailed off. Not even able to finish what he was saying as more depressing thoughts entered his mind. Harry could tell what he meant by the depressed look on his face. It's all right, we don't have to talk about it, Blade. Harry said, trying his best to think of a new subject to discuss. Blade, I was wondering something tonight. Blade lifted his head and looked at him. What's that? Well, I was just wondering why we do what we do. I mean, you guys don't know much about me and I really don't know much about you guys. Yet you and the others seem to have accepted me in for the testing without any hesitation. Harry said as he looked at Blade. Blade's expression turned from a depressed look to an almost pleased expression. That is a hard question to answer, because I am not sure why we do some of what we do. What I do know is that Spade liked what he saw in you at his bar. You howled that you were willing to fight, and use less than desirable curses if needed. Second, you proved that you were able to think fast on your feet, which face it. It is a skill in itself. The way you just acted as if nothing had happened at all, and then was able to get an aura to believe you had nothing to do with it. You proved right then to Spade that you were the type of person we wanted. Blade paused to allow him time to comprehend what he had just said. Then today when we fought you showed that Spade was right to trust in your abilities. I personally respect you, Wolf, and even though I do not know a lot about you, I trust that you will do what is right. Everyone has secrets that they do not want people to know. But as long as you are yourself, and don't act like someone else, you will have no problems. You may not be as skilled as you would like to be, but Wolf, you are bright enough to learn. That is why, Spade, and now I trust and believe that you should be part of this group. Harry really didn't know what to say. It was weird to have an almost complete stranger saying these things to him. Yet there was something about Blade that told him that he was telling the truth. I hope that I can continue to prove that I am worthy of such trust. Blade stood up and placed his hand on Wolf's shoulder. You remember me a lot of myself when I was younger. You also seem to hold as many demons inside as I do, but none of that matters now. As for the rest of the group, I am sure you will do just fine, showing you deserve to be here. Though Ice Queen might give you a hard time, she doesn't really trust many people. That is just how she is, but once you get to know her, you will find that is a good friend to have on your side. Blade sat back in his seat and placed his hand upon his head. Now I think I shall retire to bed. I have on bad-ass headache that really hurts like hell. Harry just nodded, and made his way out of the room, closing the door behind him. He made his way up to his room and collapsed on his bed. What a day, Harry said as he tried to fall asleep. This next section may get a bit confusing if you are not paying attention to it. Remember that Harry and Silver Wolf are the same person normally, but in this next section they aren't. Harry is himself and Silver Wolf is his darker, more depressed side. As you read it, you should see what I am talking about. Dream. Harry's dream started out on the right track. He found himself in a world that was at peace. Lord Voldemort had been killed and now no one feared for their lives in the wizarding world. Harry found that his life was a lot more peaceful now that his most hated enemy was dead. He was able to concentrate on more important matters, like getting with the woman he loved. It was all going perfectly as Harry and Tonks walked along the lake at Hogwarts. That is when the dream started to turn horrible wrong. As they walked, they were forced to stop as a man with long silver hair and silver eyes blocked their path. "Ah, Harry, you look so happy now that Voldemort is gone," the man said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "I know you. But it can't be you." Harry stuttered as he stood in front of Tonks, trying to shield her from the man in front of them. "Oh, but it is me, Harry. Do you really think that you could be this happy? Do you really think that Tonks would ever want to be with a loser like you? Especially when she could be with someone like me." Harry felt really small compared to the man talking to him. Harry didn't know what to say as he looked at Tonks. "You do want to be with me, right?" Tonks just laughed, not in an amused tone, but in an insane tone. "You actually believed that you had a chance with me? What could possible make you think that I would want to be with a scrawny twit like you?" Tonks said as she walked over and hugged Silver Wolf. "No, I would never with a boy. Especially when I can have a real man." Harry felt his heart rip into pieces as his perfect, peaceful world came crashing down around him. He dropped to his knees, finding that they no longer could support him. Silver Wolf and Tonks both laughed insanely at him as he knelt there. Silver Wolf managed to get control over his laughter as he glared at Harry. "It is a disgrace to even have to look at you. Harry, you are nothing. And no one wants to be around you. You would be better off dead." Harry fought back his tears and tried to get to his feet but found that his legs still wouldn't work right. "That isn't true," Harry whined as he looked at Silver Wolf and Tonks. "Spade and Blade like me." Silver Wolf laughed even more as he found it hard to contain it any longer. After a few seconds he gained enough control to speak again. "You actually believe that they like you? Harry, wake up and face the facts that no one likes you. They don't like the famous Harry Potter, or should I say the lucky Harry Potter. No, they like Silver Wolf, me. Not you, Harry. Face it, Harry, you got lucky your entire life. Hell, I am surprised that you are still even alive. Tonks busted out laughing once more, and was again joined by Silver Wolf in the laughter. What is going on here? Came Blade's voice as he walked up to the three people by the lake. Harry looked at him and tried to smile. Blade, tell them that you are my friend. Tell them that you like me for who I am. Blade looked at Harry for a moment and then looked at Silver Wolf. Wolf, who in the hell is this kid? Silver Wolf laughed even harder than he had before. It took a couple minutes this time to gain enough control to speak again. You see, Harry, they don't even know you. How can they like you and be your friend when they only know me? Without me you would be nothing. Rather, you are nothing. Harry was still unable to stand as his own body acted against him. No. Harry shouted as he looked at Silver Wolf. I created you. You are nothing without me. Silver Wolf chuckled again as an evil smirk came to his face. Nice try, Harry. How do you expect other people to believe that when you don't even believe it? You know that you didn't create me. I have always been there deep inside you, ever since that night that Voldemort killed your parents. That is when I was born, even though you were too young to know that. I remained there lying, and waiting for the time to show myself. With each passing year I became more and more stronger, until finally I have become strong enough to take control. No, I won't allow you to take over. My friends, Ron and Hermione, won't allow you to do it either. Harry shouted, finally finding the strength to get to his feet. Silver Wolf laughed along with Blade and Tonks. You really think that? Keep telling yourself that, and maybe one day if you get lucky it might come true. Harry was about to respond when he felt a sting's pain in the back of his knees. Harry once again fell to the ground and was horrified when he looked up. Ron was standing there with a grin on his face with a bat in his hand. You are pathetic, Potter. You're just as arrogant and self-centered as Malfoy. Do you think that I would be caught dead being friends with a glorified prat? You just think because you are rich and famous that you should be the object of attention all the time. No more, Potter. Never again. Now there is only Silver Wolf. Ronald Weasley, how dare you? Came Hermione's voice from behind Harry. Harry smiled as he turned his head to see her standing there with her wand in hand. See, at least one of my friends are behind me. Hermione looked at Harry and started to laugh. What? Potter actually thought that I was defending him. I merely was astonished that Ron would resort to physical violence when attacking someone. With magic is less messy. Hermione said, and then started to laugh along with everyone else at Harry. His expression of hope turned to one of hurt and confusion. They all stopped laughing as they glared at Harry. Then they all started chanting, Harry Potter is no more, only Silver Wolf remains. They continued chanting it over and over again as Harry slumped down on the ground crying. Tonks days. A.N. Here is the next installment of T Story, and I must say it is a bit lighter than the last one. At least I think it is. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for the review. Dude, are you a mind reader or what? This is the second time you have mentioned in a review about what I was going to put in the following chapter. Thinks I might have to send out team to beat you up. Lol, glad you like the real world. And I assume you like the dream. Hope you enjoy this Tonks chapter, winking face. Silverscale. Thanks for the review. I will keep you in mind if I need any suggestions, but if you have a NY pertaining to this story or my other one, feel free to let me know when you review. KP Fan 1. Thank you. Princess Osh. Thank you for the review. If it made you feel sad, then I did my job right. The D-dest part about the dream was I wrote it with pure emotion that I was feeling. Actually, things that Harry felt in the dream and some outside of it come from me, because in my heart that's how I feel as well. Shadowtamon 100. Thank you for the review. Split personality. Well, that is an interesting thought, which I must say I have also. Though mine are kept inside my writing, so it adds to the impact and effectiveness of it. Fire Gazer. Thank you. As if Tonks didn't have enough on her mind already after finding out that Harry had disappeared. Now she had to return to the ministry and report to Kingsley that Harry would never be coming to work. Can this day get any worse? Tonks asked herself as she apparated back to the ministry. As soon as she arrived, she was summoned into Shacklebolt's office once more. He did not look too happy, and Tonks assumed that Dumbledore had already informed him of the situation. Close the door and sit down, Kingsley said in a harsh tone as Tonks walked into his office. She closed the door and sat down in the chair in front of his desk. I assume. Dumbledore informs me that you told him about Harry disappearing before you told me. No matter though, either way, this is not a good start to my day. Kingsley said, and Tonks could tell that he was pissed. The minister is going through the roof about this, and is coming down hard on me mostly. Though I think he gave Dumbledore an earful too about it. Tonks just looked at him, and she knew how he was feeling, sort of. She wasn't having the best day of her life either. First she found out that Harry was leaving. Then she finds out that he loved her, and now her boss was coming down on her because of all of it. I am sorry I didn't tell you first, but I thought Dumbledore could find him. As for the minister, I don't know why he is coming down so hard on you. Not like Fudge even likes Harry. Hell, you would think he would be grateful. He isn't grateful, in fact, he is facing more hell over T's than he did when he publicly denied the return of you-know-who. Kingsley said with a glare. If he thinks it is bad now, wait till the public hears about it. Tonks said without giving much thought about what she had said. Public. The public cannot find out about this. It has been decided that no one outside of the ministry and the order can know about this. If it got out that the savior of the world has ran off like a coward, Kingsley started to say but didn't get to finish his statement. Harry is not a coward. Tonks shouted as she stood up. He may be the only one that can save our sorry asses, but he is no coward. Harry has proved time and time again that he is braver than most of the people in the damn ministry. Kingsley looked a sight more pissed off than he had been, but tried to keep his cool. Tonks, I suggest if you wish to keep your job that you mind who you are speaking to. I know that you don't like how things run around here, but it is just this simple. We do what we are told and we don't go against our superiors. Now if you would sit your ass down, I will finish telling you what is going to happen. Tonks sat back down but kept glaring at Kingsley. The minister wants Harry found no matter what else happens. There is a team monitoring for his wand signature, and as soon as he uses it they will be sent to bring him in. The public is not to learn about what is happening here no matter what. Kingsley said as he looked at Tonks. Sir, I would like to be part of that team. Tonks said as she looked at Kingsley. I assumed as much, Tonks, and that is the second reason for asking you here. I want you to go and meet Malcolm Hardy. He is leading the team that is hunting for Harry, but I want someone from the order on the team. If you find Harry, I want you to bring him to me, as I have order. If the others catch him, they may feel that the minister's orders outrank mine. Dumbledore wants to hear from Harry before Fudge gets a chance to question him. Kingsley said as he motioned for her to leave. Tonks nodded and made her way to meet her new commanding officer. Harry, I hope you know what you got yourself into. Tonks thought as she walked to the meeting room. As Tonks walked into the room, she was met by Malcolm Hardy. You must be Tonks. Now that you are here, we can start this meeting. Please take a seat and we will begin. Tonks took her seat as waited for the meeting to start. As you know, this is a classified operation, and it is my understanding that all of you know what that means. If anything is said about this operation outside of this RO, you will find that you're in Azkaban for it. Hardy stated in a matter of the fact sort of way. We will be watching for Harry Potter's wand signature. Once we have it, we will apparate to the location and bring in him. All of you have been briefed with the level of information that you are permitted, so no more on this will be said. Sir, we have him. He is in the Jade Scorpion. Also, sir, he set off the unforgivable ward. Which means he used an unforgivable curse. An Auror said as he looked at Hardy. Okay, let's go get him and we will sort out the violations when we are done. Hardy said as the team apparated out of the office. When they arrived, there was no signs of Harry in the bar, but there was 2 men tied up on the floor. Tonks saw a man in black sitting alone at the bar. Harry, would you be dumb enough to stick around? Tonks thought as she walked up to the man. Watcher, Tonks said as she stepped up beside the man. The man turned to look at her, and she could see right away it wasn't Harry. If it was, then he was using some sort of disguise. Then it hit her. Would Harry use his abilities to change his appearance now? Would he stay behind and watch the Aurors come for him? No, Harry wouldn't do that. Tonks thought as she looked into his silver eyes. Hello, darlin', the man said in a forced calm voice. Tonks smiled at him with her radiant smile. Can I ask you a few questions? The man grinned at her. Milady, you can ask me anything you wish, if you answer me this. What name is befitting an angel like you? Tonks couldn't believe a complete stranger was talking to her like that. There was also something in the way the man said it that made her blush. You can all me Tonks, mister. Ellipsis quote. Wolf, the man said as he looked at her. You may call me Silver Wolf. Well, Mr. Wolf, Tonks said, fighting back her grin. I must inform you that I am an or sent here by the ministry. I want to know if you saw any of the fight that took place here or if you saw who captured these two guys. The man fought to hide a grin, but Tonks could tell he was trying to hide it. I am sorry, Miss Tonks, but as you see, I am here for a drink. Nothing more or less, so no, I didn't see anything. Though I did hear the guy say something about he was going to kill Voldemort. Tonks flinched a bit at his comment. She had never heard anyone except Harry and Dumbledore speak the Dark Lord's name with such malice in their voice. She knew there was something about the guy that struck her as being strange. Tonks was pulled out of her musing by the voice of her commander. Tonks, wrap it up, we're leaving. Tonks smiled at Wolf. Thanks for your help. Maybe we will see each other again. He gave her a mischievous grin. I am sure we will. Tonks smiled at him for a moment longer and then apparated back to the office. Hardy looked at his team with a grim expression on his face. Harry is slick, I will give him that, but we will have to quicken our response time. I want you manning the wards constantly. And alert me to any that is his. I will have to go interrogate the two Death Eaters we brought in. Tonks stood up and looked at Hardy. With all due respect, sir, your command is over this unit. You do not have the authority to interrogate the Death Eaters. I will report to Kingsley Shacklebolt and he will decide who will do the interrogation. It is by his orders, sir, not mine, that he be informed of this situation. Hardy looked like he was fit to be tied, but acted calm. Miss Tonks, you are correct, the minister didn't give me that authority, but since it pertains to my investigation, I believe that your boss needs to butt out. Tonks got a stern look on her face as she looked at him. Have it your way. I will be reporting to my boss no matter what. I personally do not want to lose my job. But if you don't value yours much, continue on with the interrogation. Before Hardy could say anything to Tonks, she abruptly turned and left the room. She closed the door behind her and breathed a sigh of relief. Something tells me that this Silver Wolf has more to do with this than he was letting on. Tonks thought as she made her way to Kingsley's office. After telling Kingsley about two Death Eaters, he decided that Dumbledore would want to speak with them. Tonks asked that she be allowed a word with them, but Kingsley would not allow it. Tonks went back to her small space in the office and sat down. Oh Harry, if that was you tonight in the bar, I hope you know what you're doing. Not only will you have the ministry after you, but Voldemort isn't going to be happy with you either. Tonks thought as she looked at a picture of Harry she had from a party a few years before. Tonks went home that night still not knowing anything. Kingsley wouldn't allow her near the prisoners. And Hardy was upset with her because he couldn't get near them either. In fact, Kingsley wasn't allowing anyone see them, until Dumbledore had a chance to speak with them. Tonks sat on her bed, feeling worse than normal. Harry, why couldn't you just come to me? I would have helped you through whatever problems you were having. If only you knew how much I care for you. Tonks cried herself to sleep that night. And woke to find that the next day was no better. She still wasn't given any information about the Death Eaters and there were no more signs of Harry anywhere. All she could do was sit and wait. And in the meantime feel her heart being ripped apart by the lack of information. She missed Harry more than she could say to anyone, and she was falling into a deep depression that was being felt by everyone. Bad moods. Some people liked the All Tonks chapter, which did have Harry in it, as Silver Wolf, and some didn't. So to please both groups, this is a Harry and Tonks chapter. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for the review. I may have been OOC on Kingsley in this story, but I don't really know much about him to judge. I just know how I needed his character to be, and so that's why he was this way. Hope no one minds. I am not sure if Tonks is acting the way all scorned lovers would, but this is how I see it happening. Since a lot of what I write comes from the heart, it is easier to write Harry's feeling than it is to do Tonks. Though I have tried to show her yet again in this chapter. Princess Osh. Thank you for reviewing. Actually, Harry was in the last chapter when Tonks went to the pub and spoke with Silver Wolf. But I know what you mean. That's why I have them both in this chapter. It also has his next test in it as well. Galandro 83. Thank you. Silverscale. Thanks for reviewing. Also thanks for the suggestion about the animagus forms, but I have them already figured out, but thanks. Also I will check out your stories that you said about in your other review. Fire Gazer. Thank you for the review. I didn't think the last chapter was as sad as the one before it, but I could be wrong. Shadowdamon 100. Thanks for the review. Tonks might be depressed, but so is Harry. If your other personalities haven't noticed lol. Night now, so hopefully you review in the morning winking face. U10. Thanks for reviewing. You feel sorry for Tonks, but Harry is going through the same thing. He is in love with her and doesn't know that she loves him too. Harry does need the training, but you're right, he needs to get things straight with Tonks too. Maybe they will work things out, or maybe he will just be stubborn and not speak to her. Harry bolted up straight in his bed, sweat pouring down his face, and his sheet clutched in his fists. The dream he had was worse than most of the nightmares that he had involving Voldemort. Harry looked around trying to grasp where exactly he was. Then it all came crashing back to him. He was still inside Spade's mansion, or the Jade Scorpion headquarters as it turned out to be. The though of his situation drove through him like a spike. Did they just see him as Silver Wolf? Of course they did, how else could they have seen him? They didn't know that he was Harry Potter. And that was good because he didn't want that. Though after the dream he had, he didn't know if he wanted them to know Silver Wolf either. Harry mused as he continued to look around the room. It was 3 in the morning, and normally Harry would have gotten up in an hour anyway. However, this morning it seemed like he was forced up by that nightmare. He didn't even bother to try and go back to sleep. He stood up and got dressed for the day, but wasn't sure that he wanted to face it or not. Harry decided not to rush into his morning exercises, since he still had an hour till he normally did them. Instead, he sat down at a small desk in the room and pulled out a quill and parchment. He tried relentlessly for an hour to write a letter to Tonks, but every time ended up burning it. Why can't I even write her a simple letter? Harry said out loud as he started to become perturbed with himself. Harry finally decided to abandon the whole thing and go start his morning exercises. At least that way he could try and clear his head before meeting the others for the day's testing. Tonks woke up at 4 o'clock even if she didn't like it. She had learned to wake up early during OR training since they had to. Though it seemed pointless now to her, but for some reason she still did it. She would have much rather continued to sleep, and continue dreaming about Harry. That was the only peaceful time she had nowadays. It was the only time that her world was in perfect harmony, because her and Harry were together like they should be. However, now fully awoke, she had to face the fact that her world was not peaceful, at harmony, and she definitely didn't have Harry here with her. She walked over to her desk and sat down looking at the only picture of Harry she had. I just wish you were here so much, but yet I have no idea where you are. She said as a tear ran down her cheek. She decided to try and write to Harry, even if she didn't know where he was. She hoped that an owl would be able to find him. However, after an hour of disappointment, she decided that it is pointless to try. No matter how many times she tried, she just couldn't put into words what she was feeling. She desperately wanted to tell him that she loved him and for him to come home to her. Though it never seemed right when written down. She decided that she would just get ready for work. Maybe if she kept busy with other matters she wouldn't worry and miss Harry so much. After his morning exercise he made his way into the mansion. It was time for breakfast, and Harry was starving after all he had been through. As he walked in he found Spade and Quake both at the table eating and talking. Harry walked over to the table and sat down. He merely nodded when they said morning, and began to eat. Spade could tell there was something wrong with him, but he just didn't know for sure what it was. Are you feeling okay, Wolf? At first Harry wasn't going to answer. He felt like shouting. How in the hell could I feel okay when my world has been destroyed? However, he decided against that. I'm fine, he said curtly, though deep down he knew he wasn't fine at all. Spade could tell that he was not fine, but decided not to push the issue. If he didn't want to talk about it, then he wasn't going to pry into it. Spade said his goodbyes and promptly left the dining room. Quake, being an older wizard, not to mention a former monk, was not as willing to let it go. You don't seem fine to me, Mr. Wolf. It might do well for you to talk about it. Harry just glared at Quake and went back to eating. He didn't want to explode on Quake, so he decided to keep quiet. Quake still didn't feel the urge to let it go. If anything, he was more determined than ever to get him to talk. It must be something really troubling for you to be in such a foul mood. I am good at listening. After all, a monk knows when to be quiet and listen to the tales of his fellow man. Harry slammed his fist down on the table and stood up. If you're so good at being quiet, then why don't you shut the hell up? Harry said as he left the dining room without even finishing his whole breakfast. Tonks Erev. Ed at the ministry determined to keep to herself in her small space. At least if she stayed busy with her own work, then she would not have to face anyone. However, as her luck would have it, she would not be left alone in peace. Malcolm Hardy decided to have a word with her about her actions the past couple of days. Tonks, we need to talk in my office, Hardy said as he glared at Tonks. Tonks looked up at him and glared. I'm busy at the moment, she said curtly and returned to the mound of papers in front of her. That was not a request, Miss Tonks. I want your butt in my office in 10 minutes, Hardy said as he abruptly turned and walked off. Tonks slammed her fist on her desk, successful knocking the mound of papers off of it. Just bloody brilliant. Can this damn day get any better? 2. NKS cried as she bent down to pick up the papers she knocked off. Tonks, came Kingsley's voice from above her desk. Tonks jumped and as a result smacked her head off of her desk. For Merlin's sake, she screamed as she rubbed her head, dropping the papers back to the floor that she had just picked up. What do you want? Kingsley looked at her for a moment as she continued to rub her head. You look like hell. But that is another matter. I want you in my office in 10 minutes. Tonks glared at him as she stood up. Get in line then, cause Hardy wants to see me too. Forget Hardy. Be in my office, and I will deal with Hardy, Kingsley said as he turned and left Tonks once again alone. Can it get any worse? Tonks asked aloud as she stood up to go to Kingsley's office. Harry was not in the mood for dealing with anyone, and especially didn't feel like taking any tests. After his encounter with Quake, Harry decided he would go up to his room. That way maybe no one would come looking for him, at least not till lunch, since most didn't get up till then. However, Harry's luck was turning out to be as bad as it could be. On his way to his room he ran into Tiger. Good morning, Wolf. Sleep well? Tiger asked in a full upbeat mood. Harry scowled at Tiger's bubbling mood. What's so bloody good about it? Tiger was taken aback a bit by Wolf's response. Wow, just trying to be nice, no need to bite my head off. What do you want, Tiger? Harry asked, not even caring if he was being rude or not. Tiger remained calm as he smiled at Harry. You will be testing with me today. I wanted to make sure you were up cause after breakfast I want to get started. Fine, I'll be in my room when you're done. I assume you know where it is, Harry said curtly and made his way to his room. Tonks made her way to Kingsley's office and sat down after closing the door. What did you want? First, I suggest that you lose the attitude, Miss Tonks, because I do not take it too kindly. Second, I asked you here because Dumbledore has finished interrogating the 2 Death Eaters that were brought in. It took some time, but Dumbledore managed to get some information out of them. They said that it wasn't Harry Potter that attacked them. They said that it was someone calling himself Silver Wolf. Did you interview anyone in the pub by that name? Kingsley asked as he looked at Tonks. Tonks instantly thought back to that night. She had in fact talked to Silver Wolf, and now that she thought about it, it all made perfect sense to her, but now she had another dilemma. No, sir. I only got the chance to interview one person in the pub that night, though he was far too drunk to give me any useful information. Tonks lied, hoping that Kingsley didn't know more than he was letting on. Kingsley frowned slightly as he looked over a parchment in front of him. I have looked over the other reports, and it seems that none of them investigated this mysterious Silver Wolf either. I am starting to think these Death Eaters were able to lie to Dumbledore, even if it seems impossible. Either that or this mysterious Silver Wolf just vanished into thin air. Either way, I want you to look into the connection. Dumbledore wants to know what the connection between Silver Wolf and Harry are. We were sure that Harry was behind the attack, since it was his wand used, but now we don't know what to think. It is quite possible that this Silver Wolf might have done something to Harry and taken his wand. Tonks, lost in her own musing, only caught bits of what Kingsley was saying, but knew enough to get by. I will check into Sir. That is unless Hardy has other plans for me. Kingsley looked up at her and smirked. I have decided that Mr. Hardy should not be in charge of that team any longer. He has tried numerous times to overstep my authority, and have decided to reassign him. Tonks, it is in the best interest of the Order that you take a more active role in this investigation. Miss Tonks, I am hereby placing you in command of the team. Quote. Promptly following his breakfast, Tiger went up to Harry's room and got him for the testing. Harry found himself outside the mansion once more, and again had no clue what sort of test he would be put through. Mr. Wolf, today we will see how quick you are. You must be both quick of mind and quick on your feet to make it in this world. This test may take you a bit to complete, but from what I hear of you, you should do fine. Tiger said, still not getting to the point of the test. Harry glared at Tiger. He was in no mood for games, and it seemed that Tiger knew that. However, Tiger still insisted on playing his mind games with him. What is the test? Tiger looked at Harry and smiled again, which added to Harry's already bad mood. It is quite simple, Mr. Wolf. All you have to do is complete the course laid out in front of you before time expires. I will provide you with a map and directions, and then it is up to you to complete it. I will be waiting at the end watching the timer. If you make it to me before time runs out, you pass. It all seemed too simple to Harry, and he knew that it would be anything but simple. Fine, give me what I need and then I can get started. Tonks left Kingsley's office still lost in her own thoughts. I knew something was different about Silver Wolf, but could it be? Could he possibly be Harry? If so, then why didn't he react when I told him who I was? Come to think of it, he did seem a bit forward, but most men have that habit with me. Maybe it was Harry, and that is why he had come onto me. Though if I am wrong, then Harry could be in serious trouble. What if Kingsley was right? What if Silver Wolf did do something to Harry and stole his wand? Tonks was brought out of her musing as she collided with someone. She looked down and a sneer came to her face. Tonks, watch where you are walking or I will make sure you no longer work here. Hardy said with the harshest tone possible. Tonks sneered at him as she stood up. Hardy, I have had just enough of you. Thank Merlin that has Kingsley. Tonks walked away from the confused Hardy. Apparently he didn't know that he had been replaced yet, and Tonks knew once he found out H would be furious. This brought a bit of a smile to her face as she continued towards her small space. I have to find out more about this Silver Wolf character. If he truly is Harry, then I want to know. If he isn't, then I am going to make him tell me what he has done to him and where he is. If he did hurt Harry in any way, I swear I will kill him myself. Tonks though. As she gloomily returned to the task of picking up the papers she knocked off her desk. Tiger gave Harry his map and his directions for the test. Harry stood looking over the directions as Tiger took off for the end. This is a test of speed, but there are a few rules that must be abided by. Rule 1. No apparating. Rule 2. No portkeys. Rule 3. All other magic is allowed. You may use any means to complete this test, as long as it is not in violation of Rules 1 and 2. Harry grinned as he looked at the first portion of the directions. That is pretty simple, not like when I faced Blade without magic. First, you are to make your way down the shoreline of the island. This portion should take no more than a half hour, since the shoreline is only 25 miles in length. Second, once you reach the end of the shore, you will find a transport boat waiting for you. You are to take the boat to the designation indicated on the map. However, you may use any method you see fit to get to the location, as long as it doesn't break Rule 1 or 2. Third, once you arrive on the island location, you are to make your way to the final destination. This will not be easy as other obstacles have been erected to prevent your arrival. Fourth, the final destination is a small house. Once inside, you will have to make your way to the main room, where I will be waiting for you. If you manage to get there before time runs out, then you will pass. Otherwise you will fail, and be sent home. Harry grinned broadly as he looked at the directions. Piece of cake. I thought he would give me more of a challenge really. Tonks had just finished cleaning her small space when her luck turned back once more. Tonks, came Hardy's harsh voice before he even entered her small space. What in the hell is the meaning of this? I don't know what you said to Kingsley, but I swear you will regret the day you crossed me. He continued as he stormed into Tonks' area. Tonks quickly got to her feet, unfortunately for her. Her knees hit the desk, sending the papers back to the floor she just picked up. Damn it! She screamed as she looked at the mess on her floor once more. Then she turned her attention to an irate Hardy. I didn't say a damn thing to him. I told you to watch what you did, but you didn't listen. You pissed off Kingsley, so you deserve to be replaced. Hardy just glared at her with a sneer on his face. I know you did something, and I will prove it. Don't think for a minute that I won't be talking to the minister about this. I will not all you or that idiot Kingsley screw this up for me. Mark my words, Tonks, by the end of the day both of you will be looking for new lines of work, or even better, will be sitting in Azkaban. Tonks turned red with rage as she looked at Hardy. Get out and have that office you're in cleared out by lunch. As your replacement I am entitled to it, and I will expect it empty by time I get there. If it isn't, I will see to it that you are put on dung detail for the next year. Hardy glared at Tonks with a sneer, and left the space looking even more enraged than he was when he came in. Harry pulled the shrunken version of his firebolt out of his pocket. After a quick enlargement charm, the broom was back to its normal glory. He didn't say I couldn't fly, so it's not like a breaking any rules. Harry muttered as he mounted his broom. It felt great to be back on his old friend. He had thought about buying a newer model, but couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, it was Sirius who bought him the broom, and he didn't have many things from his godfather anymore. Thinking quickly and flying fast were two things that Harry was good at. As such, he figured that there might be some things in his way to slow him. He muttered an invisibility charm over him and his broom. As long as he avoided fighting, he could stay concealed under it. He flew down the shoreline, looking down at it, looking for obstacles that would have slowed him down, but couldn't see any. Pushing all thoughts to the back of his mind, he raced down to where the boat was waiting for him. He was tempted to take the boat to the small island, but decided that it wasn't safe. Not really knowing what types of traps might be in place, it was safer to take his broom. Harry continued to fly until he saw the small island come into view. He landed on the shore and got off his broom. The island had dense trees, which would have been impossible to fly through on it. After shrinking his broom, he placed it in his pocket and consulted his map. By taking his broom, Harry saved himself at least a half hour or more. Now that would prove beneficial if he had to fight his way to the house on the island. After looking at the map a few more times, he found the path he was to take. Rai looked at the path with a smirk on his face. Harry concentrated for a moment and started to transform. He went from his human form and changed into a silver saber wolf. Harry sniffed the air around him and then the entrance to the path. After a moment, he reverted back to human form. Nice try, Tiger. You would want me to walk right in there. If I was some gullible kid, I probably would have, but I know better than to walk into an ambush, Harry said to himself as he started to look for a new path to follow in. By noon, Tonks had her new office, and had finished moving all her things into it. It was nice having more space. But still, it seemed empty to her. She had met up with her team and told them that she was running it. That Malcolm Hardy had been moved to another department, but she wouldn't tell them where. Since she didn't know where he was going, she couldn't. She also got a briefing on the situation, which still had not changed. They still couldn't pick up Harry's wand signature. And this worried Tonks more than anything. She sat in her office worrying about the lack of activity. Either Harry was lying low after his run-in with the Death Eaters, or something more grave had happened. Silver Wolf could have just used the wand that one time out of desperation and no longer had any use for it. Thoughts kept crashing into her mind, and some were not thoughts that she cared to be thinking. Harry was once again in his silver saber wolf form and was sniffing around for a new way to get to the house. He had heightened senses in this form, and though he kept his ready mind, he didn't have to deal so heavily with the thoughts of Tonks. In this form, all he thought about was surviving this test. He would have enough time to think about the woman he loves, when he was in human form. No need to do it when he was a wolf. After a few minutes of sniffing, he found the travel that smelt something like tiger. Only it was a bit more feline in nature, but it was still his scent. Tiger must have used the path to sneak to the house, without being caught by his own traps. Harry instantly started up the path that he took. It took 10 minutes to get through the woods, but soon he came to a clearing just outside the woods. He reverted back to his human form and looked around. So that is how you want to play. Guess you didn't count on me being an animagus. Harry chuckled slightly at his comment. Harry then saw the house up in the distance. It was a run-down shack at best, that was 2 stories in height. As Harry looked, he saw that there was a large creation blocking the main door into the house. He then looked up and saw an open window on the top floor. Harry pulled out his broom and once again brought it to its normal size. After muttering an invisibility spell on himself, he took off flying for the window. He glided into the window and found that the room he was in was deserted. He muttered a silencing charm on himself and a spell to mask his odor. He then eased his eye out after Dublin his invisibility spell. He quietly made his way down the stairs where he saw Blade, Spade, and Tiger all standing with their wands aimed at the front door. 3 against 1, huh? Harry thought to himself as he aimed his wand at them. He then sent 3 stunners at them before they even knew what hit them. All 3 men fell to the ground out cold. Harry quickly bound them and took their wands before reviving them. Nice try, guys, but you're all died. Harry said with a triumphant smile on his face. Spade just rolled his eyes as he looked at Silver Wolf standing there with a wand pointed at him. Blade laughed a bit once he got a sense of what happened. I told you it wouldn't work, Tiger. Tiger seemed the most shocked out of all of them. How did you? It isn't possible. This was never about time, was it, Tiger? You wanted me to fail this test to prove that I wasn't worthy of being here, right? Harry said with a sneer at Tiger. Harry untied Blade and Spade but kept Tiger bound up. Blade and Spade both stood up and looked at Harry with renewed respect. How did you get by the quicksand on the beach? How did you manage to avoid the whirlpools in the water? Ho. W in the hell did you get past Quake and Ice Queen in the woods, let alone all the other traps I placed there? Tiger asked, still trying desperately to figure it all out. Harry just laughed a bit as he glared at Tiger. It all seemed too simple, so I decided you had to have some other traps for me. I didn't know about the quicksand, though I figured there was something there. I merely flew up the shoreline and over to this island. The boat was unquestionably a trap. I mean, anyone could have figured that out. As for your little ambush in the woods, you will have to figure out that one on your own. Though I am sure Quake and Ice Queen are still waiting for me to come along. I never passed either of them. Blade placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Well done, Wolf. I knew you wouldn't fall for any of it. Though Tiger here was sure you would. Spade just smiled as he looked down at Tiger. Looks like he got the better of you, Tiger. Now you might want to rethink your test for future use, because I am sure that Wolf will outdo you again. Tiger was clearly mad when he was left out of the bindings and stormed off to find Ice Queen and Quake. Harry looked at Spade and his expression turned back to one of depression and hurt. After dinner I wish to go back to England. Spade and Blade looked a bit shocked by his statement. Blade looked a bit downhearted as he spoke. I hope you are not reconsidering joining. Tiger didn't mean anything by his test. It is the one he uses on all new recruits. Though you're the first to pass it in a long time. Harry looked him in the eyes. No, I am not quitting the training or the tests. I just need some time alone, much like you needed last night, Blade. I would like to return to England tonight, and I will find Spade at his pub when I am ready to return back here. Spade looked at Harry and grinned. I will set up a portkey for you to leave after dinner. As for me bringing you back, I think you have proven enough that you are worthy of a skull. I want you to have your own black skull, which will bring you back to the mansion when you are ready. There is no hurry, we will be around when you are ready to continue. Nighttime meeting. Here is the next chapter, hope you like it. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for the review. Once again, you read my mind and you will see what I mean by that when you read this chapter, I think. As for their similar day. Yes, it was my point to show that they both were suffering from Harry's disappearance. Black Hood. Thanks for the review. I am sorry if you don't like how I am handling Harry. All I can say is if it bothers you that much, maybe you shouldn't read the story. U10. Thanks for reviewing. I am glad that you liked the chapter and how I set it up. I had hoped that it would clear a few issues up that were out there. Cycla. Thank you. I am glad you like it. Silverscale. Thanks for the review. I thought your stories were interesting, read my reviews I left for a more detailed view on them. Fire Gazer. Thanks for reviewing. Yes, Hardy is a jerk and gets what is coming to him in this chapter lol. Princess Osh. Thanks for reviewing. I don't think Tiger thought Harry was stupid, though he clearly didn't pay attention to his abilities. He just wanted to show him up, but it didn't work. As for Ice Queen's test, it will come up after Quake's test, but will be before the final test. Wolf Lady. Thank you, glad you like it. Shadowdamon 100. Thank you all for your views. Darkness. Too bad, it may have sucked to you, but it was a necessary test. Faith. Thank you. Kate. Thank you, and I am glad you liked it. Dark Side. Don't thank them, make them work for it. Blade. Shut up, asshole, and let him do his damn job. John. Thanks, Blade, and Dark Side who let you out. Lol, see, I have my own personality problems, Shadow Demon. So I know it can be a pain. Doomasgaze. Thank you, glad you like it. After dinner, Harry waited in the foyer for Spade to come and meet him. He didn't have to wait long. And before he knew it, Spade walked in with a small book in hand. Are you sure you want to go, Wolf? Spade asked for the 10th time that evening. Yes, I have to sort out my thoughts. If I don't get my mind in order, I will never be able to focus on my training, Harry said as he looked at the book in Spade's hand. Spade forced a smile onto his face. Okay, I have a portkey here, it will activate in a minute. It will take you into my office in the pub in Nocturne Alley. Since I have some work to do there as well, I will accompany you there. You already have the Black Skull, so when you are ready you may return. If you need anything in the meantime, be sure to come see me. Harry agreed and then placed his hand on the book. After a few seconds he felt the familiar tug behind his navel and the shifting beneath his feet. When he opened his eyes again, he was inside Spade's office just like Spade said he would be. After thanking Spade once more, he made his way out of the office and through the pub. Once outside he looked at his watch and saw it was 6:30. Maybe I should see if anyone is at the pub, Harry thought as he walked down Nocturne Alley turns Diagon Alley. After 10 minutes of walking, Harry found himself standing outside the Shining Star, the old Auror hangout. If I remember from my training correctly, most Aurors I know come here to relax. Maybe I will get lucky. Though I better not go in looking like this. They might bloody well arrest me for those Death Eaters, Harry thought as he ducked into a dark alley near the bar. Harry figured it would be best to go in disguised at first, and then if he found who he was looking for he would reveal himself. Harry transfigured his black hooded cloak to look like Professor Lupin's ragged robes that he wore in Harry's 3rd year. He then changed his appearance and voice to look and sound like an old man. After he was sure he looked the part, he made his way into the bar. He made his way up to the bar where the familiar bartender, named Dave, was working. He sat down by a gentleman that he instantly realized to be one of the Aurors from the Jade Scorpion the night he caught those 2 Death Eaters. He was glad that he did go in disguised, since he didn't need to be hassled right now. What can I get ya, old timer? Dave asked as he looked at Harry. Harry fought back a laugh at his comment. I'll take a bottle of fire whiskey, Sonny. After Dave gave him the bottle and he paid for it, he sat glancing around the bar, taking a drink once in a while for effect. The man next to him was also drinking fire whiskey, but seemed to be putting it away faster than he was. Dave, you know it's not fair. That bastard Kingsley interfering like he did. I hope the minister throws Kingsley and that bitch Tonks in Azkaban. Harry's attention peaked when he heard the man talking about Tonks like that. He wanted to curse him into next week, but decided to listen instead. Maybe this guy would hang himself if given enough rope. Sereno, the man continued his ranting, and as he did, Harry became even more enraged at him. If he wasn't in a bad mood to start with, this guy surely had put him into one. I'm telling you, Dave, if I could catch that bastard Silver Wolf or that other brat, that would prove that I was right to command the team and not that bitch Tonks. The man said as he downed the rest of his bottle. Harry heard enough, but knew better than to curse the man in the middle of a bar full of Aurors. Sir, I couldn't help but overhear your ranting. Harry started in his old man's voice to the man beside him. My old mind fails me now and then, but when you mentioned that man named Silver Wolf, something clicked. I overheard a kind with short black hair talking about meeting a man named Silver Wolf. The man beside him was now fully alert. Or at least as alert as he could be, as he looked at Harry. Tell me what you know, old man. I am an Auror and it is important that I obtain Silver Wolf for questioning. As I said, my mind is failing. Harry started, almost amused at how easily it was to bait this sucker. It was something about meeting him at 7:30 in an alley by the Scorpion or something. The Jade Scorpion. The man asked, now more alert than expected. Harry fought to hide his laughter as he continued. That's the one. Yeah, they were going to meet at the end of the side alley. Something about Death Eaters or something like that. Thanks, old man. The man said as he jumped up and started out of the bar. Dave looked at the old man and then at where the man was sitting. Hey Hardy, you forgot your cloak. The man abruptly stopped and ran back for his cloak. After thanking the bartender, Malcolm Hardy made his way out of the bar to catch Silver Wolf in the act. Harry sniggered as he stood and walked out of the bar, leaving half a bottle of fire whiskey untouched. To Harry this was more important, and he could always afford a new bottle later, but it was priceless to pass up this opportunity. Harry apparated to the alley and cast a silencing charm on himself after changing his appearance back to Silver Wolf. He then cast an invisibility charm on himself so he could wait for Hardy. 5 minutes before the 7:30 meeting, he cast an illusion charm to make it look like Silver Wolf was standing at the end of the alley. At 7:30, right on the button, he watched as Hardy made his way down the alley trying to sneak up on Silver Wolf. Harry laughed as he watched him with a keen eye. Hardy had fallen for the trap, hook, line, and sinker. Harry was even more shocked that Hardy had come alone to try and catch him. He must really want to be the next Fudge. Harry thought as he continued to watch Hardy. Malcolm Hardy snuck up the alley and once he was close enough sent a stunner at the illusion. However, when the man didn't fall, Hardy became concerned. By then it was too late though for him. Harry stepped out and sent a stunner at Hardy as he sent one at the illusion. Hardy fell to the ground with a thud. Harry conjured up ropes and tied Hardy the side of the building, hanging him from a window sill. After Harry was sure that Hardy wasn't going anywhere, he revived him. Harry let out an insane laugh as Hardy became aware of the situation. Mr. Hardy, it would seem that you were looking for me. How? I stunned you. Hardy stammered as he looked at Silver Wolf. Harry laughed again and then glared at Hardy. No, you stunned my illusion, you idiot. Do you think that I would be so easily trapped? You can never trust someone even if they are the boy who lived. The boy? Hardy started and then his expression changed to one of recognition. You're working with that punk Harry Potter. Hardy shouted as he looked at Silver Wolf. Harry laughed again at his stupidity. No, you moron. That is who told you about this meeting, isn't it? You would think he would have been thankful when I offered to help him. No matter, I personally don't like scum like you. I have a message for you, Hardy. One that I want you to give to that ass of a minister. Tell Fudge if he continues looking for Harry or me, I will personally kill him. Harry might be against killing, but I am not. As for you, if you continue bad-mouthing Miss Tonks, I will kill you. He was speechless as he looked at Silver Wolf, pointing a wand right at him. You wouldn't dare. Hardy finally got out after mustering up the courage to speak. Try me. Harry shouted as he glared at Hardy. You're lucky that I am busy tonight, or else you would suffer now. However, I must be going now, but by all means stick around. Since you seem so tied up at the moment. Remember to tell Fudge to watch his back because Silver Wolf is coming for him. Harry laughed at Hardy and tossed Hardy's wand down on the ground. He then pulled out his wand and cast a silencing charm on Hardy to mute him. Beforehand, Harry had used one of the Death Eater's wands, but now he decided to test a theory. Harry apparated his spot in front of Hardy to the shadows in the distance. He quickly cast a silencing charm and invisibility charm on himself. He watched as Aurors appeared in the alley with a smile on his face. Single quote. That was quick, Harry thought as he continued to watch. Tonks' day was littered with good and bad luck since lunch. It seemed that no matter how hard she tried to concentrate on her paperwork, it didn't. Tea helped to keep her thoughts of Harry out of her mind. She tried right up till dinnertime to complete them, but didn't get too far. She decided to go and see how her team was doing. There had been no activity in a while, so she was sure they were all bored out of their minds. She walked in and found that half of them were asleep. Only 2 of them were still monitoring the wards, and it seemed that they were barely able to do it. Anything? Tonks asked, making the 2 that were awake jump out of their seats. No ma'am. One of them said in a louder voice than necessary, which worked to wake a few of the sleeping agents up. Sorry. The sleeping ones said unison as they looked at Tonks. I know it is boring to sit here watching the wards. Tonks began, not really mad about those that were sleeping. I don't blame you for sleeping. Just make sure someone is watching them at all times. I would hate to miss a chance to catch Harry. Tonks was about to leave when one of the people shouted. We have him. He is in the alley outside the Jade Scorpion. Tonks turned to look at the aura that had shouted. Was it an unforgivable this time? She asked, dreading the answer. No ma'am, it was a silencing charm. One used to mute someone. So they can't talk. The aura said. Okay, let's go, wands at the ready, but do not hurt him. Tonks said as she apparated to the location, which Harry was said to be at. Tonks was shocked when they arrived and found Malcolm Hardy handing there all bounded up. What happened here? Hardy's mouth moved as if he was trying to shout what happened, but nothing came out. Some unmute him. Tonks said as she fought the urge to laugh. An aura undid the silencing charm on Hardy and then stood back. You think this is funny? I will kill that bastard when I get my hands on him. Hardy shouted as his voice returned. Mr. Hardy, if you would kindly calm down, maybe you could tell me what happened here. Tonks said in a calm, sweet tone, though she was fighting the urge to laugh. Like you don't know already, you little bitch. That bastard Silver Wolf set me up and no doubt you are working with him. I will be certain to tell Mr. Fudge of my suspicions as well. When I am done, all of you will be in Azkaban. Hardy shouted at Tonks as he glared at her. Harry stood silently watching the events unfold in front of him. He was becoming even more enraged as he listened to what Hardy was saying. That bastard. I will make him regret saying that to her. Harry thought as he watched on. Mr. Hardy, am I to assume that Silver Wolf did this to you? One of the auras asked as he looked at Hardy. You're damn right it was him. No doubt trying to embarrass me just like Tonks is. Hardy shouted as his face started to get even more red. Get me down. Delay that request. Tonks said as she saw one of her agents moving to get Hardy down. I wish to speak with Mr. Hardy alone. You may return to the ministry. It is clear that Harry is not here now. File your reports and I will handle Mr. Hardy. The other auras dissipated from the alley as Tonks glared at Hardy. As for you, I don't know what makes you think that Silver Wolf and I are working together, but if you ever undermine me in front of my team like that again, I will see to it that you are placed in Azkaban. Do I make myself clear? Hardy didn't say a word as he glared at Tonks. You have hated me since the first day. And I am tired of your childish behavior. Let me just say that you are lucky that I am on your side, because if I was working with Silver Wolf you would be sorry. Maybe you could care to explain what you were doing confronting Silver Wolf anyways. You are no longer on this team, and as such have no pleas trying to apprehend him. Tonks shouted as she glared at Hardy. Harry couldn't believe how mad Tonks was. She seemed to hate this Hardy guy as much as he did. He found that he was falling in love with her all over again as he continued to watch her in silence. If you did your job right, Hardy started, you would have been the one to encounter him. Unlike you, I don't sit on my ass in my office all day. I get out and follow up leads that might get me closer to finding him. Tonks was now full enraged and fighting back the urge to curse him. It is not your place to be hunting for him. Kingsley will find out about your insubordination and I hope you lose your job over this. As for me sitting on my ass, I will have you know that I have done more in one day than you did the whole week. At least it wasn't me that was dumb enough to walk into an ambush. I am sure you wouldn't have. Hardy said curtly, clearing, implying that he still believed Tonks to be working with Silver Wolf. How did you know where I was anyway? Hardy asked, hoping to catch Tonks in the act of working with Silver Wolf. If you must know, Hardy. Tonks started as she glared at him. We were alerted to Harry's wand signature in this location. We are after all monitoring for it. Harry looked at Tonks with a smile on his face. So I was right, they are tracking my wand. Good thing I've been using other wands. Though this could be interesting nonetheless. Harry thought as he continued to watch Tonks with love in his eyes. Are you going to release me? Hardy asked as if he deserved to be unbounded. Tonks looked at him and grinned. It would serve you right to stay there. However, it is my duty to aid a fellow aura even if he is a pompous ass. Tonks said as she undid the ropes holding Hardy in place. Once Hardy had his wand, he disapparated from the alley with a slight pop. Tonks looked around the alley for a moment. Harry, where are you? I wish you knew how worried we are about you and how much I miss you. Tonks said out loud before apparating back to the ministry to file her report. Harry stood in shock. He couldn't believe that Tonks missed him and that she was worried about him. He figured that she was tracking him as part of her orders, but never imagined that she might be doing it to find him. He felt even worse than before, about how he left. He had to do something to make things better, and he had to do it quick. Harry changed his appearance once more and made his way to the Ollery in Diagon Alley. He had to send an express owl to Tonks and he had to do it quick. Once inside, he quickly wrote a short note to Tonks and then charmed the letter to make sure only she could read it. He then paid to have it sent by express owl to ensure that she got it directly. After he was done and was back in Diagon Alley, he apparated to the location he had said in the note. Tonks returned to her office a bit upset that Harry slipped away again. However, she was still in a semi-good mood after seeing Hardy in his situation. That was worth it, even if it did mean filing a report about a failed attempt at catching Harry. Tonks started to file her report about the incident, but then decided to file a complaint about Malcolm Hardy. He had overstepped his position and could have possibly compromised the whole operation. Tonks was certain that he would not get away with this, and could possibly lose his job over it. She didn't care though, because he deserved whatever punishment the disciplinary council decided was best for his actions. Tonks had just finished the disciplinary report when an owl landed with a letter in his claws. Tonks took the letter and watched as the owl flew off. Who could this be from? Tonks asked herself as she opened the letter. Miss Tonks, I think we should talk alone. Come alone to Joey's bar in Muggle London as soon as you receive this letter. I insist that you come alone to talk, and if I see any other Aurors with you I will leave. Silver Wolf. Tonks couldn't believe what she was reading. She reread the note 2 more times before finally deciding that she read it right. She quickly burnt the letter so no one could read it, and stood up. Finally, I might get some answers. Tonks though, as she looked up the address of the bar that she was to meet him at. Harry had apparated to a quiet alley near Joey's bar. He had come to this bar a few times when he was trying to escape the wizarding world. It was a quiet little bar that never seemed to have a lot of patrons inside. He figured if he met Tonks here, she wouldn't risk bring other Aurors to apprehend him. This way he might be able to explain things to her without fearing for his life. He made his way into the bar and found that it was as empty as he remembered. He looked at the bartender and grinned. It was one that he knew from coming here so often. Quiet night, Jim. Yeah, it is, Mr. Wolf. Will it be your usual tonight? Jim asked with a grin on his face. Not tonight, Jim. I am expecting a lady friend, and I think it would be best if my nerves were calm. How about a shot of that wild turkey? Instead, Harry said as he grinned at Jim. Jim poured him a shot of wild turkey and grinned back at him. Must be one lucky lady if you need a shot of courage to be talking to her. Nah. It is really just business, but if anyone is lucky it is me. I will be lucky if she shows up at all. Harry said as he downed the shot. It wasn't as strong as the fire whiskey he drank. But after a few of them it would do the job. Though it wasn't the time to be getting sloshed just in case she did show up. I want put all the lyrics in, but song used is Kevin Sharp's Nobody Knows It But Me. Harry got some change from the bartender and made his way to the jukebox. He just started to play Kevin Sharp's Nobody Knows It But Me, when the door of the bar opened. Harry just vaguely heard the first set of lyrics in the song as he looked at who was walking into the bar. I pretend that I'm glad you went away. But these 4 walls close in more every day and I'm dying inside. And nobody knows it but me. Tonks walked in as the first lyrics of the song blared out of the jukebox. She had been in a few Muggle bars in her time, but she was never in this one. She looked at the jukebox and saw that it was Silver Wolf who was playing the sad song. He must be lonely to be playing this song. Tonks thought as she heard the second set of lyrics. Like a clown I put on a show. The pain is real even if nobody knows and I'm crying inside. And nobody knows it but me. Tonks walked up to him and looked him in the eyes. We meet again, Mr. Wolf. Tonks said, trying to sound casual since he knew the bartender was undoubtedly a Muggle. She didn't want to do anything out of the ordinary. Miss Tonks, it is a pleasure. I am so glad that you could meet me here, Harry said, trying to fight the urge to pull her into a hug. Maybe we should go to the back and talk in private. I assume that you have come alone. Tonks looked at him for a moment, trying to sense if this was some sort of trap. But everything about the situation told her that everything was good. Yeah, I came alone. My associates would not approve of this meeting, but as you said, we need to talk. Harry looked at JM with a grin on his face. Jim, could you get my lady friend and I a few beers? Yes, sir. Mr. Wolf, coming right up, Jim said as he grabbed 2 bottles of Budweiser from the cooler. Here you got, enjoy, they are on the house, Jim said with a grin. Harry thanked him and led Tonks to the back portion of the bar away from the bar. He placed a wand in his hand under the table and muttered a silencing charm, a ND anti-muggle charm, to make sure they were uninterrupted. Now, Mr. Wolf, would you explain just why it was so important to meet with him alone in this place? Tonks asked, trying to be polite as possible. Harry smiled as he took a drink of his beer. Tonks, I watched you tonight. I liked how you handled that buffoon Hardy and felt we should meet. Tonks was a bit shocked. She had looked for anyone in the alley, but there wasn't anyone there. How could he have possibly seen her? How? I mean, why did you do that to him? Harry grinned at Tonks, almost dying to show her all that he had up his sleeve, but decided to take it easy. He didn't want to make her mad, and he wanted her to understand him first. Let's just say that I have my ways, Tonks. As for why I did it, well, I couldn't stand the way he was talking about you. About how he had his head so far up the minister's ass that he couldn't see how great a woman you truly are. Tonks blushed a bit, and she started to feel a bit more at ease. Quote, tell me then, how is it that you managed to ambush him? He is after all an Auror. Harry laughed as he took another drink. Do try the beer, my dear. I know it is not as good as what the wizarding world has to offer, but it is quite good. Tonks was a little put back by his stalling, but decided to try it. She was surprised that it was pretty good. She would rather have fire whiskey, but this wasn't bad. She took another drink and smiled at him. See, I told you it wasn't bad. Harry started. As for ambushing Hardy, that was quite simple, in fact. Easier than I had suspected it to be, but it isn't. Like I haven't been able to avoid detection. Even the best Aurors have missed seeing me, but that isn't what is troubling you tonight. I highly doubt that you agreed to meet me to find out how your rival got his ass kicked by me. Tonks blushed slightly as she took another drink. She was rather impressed by what he had done to Hardy and only wished that she had been the one to do it. You're right about that. I have my concerns about you, Mr. Wolf. Twice now we have tracked another and instead have been finding your name coming up. Would you mind explaining to me what your connection is with Mr. Potter? Harry about shot beer out of his nose at her comment, but caught himself. I will answer your question only if you tell me why you were looking for Mr. Potter. Tonks wasn't sure what to say. She couldn't come out and tell him. But yet she wanted to know where Harry was. That is a classified matter, but I can say that he is wanting for questioning. Harry couldn't believe that Tonks was taking an Auror approach to the question. I understand that much, but I want to know, what is your personal interest in finding Harry? Tonks was determined now that this guy knew more about Harry than he was letting on. He was protecting him and wasn't going to give up his location without a reason. That is, bloody hell. Tonks said as she downed half the bottle. I miss him. I am war-eyed. He is in danger and I want to help him. Wolf, if you know where he is, you have to tell me. I need to see him. I have to tell him something really important. Harry couldn't believe how she was taking his disappearance. She was totally beside herself with grief, and this made him feel even worse as he sat there looking at her. His thoughts swirled around in his mind, telling him to tell her everything. But yet something kept telling him to keep quiet. Fight or surrender. Normally in this story I try to keep my ranting to only the reviews I get. However, I think it is important at this point to say a few things. 1. I am sorry to anyone that I offend by this, because it is not directed to everyone. Those of you that have supported this story since chapter 1 may want to skip this. Anyone who has decided to complain about something, then you should read this. 2. I have only continued to write this story because loyal readers have asked me to. At first I wasn't going to, but now I feel that it was a good idea to continue it. I hope that I am not proven wrong again. 3. This story is written with my heart and soul because that is how I write. Seeing as I feel like a few of the characters in the story. It helps to release some of my depression into it. That is another reason that I feel this story has to continue on, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I should have left it at chapter 1, and been done with it. That way it didn't become a failure like my message board. Things I am sorry for. 1. I am truly sorry for the spelling and grammar mistakes in all my stories. I have never said I was good at spelling and grammar. But I try to catch my mistakes. 2. I am sorry if the characters seem out of character to you. 3. I am sorry if you feel my plots or scenes are lacking originality or realistic factors. 4. I am sorry if you do not like the story how it is written, even with its mistakes. All I can say is if you don't like it, and can't get past the errors, then please by all means don't continue to read it. There are enough stories out there that you should find one that you like. 5. Once again I am sorry for offending anyone with my ranting. Things I am not sorry for. 1. I am not sorry for writing. Writing is the one way I have of expressing my feeling, and I do it a lot. It may not always be without errors, but it is all heartfelt. 2. I am not sorry for how I portray the characters in my stories. This is a fan fiction after all, and as such the writer is allowed to modify things for the story. If you want canon characters then by all means read the real Harry Potter books, because J.K. Rowling decides and writes how the characters should be in character not me. 3. I am not sorry for writing my plots or scenes the way I want them to be. This is because it is my versi on of the story and I tell it how I see it. There may be factors of it that not seem original, but I assure you that I try and make them as original as I possibly can. 4. As I said I am not sorry for writing my stories. I am thankful to those loyal readers out there that are able to put aside the errors and still read the story for what it is. I am also thankful that these loyal readers will review, telling me what they thought without complaining totally about the errors. If there is something that is really badly done then tell me exactly where it is and what I did wrong and I will try and catch the mistake in the following chapters. 5. If any of the loyal readers read this far I would like to thank all of you for your reviews. You do not know how much it truly means to me, and I doubt any of you will ever know fully. I just want my most loyal supporters to know I am truly thankful for all their support. They know who they are because they have reviewed almost all my current chapters when they came out. I like to write, which a lot of people can tell, but I also like to get updates out fast. That is why I do not use a beta. Sure, it would be better if I did, but then my updates would be slowed down. Right now I update this story almost every day, with exception of the weekends cause I get busy with other writings that I have to do. A lot of the mistakes I make in the store comes from the fact that when I write with my heart and soul, my mind doesn't allows match my fingers. I think that I typed something and it turns out I didn't. I try to catch these mistakes but I miss them sometimes. I just hope people can put those errors behind them and still enjoy the story. Though if you can't then I suggest you quit reading because I am human and with how I am I make an extremely large amount of errors. Ranting is now over, so I will move on to reviews. I would like to say a special thank you to all my loyal reviewers. Thank you all. Princess Osh. Thank you for reviewing and for being a loyal reviewer. As for your question about Harry and Tonks that will be explained in this chapter. Your second question is a bit hard to explain but I will try. To call someone dark is really relative in nature. If by dark you mean evil, then no they are not fully evil. However this doesn't mean they are good either. Spade is semi-dark in that he will kill if he has to, but doesn't take great pleasure in it. He is into other illegal activities though, which one might consider him to be dark for. Blade is a radical so to speak. He does what he wants even if it goes against the laws of the land. Though he is loyal to Spade, so he wouldn't cross him without good reason. He also is semi-dark. Because he will kill if he is mad enough to, though he doesn't try to control his inner desires. Ice Queen is cold and calculating, and she will kill someone if they piss her off. Laws have no meaning to her at all, and will break them if she wants to. Tiger is an overzealous person who is loyal to only Ice Queen. He obeys Spade because he knows enough to, but otherwise he could careless about him. That goes the same for laws and such, they are pointless in his opinion, or better yet they are made to be broken. Quake is well disciplined and is the least dark of them all. He obeys most laws and refuses to kill, unless his life is in immediate danger. He doesn't condone most of the things that the organization does, but is swore by an oath to be part of it. This doesn't mean that he likes all that they do. I hope this little insight helps you better understand the characters. If you need or want to know more, feel free to contact me. My contact information is found in my profile. I will try and answer all your questions you have about them. Rosygirl. Thank you and thanks for being a loyal reviewer. Silverscale. Thank you and thanks for being a loyal reviewer. Also you're welcome, and by the way update soon lol. Fire Gazer. Thank you and thanks for being a loyal reviewer. As for Hardy, well, read this chapter and tell me what ya think of him lol. Cycla. Thanks for reviewing. I am glad you liked that, but I fear we haven't heard the last of Hardy yet lol. Evil Grin. Pleone. Thanks for reviewing, and it's okay if you forgot to review last time, since you did this time winking face. Also it might be a bad place to you, but I thought it was an excellent spot lol. Look at it this way, I update almost daily, so you don't have too long between cliffhangers. Black Hood. Lol, thanks for reviewing. Smacks Harry until he spits it out. U10. Thank you and thanks for being a loyal reviewer. I am sorry for my mistakes and sorry it lessened your view of the chapter. CAN before this chapter. Wolf Lady. Thanks for reviewing and I am glad you liked it. Though you may not like this chapter much where Hardy is concerned. Got to love the villain lol. M. Mockler 4 Tonks. Thanks for reviewing. Don't worry, things will come out in this chapter. Also I did review your story, Darkness Inside. Sorry haven't had the urge to read the other two. Grimmett. Thank you. Shadowdamon 100. Thank you and thanks for being a loyal reviewer. I enjoy your rather creative reviews. Also I do have AIM, which I added to my contact info in my profile. My SN is Bladequo on there. Silver J. Wolf. Sorry but what is done is done. Also technically since, 1 you can't steal a nickname, which is not trademarked. And 2 I had no idea it was your nickname. I am not reliable for said thievery winking face. Also thanks for reviewing and I am sorry for the similarity in name. Schnuff. First off then. KS for reviewing and second I am sorry if you don't like how I write the story. CAN before this chapter. DJ Rodriguez. Thank you and thanks for being a loyal reviewer. I am glad you liked the sucker play on Hardy. But the next time isn't so nice. Read the chapter and you will know what I mean. To answer your question, Tonks already knew about Harry being a metamorphagus. She read it in his journal that he left in his apartment. Your other questions are semi-revealed in this chapter. As for his training with the skulls, they are not the skulls, they just use a black skull as their portkey, not their symbol. The organization is the Jade Scorpions, but that is a selective name at best. Tonksipu. Thank you for reviewing, though I am not sure I entirely understand your point, but thanks nonetheless. Harry continued to look at Tonks, trying to figure out what to say to her. After a few minutes of silence, Harry smiled at Tonks and spoke in his normal Harry Potter voice. Tonks. Tonks was a bit taken back by the tone and voice that he used. Had she heard him right? Was that truly the familiar voice of Harry Potter, or was it her imagination? Tonks, please trust me enough to meet me at the Leaky Cauldron. I have more I want to tell you, but I need to be in a more private location, Harry said in his stern, cold, and calculating silver wolf voice. The switch in his voice made Tonks think about what she heard. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe it wasn't Harry's voice she heard before. Though something about him told her to trust him. Okay, I will, but promise me that you won't let me hanging like you did Hardy. Tonks said, trying to fight back her laughter. Harry laughed at the thought of what he did to Malcolm Hardy. I would never do that to you. That guy deserved a lot more than what I did to him. But I left him off easy. Tonks couldn't hold back her laughter any longer, and started to laugh along with him. After a few minutes of laughing, she slowly managed to regain her composure. I know he did. I will meet you at the Leaky Cauldron in a few minutes. Go ahead and get a room, so we can talk. A room for us to be alone in? Harry asked causally, though he knew what she had in mind. Though he couldn't resist saying it, because once she learned the truth things might be different for them. Tonks rolled her eyes at him. The room is so we are alone to talk, Romeo, nothing more. I know. I would have it no other way, Miss Tonks. Harry said as he stood up to leave. Until we meet again. Tonks nodded and smiled as she watched him leave the bar. Harry wasn't sure how Tonks would react to what he had to say, but he knew he couldn't keep it from her any longer. He had to tell her all of it, and if she knew what he wrote about her then things could turn out very well or very badly. All Harry could think about when he arrived at the Leaky Cauldron was Tonks. He didn't even pay attention to the people in the pub as he made his way to the bar to speak with Tom. After a few minutes Harry got a room for the evening and asked Tom to send Tonks, which I assume he knows, up to the room when she arrived. He then gave him 100 galleons to keep quiet about where he was to anyone else. Even if he had used a fake name for the room, he still didn't feel totally safe, as he made his way to his room. Harry had been in the room for only a few minutes when a knock came to the door. Harry pulled out his wand and cautiously made his way to the door. Who is it? Tonks. Tonks said in a low hushed voice, as if she was afraid someone would hear her. Are you alone? Harry asked half jokingly and half concerned since he didn't know if she truly trusted him or not. Yes, she said a little louder. Now are you going to let me in or should I leave? Ha. RRY pulled open the door a little and saw it was only Tonks standing there rolling her eyes at him. By all means come in. Harry opened the door the rest of the way and allowed Tonks to enter the room. He then quickly shut the door and cast a complex locking and then cast a complex silencing charm on the room. So what did you need a private room to tell me, Mr. Wolf? Tonks asked with a slight smile on her face. Harry looked at her for a moment, wondering just how much she knew, or how much she thought she knew. You may want to sit down. This may come as a shock. Harry waited for Tonks to sit down on the bed and then he changed his appearance from Silver Wolf back to his normal appearance. Tonks, he said now in Harry's voice. This is who I truly am. I am sorry for leaving so abruptly, but I had to get away. I couldn't stand being a puppet any longer. The minister, Fudge, has tried to use me for his own schemes, and Dumbledore is no better. Tonks was a bit shocked and relieved to find that he was really Harry. But also she found that she was a bit mad. She stood up and slapped him across the face hard. You selfish bastard. Did you once think about how anyone else would feel if you just up and disappeared? How about your friends, Harry? Don't they matter to you or is your own needs too great compared to them? What about me? Did you even stop to think about how you leaving like that would affect me? Harry gingerly rubbed his face, which was turning red from her slap. I am sorry, Tonks. You're right. I was a selfish bastard and it has been eating me up inside. That is why I had to come back and see you. I had to explain everything to you, because believe it or not I do love you. A tear ran down Tonks' cheek as she looked at the red mark she left on Harry's face. Here. He was finally opening up to her like she wanted him to, and what did she do? She overreacted and slapped him really hard. Harry. I'm sorry. Tonks said as more tears flowed down her face. Harry took her into his arms. Like he had wanted to for so long, and held her close to him. Don't be sorry, you had every reason to slap me. I have been a selfish, self-loathing bastard, and I deserved it. Tonks and Harry remained locked in each other's arms for minutes. They finally pulled apart when Harry heard shouting from the other side of the door. I am assuming a silencing charm blocks noise from leaving, not entering. Though I may be wrong. Closing parenthesis. Silver Wolf, I know you're in here. Came the familiar voice of Malcolm Hardy. Damn it, how did he find me? Harry asked himself as he reverted back to Silver Wolf. He then looked at Tonks, who looked just as shocked as he did. Give me your wand, he said in a cold, stern, and calculating voice. Tonks stepped back in shock. Did Harry actually believe she turned him in? Harry, the name is Silver Wolf. Now give me the wand if you wish to get out of here with little incident. Harry said as he stared at Tonks. Tonks slowly pulled out her wand and before she knew what she was doing she handed it to him. Harry quickly placed it in his robes, and then placed an arm around her as he pointed his wand in her back. He then leaned down and whispered slightly in her ear. Once we are out, Apparate to the Jade Scorpion. The first will explain then, and please forgive me for my actions, my love. Harry then aimed the wand at the door and blew it open, sending Hardy flying into a wall. He quickly replaced the wand to the middle of Tonks' back as more oars moved in the doorway. If you wish for me to kill this lady, then by all means continue to come into the room. If you want her to live, then you will move out of the way. The oars in the doorway all froze as they saw who he was holding hostage. Hardy, now back to his feet, pushed them out of the way. Silver Wolf, you are under arrest. I suggest you come peacefully, and maybe you will only serve life in Azkaban. If you resist, you will surely get the Dementor's kiss. Hardy said without even caring that he had Tonks hostage. I see you got down, Hardy. Harry said curtly. It would appear we have a bit of a standoff here. If you try to get me, I will kill her, and by time her lifeless body hits the ground, I will kill you also. Nice try, Silver Wolf. Hardy said with a sneer. I know you are bluffing. I know you are working with Tonks. Harry looked a bit shocked as he turned his attention to Tonks. Your Nymphadora, Tonks. Bloody brilliant, another ore to add to my collection. A tough-looking wizard with very short wiry gray hair moved by Hardy. Harry instantly recognized him as Dawlish, an Auror who supported Fudge. What collection? I suggest you let Miss Tonks go, and tell us everything. I will see to it that the minister shows you lenience if you cooperate with us now. Harry laughed his insane laugh. There is one small problem with that idea. See, I know all about how Fudge works, and I know he would rather have me receive the Dementor's kiss than give me a fair trail. Now here is what will happen. I will be allowed to leave, along with Miss Tonks here. Once I am safely away, I will send my demands to the minister. Once they are met, I will then set Tonks and Harry Potter free. There was complete silence in the room, as if someone had put a soundproofing charm on each person there. Some were even too afraid to even breath. The silence only lasted momentarily and was broken by Hardy. He's lying. He doesn't have Harry Potter and he won't kill Tonks. I still say they are working together. Shut up, Hardy, came the stern voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt from behind him. Mr. Wolf, let us discuss this rationally before someone does something stupid, he said as he glared at Hardy, clearing, indicating that was whom he meant. You would be? Harry asked, acting as if he didn't know. I am Kingsley Shacklebolt and I am in charge of all the oars here, Kingsley said in a matter-of-fact kind of way. Harry looked at him for a moment, acting like he was sorting out the situation. Did I not make myself clear the first time? Either I get safe passage out of here, or she dies. You may kill me, but if you do, you will never see Harry Potter again. Kingsley, why turn to the rest of the oars in the room? Leave. I wish to speak with him alone. Sir, you can't be serious, Hardy said as he looked at Kingsley. I am serious, Hardy. If you have a problem with that, I am sure I can find a position for you in Antarctica, Kingsley said in a stern and harsh tone. That goes for all of you. If you are not gone in 1 minute, you will wish you never disobeyed my order. Instantly the room was filled with popping sounds as the oars left, all except for Dawlish and Hardy, who remained standing there. Why are you still here? Kingsley asked in a stern tone, as he glared at the 2 remaining oars. Sir, I am under direct orders from the minister to bring Silver Wolf in. That means I cannot follow your orders, Dawlish said in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. I see, said Kingsley as he turned his glare to Hardy. I suppose you have the same orders. Hardy smiled as he looked at Kingsley. Yes, I do. That means you can't threaten me any longer. Als. Oh, I feel that you are no longer in the right state of mind to command this unit, and effective immediately you are suspended pending a full investigation by the minister himself. Harry's eyes fell on Kingsley and the Hardy. His perfect plan was starting to unravel right before his eyes, and there wasn't much he could do. It truly looked hopeless as Harry looked over the situation at hand. If Hardy and Dawlish were working for the minister, they might careless if he did kill Tonks. Even worse was the fact that they didn't even care if Harry Potter was returned or not. Not to mention that he was bluffing, and would never harm Tonks. What a tangled web we weave when we seek to deceive, Harry thought as he glared at the 3 men in front of him. Interlude. Fight or surrender, Tonks Pav. A.N. I had a request from a loyal reader, reviewer to show Chapter 10 Fight or Surrender from Tonks' point of view. Normally I would have ignored the request since it wasn't a necessary part for the storyline or current plot. However, as I consider the request more, and actually sleep on the idea, it seemed that the request wasn't really that far out there. I don't know how many of my readers would want to read it, but there are a few at least that do. I could not see making this chapter an official chapter, since like I said it wasn't a pivotal point in the story itself. In all actuality it is only here because of 4 reasons. Though the 4th reason only appeared after I had started to write this interlude. In a way this could be a chapter in itself, but I will let it like this. 1. Hello. Y'all reader, reviewer asked that I take the time to do this politely. 2. I figure it would make the reader happy that asked for it. I figured it would possibly make a few other readers happy that didn't think to ask for it, but still wanted to see it done. 3. After carefully debating it with all my other personalities, don't ask, and sleeping on it, I found that it was a good idea. 4. I found that as I was rereading chapter 10 that there were a few things that I didn't really clarify. This was mainly because when I wrote the chapter I did it from Harry's POV, but after doing it from Tonks they started to become clear to me. Read on and you will see what I mean. Then came my next dilemma. I wanted to do the chapter, but yet could not in all fairness call it a chapter. So that is why I have decided to do this instead. This is not an official chapter, but I would suggest reading it to fill in a few gaps I left in the original chapter. When you read it you will see what I mean, or at least I think you will. Those that do read it please tell me if you liked it, so I know to ever consider doing it again or not. I will answer reviews when I post chapter 11, though I would like to thank DJ Rodriguez. If it wasn't for him asking me to do this I would have missed the gaps that I left in the chapter. So once again I would just like to say thank you to DJ Rodriguez. Without any further delay I give you Interlude. Fight or Surrender, Tonks POV. Harry smiled at Tonks and spoke in his normal Harry Potter voice. Tonks. Tonks was a bit taken back by the tone and voice that he used. Harry was the first thought that popped into Tonks' mind as she heard him say her name. Harry, can it be you? Are you really disguised as Silver Wolf? If so then why not come out and tell me? No, it can't be you, Harry. You would not subject yourself to this, not with how you feel about me. It has to be my imagination. Yes, I am just hearing things. My mind wants him to be Harry so bad that I am hearing his voice. Tonks thought as she continued to stare unbelievingly at Silver Wolf. Tonks, please trust me enough to meet me at the Leaky Cauldron. I have more I want to tell you, but I need to be in a more private location, Harry said in his stern, cold, and calculating Silver Wolf voice. The switch in his voice again made Tonks think about what she heard. I knew it had to be my imagination. How could anyone that sounded like that ever be the kind and gentle Harry I know? Not to mention what this man has done already. No, he can't be Harry. Tonks thought, proving that she was wrong. She hadn't heard Harry's voice before. Why would I trust someone as vile as him? I must be a nutter for even considering it. Tonks thought as she continued to stare into his eyes. There was a nagging voice in the back of her mind that keeps shouting at her. Look at those eyes. You can see that he isn't going to hurt you. You would be stupid not to listen to what he has to say. Voice said, banging all other thoughts out of her mind. Okay, I will, but promise me that you won't let me hanging like you did Hardy. Tonks said, trying to fight back her laughter. She was agreeing to go to a private room with someone that could very well be a killer. Yet that voice in the back of her mind kept telling her to trust him. Harry laughed at the thought of what he did to Malcolm Hardy. I would never do that to you. That guy deserved a lot more than what I did to him, but I left him off easy. This guy is bloody well insane, and I must be too for agreeing to go with him. Tonks thought as she listened to him laugh. Tonks couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. The mere thought of him and her being totally insane and the mental image of what he did to Hardy were too much to contain her laughter. So against all her efforts she started to laugh along with him. After a few minutes of laughing she slowly managed to regain her composure. I know he did. I will meet you at the Leaky Cauldron in a few minutes. Go ahead and get a room, so we can talk. A room for us to be alone in? Harry asked causally. Tonks rolled her eyes at him as more thoughts came crashing into her mind. What did I go and say that for? He has some nerve saying that. If this is just a scam to get me alone in a crummy hotel room I will hurt him. Then I will personally see to it that he is put away for his actions. Tonks had to take a second to work through her thoughts before she found the words to speak again. The room is so we are alone to talk, Romeo, nothing more. I know, I would have it no other way, Miss Tonks. Harry said as he stood up to leave. Until we meet again. Tonks nodded and smiled as she watched him leave the bar. She sat there for a moment at the table and took another drink of the beer he bought her. This stuff isn't half bad. No wonder my dad liked it. Nymphadora Tonks. Came her mother's voice, banging all other thoughts out of her head. It was so loud and real that Tonks briefly looked to see if her mother was in the bar, but found the voice was in her head. What in the bloody hell are you thinking? You hardly even know this guy, and what you do know about him is not good. What could have possessed you to see him alone in a hotel room? Before Tonks could react to what her mother's voice said, it was replaced by a new voice. Tonks. Came Harry Potter's voice crashing into her thoughts. Tonks, you know how much I care about you. If you truly love me, then you will find out what you can to locate me. Tears formed in Tonks' eyes as Harry's voice echoed through her mind. However, the peacefulness of his voice didn't last long, and was quickly replaced by Alistair Moody's. Constant vigilance. Moody said in his usual growl, effectively pushing Harry's voice out of her head. Constant vigilance, girl. Didn't I teach you anything during your aura training? You have to be alert to all possible situations, and that means you should alert someone to your location. If this guy is the big bad wolf in disguise and you go in unprepared, you may not live to regret it. Tonks finished off the beer and stood up, trying to force all the voices echoing in her mind out. She knew they all had their points and they seemed valid, but now was not the time. She had to get to the leaky cauldron and find out for sure what Silver Wolf knew about Harry. Tonks made her way outside the Muggle bar and found the spot that she had arrived at. She took in several deep calming breaths before she apparated outside the leaky cauldron. She walked into the leaky cauldron and looked around quickly. When she didn't see Silver Wolf waiting for her, she decided to talk to Tom and find out which room he was in. However, before she could find him, she was brought back to reality by someone calling her. Tonks. A familiar voice said. Tonks turned to see her ex-boyfriend Jamal Warner. The very ex-boyfriend that she would hold responsible for her and Harry not getting together, because it was him in the locker room with her that day. He was fresh out of aura training when she started to date him, which they only dated for 3 days. If he hadn't wanted a kiss goodbye after she broke up with him. If he hadn't done that, then Harry would be with her right now, and she would not be going through this hell. Nymphadora Tonks, is that really you? Asked Jamal as he looked at her, effectively bringing her once again out of her musing. Tonks pulled back and slapped him across the face. Never call me Nymphadora. Better yet, don't ever speak to me again. Tonks said curtly and stormed off to find Tom. Jamal rubbed his face and then a sneer came to it. Damn slut never changed, he mumbled as he sat back down at the bar. Tonks was livid when she finally got to Tom. What room is Wolf in? Tonks asked curtly in a louder tone than she had intended to. She was still blatantly pissed about running into Jamal. Tom looked at her for a moment, as if consider whether or not to tell her. He is in room 6. Tom snapped at her in a loud tone that matched hers. Tonks glared at him for a moment and then decided not to start anything with Tom. She had to see Silver Wolf, s. He left the bar and started up the stairs. Tonks made her way towards the room and stopped briefly when she thought she heard footsteps behind her. Though when she looked, no one was there. Damn imagination. I wish it would quit overreacting on me. Tonks thought as she continued to the room. After a quick glance up and down the hallway, she knocked on the door. It took a minute or so, but then Tonks heard Silver Wolf's voice come from the other side of the door. Who is it? Who is it? What, you expecting someone other than me? Tonks thought as she looked at the door. However, she remained calm as possible and spoke in a low, hushed voice. Tonks. She didn't want to chance anyone hearing her, because she couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps she thought she heard. Are you alone, Silv? R. Wolf asked from the other side of the closed door. Tonks was starting to become a bit irritated again. Yes, she said a little louder. She really wasn't in the mood for his games. Not after her confrontation with Jamal. The last thing she wanted to do was see him, but she had to know what information he wanted to share. Now, are you going to let me in or should I leave? Tonks watched as the door opened just enough for him to look out at her. By all means come in. Silver Wolf said with a smile on his face. Arrogant git. Tonks thought as she rolled her eyes at him. Silver Wolf quickly opened the door and left her in. Once she was away from the door, he quickly shut it and cast a complex locking charm on it. Then Tonks watched as he cast a complex silencing charm on the room. He definitely knows how to use charms. Tonks thought as she watched him. So what did you need a private room to tell me, Mr. Wolf? Tonks asked with a slight smile on her face. Why am I smiling at him? Damn. And it now he will think I am coming on to him or something. Tonks thought as she continued looking at him. You may want to sit down. This may come as a shock. Tonks went and sat down on the edge of the bed. She then looked at him for a moment, wondering what he had to say. Instead of saying anything, Tonks watched as he changed his appearance from Silver Wolf to Harry Potter. No, he can't be Harry. Harry would never have put me through this. Tonks thought, as she looked at him in total shock. Tonks, he said now in Harry's voice. This is who I truly am. I am sorry for leaving so abruptly, but I had to get away. I couldn't stand being a puppet any longer. The minister, Fudge, has tried to use me for his own schemes, and Dumbledore is no better. Tonks was a bit shocked and relieved to find that he was really Harry. But also she found that she was a bit mad. He did this to me because of Fudge and Dumbledore. Who in the bloody hell gave him that right? Tonks thought as she oohed up and slapped him across the face hard. All of Tonks' pent-up emotions from the past couple of days came flowing out as she unloaded onto Harry. You selfish bastard. Did you once think about how anyone else would feel if you just up and disappeared? How about your friends, Harry? Don't they matter to you, or is your own needs too great compared to them? What about me? Did you even stop to think about how you leaving like that would affect me? Harry gingerly rubbed his face, which was turning red from her slap. I am sorry, Tonks. You're right. I was a selfish bastard and it has been eating me up inside. That is why I had to come back and see you. I had to explain everything to you, because believe it or not, I do love you. A tear ran down Tonks' cheek as she looked at the red mark she left on Harry's face. Here he was finally opening up to her like she wanted him to, and what did she do? She overreacted and slapped him really hard. Bloody hell. If I hadn't run into that bloody Jamul, I would have been in a better mood. Instead, I just took everything out on poor Harry. Tonks thought as another tear ran down her cheek. Harry. I'm sorry. Tonks said as more tears flowed down her face. Harry took her into his arms and held her close to him. Don't be sorry, you had every reason to slap me. I have been a selfish, self-loathing bastard, and I deserved it. Tonks wrapped her arms around Harry and hugged him tightly. This was what she had wanted for so long, but yet never had the nerve to get it. With most guys she was forward and could easily get their attention. She found that Harry was different though. He was younger than her, and she didn't want to come on to him. It just wouldn't have been natural for her, but being held in his arms it felt all right, everything was perfect. Tonks was propelled out of her perfect state by the sound of Malcolm Hardy's voice booming from outside the door. Silver Wolf, I know you're in there. Damn it, how did he find me? Harry asked as he reverted back to Silver Wolf. He then looked at Tonks, who looked just as shocked as he did. Give me your wand, he said in a cold, stern, and calculating voice. Tonks stepped back in shock. Did Harry actually believe she turned him in? Harry, she started to try and say that she didn't do it, but was cut rudely off by Harry, or rather Silver Wolf. The name is Silver Wolf. Now give me the wand if you wish to get out of here with little incident, Harry said as he stared at Tonks. Tonks was horrified by the cold dead look that he was giving her. Just a few minutes before she was in perfect harmony with the world. Everything was as it should be, but now she didn't know what was happening. Tonks slowly pulled out her wand, but hesitated momentarily as the voices came crashing into her mind again. Nymphadora, came her mother's voice once more, echoing over the others. I warn you, don't to trust him. Constant vigilance. Moody's voice growled yet again, effectively forcing the other voices down in her head. You weren't alert to your situation and now you may not live to regret it, girl. After Moody's growling died down, Tonks could hear the voice of reason in her head. It was Harry's voice speaking to her. Tonks, you know that is me under that exterior. You know I would never hurt you, not on purpose at least. You trusted me enough to come here, so trust me now to get you out alive. Before Tonks realized it or knew what she was doing, she handed him the wand. Harry quickly placed it in his robes, and then placed an arm around her as he pointed his wand in her back. He then leaned down and whispered slightly in her ear. Once we are out, apparate to the Jade Scorpion. The first will explain then, and please forgive me for my actions, my love. Forgive you for what? Tonks thought. But it didn't take long to realize what was happening. Harry then aimed the wand at the door and blew it open, sending Hardy flying into a wall. He quickly replaced the wand to the mid-of Tonks' back as more oars moved in the doorway. If you wish for me to kill this lady, then by all means continue to come into the room. If you want her to live, then you will move out of the way. The oars in the doorway all froze as they saw who he was holding hostage. Tonks didn't know what to really think as she stood there. She could just barely feel the wand poking her, as Harry held it close to her back, but not pushing it in too hard. As scanned the faces of the oars in the room, and one struck her immediately. That bastard, Tonks thought as she looked at the smug look on Jamal Warner's face. He is so petty that he would do this. Tonks thought, wishing that she had her wand, so she could blast that bloody smug look off his face. Hardy, now back to his feet, pushed them out of the way. Silver Wolf, you are under arrest. I suggest you come peacefully, and maybe you will only serve life in Azkaban. If you resist, you will surely get the Dementor's kiss. Hardy said with a oot, even caring that he had Tonks hostage. I see you got down, Hardy. Harry said curtly. It would appear we have a bit of a standoff here. If you try to get me, I will kill her, and by time her life's body hits the ground, I will kill you also. Nice try, Silver Wolf. Hardy said with a sneer. I know you are bluffing. I know you are working with Tonks. Thoughts were colliding and swirling around Tonks' mind as she stood there. She knew that Hardy was a heartless cretin, but she never expected him to be this low. TNKs was brought out of her musing by Silver Wolf's voice. Silver Wolf looked at Tonks. You're Nymphadora, Tonks. Bloody brilliant, another ore to add to my collection. Why do people insist on calling me Nymphadora? Tonks thought as she glared at Silver Wolf. You act so bloody surprised that it is me. And what damn collection are you talking about? Thought Tonks, but decided to remain silent since she didn't know what he was doing. Though she was becoming concerned that he didn't know either. Tonks didn't see the new entry into the room at first, but was brought out of her musing by his voice. What collection? I suggest you let Miss Tonks go, and tell us everything. I will see to it that the minister shows you lenience if you cooperate with us now. Dawlish said as he stood by Hardy. He was a tough-looking wizard with very short, wiry gray hair. Dawlish, what is he doing here? Tonks thought as she looked at him. Surely Kingsley didn't send him. No, the minister had to, because he is one of his most loyal puppets. Tonks was brought out of her musing by the insane laugh of Silver Wolf. There is one small problem with that idea. See, I know all about how fudge works, and I know he would rather have me receive the Dementor's kiss than give me a fair trail. Now here is what will happen. I will be allowed to leave, along with Miss Tonks here. Once I am safely away, I will send my demands to the minister. Once they are met, I will then set Tonks and Harry Potter free. There was complete silence in the room, as if someone had put a soundproofing charm on each person there. Some were even too afraid to even breath. Though this did not stop Tonks' mind from racing 90 miles an hour. Had Harry truly lost his mind? Was he trying to get himself killed? He has to be crazy telling them that he has 2 hostages, now they will surely try to kill him. Though he does have a point. This Silver Wolf persona of his does seem to keep his real personality hostage from the world. These thoughts and many more were swirling around Tonks' mind. Too many, in fact, for her to even realize what some of them meant. The silence only lasted momentarily and was broken by Hardy. He's lying. He doesn't have Harry Potter and he won't kill Tonks. I still say, they are working together. For once Tonks found herself hoping that Hardy was right. She knew that Harry would kill her, but when he was like this, when he was Silver Wolf, it was like he was a totally different person. A person that she doesn't know at all. Shut up, Hardy, came the stern voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt from behind him. Mr. Wolf, let us discuss this rationally before someone does something stupid. He said as he glared at Hardy, clearing, indicating that was whom he meant. You would be? Silver Wolf asked. Tonks was a bit taken back by this since Harry knew damn well who the man was. Ho. Weaver Tonks remained quiet and continued to play her part as the hostage, not like she had much choice to do otherwise. I am Kingsley Shacklebolt and I am in charge of all the oars here. Kingsley said in a matter-of-fact kind of way. There was silence and Tonks didn't know what Harry was up to, but she knew he had better do it quick before anything else could happen. Finally she heard him speak again as Silver Wolf, and was shocked by his statement. Did I not make myself clear the first time? Either I get safe passage out of here, or she dies. You may kill me, but if you do, you will never see Harry Potter again. What? Tonks' mind screamed as she heard what Silver Wolf said. He is bloody insane. Kingsley turned to the rest of the Aurors in the room. Leave. I wish to speak with him alone. It actually worked. Tonks asked herself as she looked at Kingsley. Maybe Harry does know what he is doing after all. I guess after years of being used as someone's puppet you learn how to do it yourself. Sir. You can't be serious. Hardy said as he looked at Kingsley. I am serious, Hardy. If you have a problem with that, I am sure I can find a position for you in Antarctica. Kingsley said in a stern and harsh tone. That goes for all of you. If you are not gone in 1 minute you will wish you never disobeyed my order. Instantly the room was filled with popping sounds as the Aurors left. All except for Dawlish and Hardy who remained standing there. Why are you still here? Kingsley asked in a stern tone as he glared at the 2 remaining Aurors. Tonks stared at Hardy and Dawlish. Are they crazy? No, they have something up their grubby sleeves and I know this isn't going to be good. Tonks thought as she continued to stare at them. Sir, I am under direct orders from the minister to bring Silver Wolf in. That means I cannot follow your orders. Dawlish said in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. I see, said Kingsley as he turned his glare to Hardy. I suppose you have the same orders. Hardy smiled as he looked at Kingsley. Yes, I do. That means you can't threaten me any longer. Also, I feel that you are no longer in the right state of mind to command this unit. And effective immediately, you are suspended pending a full investigation by the minister himself. They can't do this, can they? Tonks asked herself as she stared at them. Tonks felt her heart sink low into her chest as the reality of the situation dawned on her. She was being held hostage by the man she loves, and was helpless to aid him in any way. The tension in the air was almost suffocating as she stood there, wondering how Harry could possibly survive this. If Dawlish and Hardy worked for the minister as they claimed, then they would not hesitate in taking her out to get him. Illy Hardy, since he already hated her with a passion. Shit, was all Tonks could think as she looked at the hopelessness of the situation she found herself and Harry in. Fire. Fire. A.N. Here is the next chapter, hope you enjoy it. Rosygirl. Thanks for reviewing, and yes, I did feel a bit better after my rant. Schmansky. Thank you for reviewing, and thanks for being a loyal reader. I am glad that you like both stories. And I will continue both of them. DJ Rodriguez. Thank for reviewing. It doesn't seem like saying thanks is enough, but again thank you for showing me what I missed in the previous chapter. I am glad you suggested the Tonks POV for chapter 10. Also, Hardy is brave and stupid in my opinion, and we haven't heard the last of him yet either. Silverscale. Thanks for reviewing. I think you're the only one that can wait for updates. I personally hate waiting, winking face. Benoit. Thanks for the review, and I think I covered your questions in this chapter. Tilly Jean. Thank you for both reviews. I figured it was time for Harry to show why he was placed in Gryffindor. As for Hardy, he deserved more, but oh well, he will get his in the end. I will continue the story because I know a few people out there actually want to read it, winking face. As for my ranting, well, that was because I was in a bad mood to start and then got a review that set me off. I tried to be polite in my rant, but I still may have offended a few. Pleone. Thanks for reviewing. If you want to wipe Hardy's look off his face, then I guess I did a good job writing him as a bad guy. Yes, I love a good Harry Tonks story. And that's why I decided mine would be about them. Princess Osh. Thank you for reviewing. I was glad to answer your question and any others that come up. I am glad that I could answer it for you. Cycla. Lol, thanks for reviewing. I would love to have Hardy get his butt kicked, but I need him for later chapters. Winking face. Shadoutamon 100. Thanks for being you and for reviewing. Kingsley lol darkness W. I'll not be happy, but I am sure she will get over it. He didn't get hurt too bad LMAO. Wolves have something to do with this story as well, if no one has noticed yet LMAO. U10. Thanks for the reviews. I do use Word and sometimes it does change things without me knowing it. Also, some people don't understand that I am American, so my English is different from British English. That means some spellings of words are different. I spell color this way while they spell it color. It may seem I don't have to be sorry, but deep down I am. I am sorry for all that I do and say because I know it isn't right all the time. As for writing fast, that is because I spend most if not all my time writing. That is why I can get chapters out fast, but that also increases my mistakes because I quickly look over it and miss a lot. I've been tempted to say things too at times in author notes, but I try to contain my anger when typing. Thanks again for all that you said. Denny 1073. Thanks for taking the time to review. I am glad that you check for it and love to read it. I try to get the chapters out fast for those that do like it, and I will try to be nicer to those that don't. Winking face. Benoit. Thanks for reviewing, and I try to update fast so you don't get to restless winking face. Thanks for the heads up on the release of Half-Blood Prince. I can't wait for it to come out on July 16, 2005 either, so I know how you feel. I haven't confirmed the release date, but I trust it is accurate. Soldierafthamoon. Thank you for reviewing. I wish more people were polite like you when telling me their criticism of my stories. Instead, some people are rude about it, telling me I have to change or that I should do this or that. Thank you for not being that way. I agree that the Tiger test was lacking in a lot of areas. This was because I just couldn't get my mind focused on it how I should have. I will try to do better with the other tests that are still to come. It may not seem like it, but I do put my feelings into the story. But sometimes my focus isn't totally into it. Too many other things plaguing my mind, but I will try and focus more on the writing and improve it as I can. This situation clinched it for Harry. He was not having a good day. Things were looking up for him when he finally told Tonks the truth, but now it definitely went to hell. He could apparate out to safety, but he wouldn't leave Tonks behind. He couldn't get her to apparate with him because then it would show that she was working with him. Harry could not allow that to happen since he still didn't know if Tonks would stay with him or not. Fighting them was out of the question at this point too. It would be suicide to take on two fully trained Aurors, and would it be worse if Kingsley helped them, making it 3-on-1? How Harry doubted that Kingsley would help them, especially now that Hardy had relieved him of command. Surrendering was out of the question as well. If he simply gave up, then they would find out who he was. The minister would just love to find out his star puppet was a rebel against him. Hardy glared at him as he pointed his wand at him once more. As for you, Mr. Wolf, it is time for you to decide which fate you want. You can either serve life in Azkaban or get the Dementor's kiss. The choice is up to you. Though I personally hope you choose to fight, that way I can save us all a lot of time in the end. Hardy, you have some nerve relieving me of command. I assure you that I will be. Kingsley started to say to Hardy was but interrupted in mid-statement. Stupefy, Hardy said as he quickly reared around at Kingsley. A smirk came to his face as the stunned Kingsley fell to the floor. I grow tired of all these games. Hardy, that was uncalled for. Dawlish said as he stared at Hardy. Harry, finally seeing an opening, slipped his hand into his robe pocket. He had only a moment to make a decision, and he had. Though he feared what would happen as a result of his decision. As he fell, his hand grasped the cold skull in his pocket. He knew it was his only hope. He just hoped that everyone else would understand the situation he was in and why he had to do it. Harry quickly activated his skull by pressing the small emergency button on it. The button would alert the whole group to his emergency portkey, but right now he didn't care. Harry and Tonks both felt the familiar tug behind the navel as they were whisked away from the room at the leaky cauldron and landed firmly in the safety of the Jade Scorpion's headquarters. Tonks looked around a bit confused. What happened? Where are we, Harry? As the words left her mouth, she quickly wished she hadn't said them as she saw 5 people standing around them staring at them. Wolf, you had better have a good reason for bringing an outsider here, said Ice Queen as she stared at him. I am sorry, Ice Queen, but I didn't have a choice. Spade, I think it is best if you speak alone. Harry said as he looked at the stern stare coming from every one of the group members. Spade looked at him for a moment. I think that would be wise. Your lady friend can stay here with the others while we talk in my office. Tonks looked at Harry for a moment with concern clearly showing on her face. Why can't I come too? It is best if you stay here for now. I will explain what I can later. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Harry said to her and then turned his attention to the rest of the group. Will you? He demanded in a tone that clearly showed he was not asking but telling them. Spade looked at his face for a moment and a small impish grin came to his. They won't harm her, Wolf. We are all friends here. Your emergency arrival just threw us off a bit. Harry gave Tonks a comforting hug and then followed Spade to his office. Harry closed the door behind him and then cast a strong silencing charm around the room. Now then, maybe you can explain what happened. Spade said in a calm but hard tone as he looked at him. It is a long story, but I will get to the main part. I went to find the lady that is out with the others. I was talking to her when a group of Aurors ambushed us. It would seem they are after me in connection to the incident at your pub the other night. I had no choice but to bring her here with me. I couldn't allow them to take her in. If they questioned her, too many facts about me would have come out that shouldn't. Harry said, trying to tell as much truth as possible without giving away too much to Spade. Spade just looked at him for a moment, trying to contemplate everything. We do not give asylum here to people, Wolf. But we could put her somewhere safe if that's what you want. No, Harry said as he leaned against the desk. I want you to allow her to join just like you allowed me to. Her and I are a team, as it were. And I will not lose her again after finally getting her back. Spade sat back and the impish grin returned to his face. I figured you would say that. I think it is time to bring her in and let her decide what she wants to do, Harry. Harry felt his heart skip a beat at the sound of his real name. Then it occurred to him that Tonks had unwillingly let it slip when they arrived. That meant that the team now knew his real first name. Though they still didn't know for sure who he was. The name is Wolf. Spade. Harry no longer exists. Sorry, Wolf, but no matter how hard you try. Why to hide behind a new identity? You can't escape your past. No matter how bad of one you had, it will always be part of you. Now let's get your lady friend in here and sort the rest of this out. Spade said as he walked over to the door. I will be right back with her, you wait here. Harry sat down in the seat in front of Spade's desk to wait for him. A couple of minutes later, Spade walked in with Tonks. Spade returned to his chair. And Tonks sat down beside Harry. Now then, miss. What's your miss? Spade asked as he realized that he had not been introduced. My name is Spade, by the way. Tonks grinned as she looked at him. Call me T. Harry quickly clamped his hand over her mouth before she could say her last name. Just call her Black Panther. Tonks looked at Harry coldly as he removed his hand from her mouth. Why did you do that? Because, milady, here in this place we value our privacy and as such we never use our real names. What lives we lived before coming here stay outside these walls. Spade said, answering Tonks' question before Harry could. Tonks didn't know what to think, but wanted answers. Where is here and how are those people out in the other room? Why weren't they happy when we arrived? All will be revealed in good time, Miss Panther. For now all I can say is that you are welcome to stay pending admission into our exclusive organization. Wolf, since you are not yet a full member, I cannot allow you to act as her sponsor. As you know, I personally sponsored you for admission, because of what I saw you do. I am afraid, however, since no one knows Panther, that it may be hard to get one of them to sponsor her. Before Harry could ask anything, there was a knock at the door. Spade stood up and walked over to the door. Yes. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but I need a brief moment of your time. Blade said from the other side of the door. If you will excuse me for one moment. I will be right back. Spade said as he left his office to speak with Blade. Tonks looked at Harry when the door closed. Harry, what is happening here? Panther, here it is, Wolf. Please remember that I am a fugitive now, and it is important to keep up appearances. Harry said, trying to stay calm as he spoke in a hushed whisper. Okay, Wolf. Tell me what is happening here. Who are these people? Tonks asked, seeming to be even more scared than she was when she was being held hostage. Harry looked at her for a moment and then pulled out her wand from his robes. Here I almost forgot to give you this back. Tonks took the wand from him and sat waiting for a real answer. The PEOPL. Here are some friends that are helping me train for the war one I'm in. I can't tell you a lot about them, because frankly I don't know a lot. As Spade said, I am not a full member yet. I have only pass Ed 2 of the tests to enter into the organization. Tonks still didn't look convinced as she looked at him. I have missed you so much. I am happy to be here with you, but you do realize you are in some serious trouble, right? Before Harry could answer though, Spade and Blade both walked into the office. Spade closed the door and sealed it with a powerful sealing charm as Blade cast an even stronger silencing charm. Harry looked at their odd behavior and became a bit worried. Blade, what's wrong? Blade didn't say a word, he just looked at Spade. Spade moved to his seat and then conjured a seat for Blade. Sit down, Blade, and I will explain to them. Wolf, I have just received some disturbing news from London. One of my contacts tells me that the Ministry is in an uproar after your little trip there. It seems that the Aurors believe that Silver Wolf is holding 2 Aurors hostage. Now I know for a fact that you only brought one person here with you, so maybe you could explain to me what is happening here. Harry felt his heart plunge up into his throat, making it hard to speak. It took him a few seconds to swallow the lump down. Spade, you said that when we come here we leave your old lives behind. Why is that different now? Blade turned to look at Harry. Wolf, it isn't that we care much about your past. What we are concerned about is what is causing them so much concern. Anything G said in this office will not leave it, Wolf. I give you my word about that, and you know you can trust me. Harry stood up and looked at them for a moment. Fine, I will tell you what is going on. If you accept to allow Panther to test for admission also. Otherwise we are both leaving this island. Wolf, that is the reason I asked Blade to join us. He has offered to sponsor her for admission since you can't. Spade said as he looked at Harry. Blade stood up and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Look, mate, I told you I liked you, and trust you. I will sponsor her for admission, but you really need to tell us what trouble you're in. That way we can help you get out of it. Harry waited till Blade sat back down and then looked at Tonks for support. The Aurors that ambushed me came because Hey, think I know the location of a missing person. When they ambushed me I was with Panther explaining to her what had happened. They burst into my hotel room and I did what came natural at the time. I grabbed her and used her as a hostage, hoping I would be able to get both of us out of the room. I am sorry, Tonks, Harry said as he looked down at the floor. Tonks jumped up and hugged him tight. It's okay, Wolf. But the name here is Panther. Harry forced a fake smile as he looked at Spade and Blade. They believe that I am holding 2 Aurors hostage now because of my big mouth. They think I have Nymphadora, Tonks, and Harry Potter hostage. A look of understanding flashed across Blade's face, but Spade still looked a bit lost. Okay, let me get this straight. Miss Panther here is Nymphadora, Tonks, right? Harry and Tonks both nodded in agreement. Then where is Harry? Wait a minute. Spade said as he finally realized what it meant. That's right, Spade. I am or was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or whatever the hell people call me nowadays. Harry said as he glared at Spade. Spade was speechless as he looked at them. Blade on the other hand stood up and looked at Harry. I know there was something special about you when I met you. It doesn't change the facts that you are a good person and you will only be Wolf to me. Spade stood up and looked at the 3 people in front of him. I understand that you are Harry Potter, but there is one little matter that does concern me. You 2 are Aurors. Correction. Harry shouted as he glared at Spade. I was an Auror. I told you I gave up that life. The night you met me in your pub, I had my things packed, because I was done being Harry Potter. That was the night that Harry quit existing. However, with my bad luck I spouted off to that bastard Hardy that I was holding Harry hostage. Which is really funny if you think about it, since I am in a way holding that part of my life hostage. Blade turned to Spade. Spade, it isn't like they are here to capture us. They don't even know what we do, so they couldn't have come for that. Also, it would be cool to have Aurors on the team. Especially loyal ones that can act as spies for us, if we need it. Harry felt himself becoming enraged by Blade's comment. Why is it that people insist upon using me as their puppet? Harry shouted and slammed his fist down onto Spade's desk. However, what followed caused everyone to jump back in horror. As Harry's fist hit the desk, his hand got really hot and burst into flames, causes the top of the desk to ignite. All the papers on the desk quickly went up in flames as the ball of fire erupted on it, which was Harry's fist a moment before that. Silver Saber Wolf. A.N. Merry Christmas. I hope that all of you have a wonderful Christmas tomorrow. And that you enjoy this chapter. I have been having technical problems with my computer, and so that's why this blasted chapter is late. I am taking a break over the holidays and maybe it can be fixed. So my next chapter may be later getting up. However, never fear, it will be up as soon as I am able to get it up to you. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for reviewing and you're welcome about the interlude. As for Tonk and Harry, this chapter I believe will prove that there is a lot more to both of them that they didn't know. Rosygirl. Thanks for reviewing. Madfoot Mooney. Thanks for reviewing. I figured some people wouldn't like the interlude chapter, that is why I didn't make it an actual chapter. As for it being unnecessary, I think in some ways it was to add to the storyline some and fill in a few gaps, just like who told the Aurors about Silver Wolf being in the room. Silverscale. Thanks for this review and the review from the Gateway. Princess Osh. Thanks for reviewing and I am glad you liked the chapter. Shadowdamon 100. Thanks for reviewing, and get your butt on aim, haven't see ya yet today lol. Evil Manda. Thanks for reviewing and I will consider your offer. Get in contact with me after Christmas, I will make my decision. Denny 1073. Thanks for reviewing, and yeah, I confirmed the date after releasing my chapter. Thanks to those that told me about it though. Cycla. Thanks for reviewing and I am glad you like it. Wolf Lady. Thanks for reviewing. U10. Thanks for reviewing and I am glad that you liked the interlude chapter and chapter 11. This chapter will show the reactions of the people and possible leave you wondering what in the hell is going on at the end. Harry jumped back in horror. He didn't have a clue as to how he did that. His hand didn't burn, but yet flames were blazing out of it. Blade and Spade both quickly reacted to the fire and both shot spells at the desk to put it out. I'm sorry. Harry finally managed to mutter as he watched his flaming hand go back to normal. Tonks looked totally horrified and scared at the same time. It took her a moment to come to her senses. Harry, are you okay? Harry looked at his hand and then at Tonks. I'm fine, I think. Harry, do you realize what you just did? Spade asked after finally stopping the blaze on his desk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, and I am not even sure how I did that. Harry said as he looked at the floor. Blade placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. I knew you were one of us, mate, and now this proves it. Yes, it does, Blade. Wolf is definitely one of us. Now we will have to teach him how to control his power. Spade said as he walked around his desk. Powers. Part of you. What in the bloody hell does all this mean? Harry asked, finally getting tired of all the riddles. You really don't know? Blade asked and watched as Harry shook his head no. Well, there are people that have both a magical core and an elemental core. You, Harry, have an elemental core, just like the rest of us do. Spade has the elemental power of wind. Ice Queen, like her name, has the elemental power of ice. Quake got his name because he has the elemental power of earth. Tiger has the elemental power of water. And I have the elemental power of shadow. Harry, you have the elemental power of fire, as you have demonstrated here today. This is perfect considering we were missing a fire elemental person in our group. Fire is destructive in nature, but it is also purifying too. Spade said as he looked at Harry. This is just bloody brilliant. Just another damn thing to make me special, like there isn't enough already. Harry said as he looked at the desk he had ignited on fire. Harry, it is okay to be special. It is what you do with your powers that make you who you are. You can either do good like you have been, or you can do evil things like Voldemort does. Blade said, looking at Harry with a broad grin on his face. Harry, I love you no matter how special you are. I love you for you, not your powers. Tonks finally said once she got over the shock of the situation. I am glad to hear you say that, Tonks, because I believe you are special too. Spade said out of the blue. If my hunk H is right, then you too are gifted with powers that you may yet know. Tonks and Harry both looked at him with confused expressions. Spade, what do you mean? Harry finally asked. Well, I have a gift for reading the magical aura of people. When I look at your aura, Harry, I see that you have the ability to change your appearance, as does Tonks. I believe you both have metamorphagus abilities if I am correct. Tonks and Harry both nod in agreement and Spade smiles. As I figured, I could see it in your auras. Harry, I can see your ability to use the element of fire, and Tonks, you too have an elemental ability. Tonks looked even more shocked. What? I have never done anything like Harry did. That might be so, my dear, Spade started as he looked at her closely. But it is definitely there. You have the elemental core of lightning within you, and with training you could learn to harness its power. Harry and Tonks both looked shocked again, but Harry seemed somewhat pleased by this. So, does this mean you will train her and allow her to join? Harry asked while looking at Spade. As I said before, that is up to Miss Tonks, because I will not make a ruling without her consent. Spade said as he looked at Harry and Tonks. Harry, if it means I get to stay with you, then I will do whatever is necessary. I am as tired of the corruption within the ministry as you are. Tonks said as she smiled at him. Well then, if she agrees, and since Blade has offered to sponsor her, it is only a matter of passing the tests. Harry, you still have 3 more to pass, and Tonks will have to pass all of them as well. Spade said as he looked at Harry with a smile. Harry looked at Tonks and smiled. Tonks, if you want to do this, then we will stay and do it. However, I want you to know, even if you decide not to do it, you will not lose me again. We will both leave together, and hide from the ministry. I want to be with you more than anything, and I will do anything to be with you. Harry hugged Tonks for a moment and then looked at Spade once more. Also, Spade, if we do agree to stay here, under no circumstances will either of us be used. I am tired of people trying to control my life and use me like a puppet. Harry, I know I said about using you as a spy, but I didn't mean we would control you. It would be your decision to help us or not. We would never force you to help if you didn't want to. Blade said, trying to make up for the statement he had made earlier. By all means, Harry, I am not a man to force anyone to do something they are absolutely against doing. Ask any of the people in my organization, Harry. I may enforce the rules of my organization, but I never ask people to what they don't want to. Spade said as he looked at Harry. I am glad to hear that, and so I will agree to stay if Tonks does. Harry said as he looked at Tonks. I said I would stay, Harry, because I do like the prospect of learning how to use my powers. Especially my lightning powers, since I didn't even know I had it. Tonks said with a smile. Actually, Miss Tonks, you have another power as well, and so does Harry. You both have the power to become an animagus. Though I believe Harry has already learned to use his power. Spade said as he looked at them. Harry just grinned as he looked at Tonks and the others. Yes, I have learned to use my power, and am able to transform into my animal form. Though, it is a bit illegal since I have not registered with the Ministry of Magic. Your secret is safe with us, Harry. As I said, nothing said in here will leave this office. Spade said as he looked at him. He then turned to Tonks. As for you, I believe the name Harry picked for you will prove to be true, though I may be wrong since I can't tell exactly without performing a spell. Tonks looked at Harry and then at Spade. Spade, could you do the spell? I would really like to know what my form is. Spade took out his wand. Yes, I can do it, and it might aid you in learning to harness this ability. Spade aimed his wand at her and muttered a spell that they didn't hear. A blue light engulfed her and the turned black. Yes, I see now that I was correct. Tonks, you will find that your form does match your name. You will be able to turn into a Black Panther once you learn to use this ability of yours. Wow, that is great. Harry, how did you know to call me that? Tonks asked as she looked at Harry. I don't really know, Tonks. The name just popped into my head, and that was what I decided to call you. Harry said as he looked at her. Cool, Tonks said as she kissed Harry on the cheek. Ari, does your name mean you turn into a wolf? Harry looked at the floor and blushed a bit. Yes, I turn into a silver-haired wolf. Brilliant, can I see it? Tonks exclaimed, unable to show her excitement. Well, I guess you can. Harry said as he moved to the center of the room. After a moment of concentration, Harry transforms from his human form into his silver saber wolf form. Wow, you look amazing, Harry. Tonks said as she petted Harry's back. In his wolf form, he stood up to her knees. Spade just beamed as he looked at Harry. That could be a good match for Blade's form. Though I believe Blade is a timber wolf. Blade, however, was speechless as he looked at Harry's wolf form. He then fell to knees just staring at him. No one in the room knew why Blade acted that way, and Harry in his wolf form didn't really. No either. Blade remained kneeling with his head down as someone would do when bowing before a king or queen. Legend of the Silver Saber Wolf. A.N. Here is the next chapter. I am sorry if it isn't a great one. I just haven't been motivated to write anything the past couple days. I hope you enjoy it, but if not, I am sorry. On an up note, I have hit 100 reviews for this story. ND, it didn't take as long as my other story did. Thank you all for all your support. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for reviewing. The new group is going to kick butt and not let anything or anyone stop them from achieving what they want. Silverscale. Thanks for the review and thanks for understanding. Tilly Jean. Thanks for the review and I am glad you liked the cliffhanger. I do explain Blade's behavior in this chapter. Shadowdamon 100. Thanks for reviewing. I will try and talk to you later. Winking face. Benoit. Thanks for reviewing. Yes, it was the lead up to another special thing about Harry and you will find out what in this chapter. Princess Osh. Thanks for reviewing. It's okay if it wasn't your favorite chapter, but maybe next time you could tell me what you like best or worst about the story. That way I know how to better please my readers. Mr. Sally Weasley. Thanks for reviewing. Congratulations, your review was number 100 for this story. As a reward, I will answer one question that you might have. You can either post the question in a review or contact me. I will then answer it by emailing you, so the question can be anything you wish to know, because you will be the only one to get the answer. I know that you have some questions you want answered by your review, so please feel free to ask. I will answer it. I am glad you decided to read the story too, and maybe by the end you will like the Harry Tonks ship more. Everyone continued to stare at Blade in disbelief. None of them said a word as they looked at him kneeling before Harry. Harry turned back from his wolf form into his human form. After a few minutes of silence, Harry becomes aggravated with Blade. Will you get off the floor and quit acting like an ass? I am not some sort of royalty, damn it. Spade snaps out of his staring. Blade, what in the name of Merlin do you think you're doing? Blade stands up and looks a bit ashamed of what he did. I am sorry, Harry. It is just when I saw you like that Spade didn't look too happy as he looked at Blade. Blade, you aren't making any sense, mate. Blade sits down in the seat looking rather pale. Spade, as you know, I have not had the easiest life in existence. When I was part of the group in my homeland, I heard an old man tell a legend to some of the kids in the small village. The old man told the kids the legend of the Silver Saber Wolf. Blade paused as he thought about the legend he had heard. Legend of the Silver Saber Wolf, told by Blade. The Saber Wolves of legend have always been known for their mystical powers. Another thing they were known for was their packs. Saber Wolves were the most protective of all the mystical wolves in the world. Each pack was comprised of Saber Wolves of the same color. The lowest form of Saber Wolves was the tan ones. They had the least amount of power and were considered lower class among the rest. Then you had the yellowish colored wolves. They were quick on their feet, but had a low amount of magical powers. The king of all Saber Wolves was the Silver Saber Wolf. The silver-colored Saber Wolves were very rare, but they were also very powerful. When a Silver Saber Wolf was born, it became the next in line as the king of all the packs. Since there was only one Silver Saber Wolf born in 100 to 250 years, it made the terms of being the king long and drawn out. Legend has it that the last Silver Saber Wolf died almost 1,000 years ago or more. After his death, there were no more Silver Saber Wolves born for some unknown reason. Legend tells that after the last king died, the other wolves lost all hope in their lives. Without a king to govern over all the packs, they started to separate and fight among themselves. The more powerful of the Saber Wolf packs started to attack the less powerful, trying to they were the most dominant pack of the breed. The more dominant ones wiped many of the less powerful packs out. A few of the lesser wolves managed to escape to freedom, but are suspected have died since then. Saber wolves do not survive too well without their packs. They can be lone hunters, but in the end they need their pack to be able to fall back on. By 500 years ago, legend says that there were only two main packs left. The red Saber Wolves and the black Saber Wolves were all that had survived the battle of the packs. It then came down to a war between the two packs for dominance. This war lasted for a few hundred years but ended with massive losses on both sides. Legend has it that the remaining wolves either died off or went into hiding. There have been no signs or traces of saber wolves in existence for over 100 years or more. The legend says that there will be a silver saber wolf born to human parents that would come into power. It will be this special silver saber wolf that will be able to fulfill the legend of the silver saber wolf. It will be this one who will become the most powerful of all the wolf kings. This king will bring all the wolf packs back together under his command. Any surviving saber wolves will show themselves once more, if and when the legendary king appears to claim his throne. Blade finishes the legend and looks at the astonished expressions on everyone's face. Harry looked at Blade for a moment, still trying to grasp all that he had said. Let me get this straight. You bowed to me because you think I am this legendary king or something like that. Blade, why would you think he is this king? Surely you can't believe that just because his animagus form is a silver saber wolf. For that matter, why bowl to him anyway? You're not part of any wolf packs, are you? I mean, you are human after all, even if you do have a wolf animagus form. Tonks says as she looks at Blade intently. Spade looks at Blade and then at Harry and Tonks with a look of total understanding. Blade is special in ways unlike most, but the legend he spoke of may in fact mean Harry. I personally don't know, but if it is true, then Harry, you are more special than you or anyone has ever thought. Harry did not look pleased by this information. Just what he needed, something else to set he apart from everyone else. Why could he just be normal and have a normal blood? Why life without everything getting so screwed up? Harry, I know you don't want to hear that, but it is true. If you are the legendary silver saber wolf, then you are a king among all wolf tribes. That's why I bowled down when I saw your form, Harry. I am not a mere human as Tonks suggested, and I am not a normal wizard either. I am one of a few that come from a group of people called lipos. Blade paused as he looked at Harry and Tonks. Then he looked at Spade for encouragement before continuing. A lipos is something like a lycanthrope, in that we too have a were form. However, our form does no come about just because of a full moon, like most werewolves of the world. Also, lipos are not limited to just werewolves. In fact, one of my friends is a were-tiger. Blade pauses again as he tries to collect his thoughts before continuing. A lipos actually has 4 forms that they can take. The first is human form, which is what I try to stay in all the time. In this form I do not show any real traces of being different from all those around me. The second form is animal form, which in my case is wolf form. I can take this form since most people believe I am a wolf animagus. The third form I wish to never take, and as such have went in search of a way to prevent it. This is my werewolf form, which, as you know, happens when it is a full moon out, but also it happens when I become totally enraged. That is why when I found a magical ring to control the beast within me, I took it willingly. The fourth form and another one I use my ring to control is the man-wolf form. This is where I still have my human mind, but I look like a werewolf. This is one of the true forms of a lipos, and human being the second natural form. By day lipos are to appear human, and by night they become part man and part beast. Spade looks at Blade for a moment and then placks his hand on his shoulder. Blade, you have no control over what you are. Though, now I do understand better why you reacted to Harry's form the way you did. However, I fear that the hour is drawing late, and we should really be getting some sleep. Harry, you and Tonks are welcome to stay here, as you know, and we can pick up with the tests tomorrow if you wish. Harry looked at Tonks and she merely nodded in response, then he looked at Spade. Thank you, Spade, we would like that. I am eager to complete the tests so I finally can learn all I can from all of you. With Tonks by my side, I am sure that we can conquer all the tests. Harry and Tonks made their way out of the office and found that everyone was still waiting in the main room. Harry decided to not say a word to any of them as he guided Tonks up the stairs towards the rooms. He paused a moment outside of his room. This is the room Spade had given me, just in case you need to talk or anything. Now I will show you to the room Spade said you could use. Harry started to walk away, but Tonks grabbed his arm, preventing him from going. Harry, do you really think I am going to stay in a room all by myself? Harry smiles at her. Well, you are a big girl now, so I thought maybe you would want your own room. Tonks smacked him playfully across the shoulder. Mr. Wolf, if you do not allow me to share a room with you, then I am afraid that I will just have to leave. Tonks gave Harry her best puppy dog eyes as she pretended to pout. Now, Panther, we can have you doing that now, can we? Harry said as he took her into his arms and hugged her tight. I suppose I will just have to show you to my room instead of your own. Harry pulled away and led Tonks into his bedroom, which he kept surprisingly clean, compared to his old room at the Dursleys. Tonks ran in and jumped onto his bed with a wide smile on her face. Harry closed the door behind him as he looked at Tonks and smiled. Come on, Harry, sit down, Tonks said as she patted the mattress with her hand. Harry walked over and sat down beside her. Tonks, you are. Harry didn't even get to finish his statement. And as Tonks grabbed a hold of him, planting a kiss right on his lips. Harry didn't fight it. Instead, he started to passionately kiss her back. Soon Harry found that he didn't want to let Tonks go, and was glad that she had insisted on sharing his room. He now had the woman that he loved, and there was no way he was going to let her go. The day after. Here is the next chapter. I know it isn't that long, but I hope you all enjoy it. Silverscale. Thanks for reviewing. Everything isn't fine, and to be honest, it is a bit disappointing for me these days, but I will continue to try and update. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for reviewing. I like to keep Harry and Tonks pretty even in power, and as you read this chapter, I hope you see why I do this. Mr. Sally Weasley. Thanks for reviewing. I am glad that you enjoyed the last chapter, and I hope that the answer I sent you did clear up a lot for you. Fire Gazer. Thanks for reviewing. Trek. Thanks for reviewing. I can't say flamers are the most of my trouble. Because what discourages me more is that no one is discussing the stories I write on my Yahoo group. Oh well, maybe one day people will come to discuss them there, because then they would see I update faster when positively motivated. Winking face. U10. Thanks for reviewing. Not sure why you didn't get an alert the last time, but I hope you get one this time. Yes, I am sure most are tired of Harry's complaining, but that is who he is, so it is just part of the character you must get used to. Yes, I have been forgetting about the Voldemort aspect of the story, but this chapter proves that Voldemort is still a part of Harry's troubled life. I like to keep them level in power, and you will hopefully see why by the end of this chapter. Padfootstwin 2. Thanks for reviewing. I wrote out of respect to my readers, and I will try to keep writing, as I am motivated to do so. Pleone. Thanks for reviewing. I am glad you like it, and I thought it was a good time to get them together. Princess Osh. Thanks for reviewing. It's okay even if you did repeat yourself, at least I would know you like the story. Though I would think there would to be things that you could find to talk about in the chapter. Winking face. Poppy. Thanks for reviewing. Yes, here is the update you wanted, I hope you enjoy it. Whittle. Thanks for reviewing. Borg. Thanks for reviewing, and thank you for proving that some people were right. There are flammers in the world that have learned to speak out their asses. I am sure a lot of people would agree with you this is filthy crap and that it should be removed. Though not many are telling me that. I wonder why that is. Harry woke up holding Tonks close to him early the next morning. It was early for Harry since he normally got up at 4, but for some reason he woke up at 3 again. He decided to lie there holding Tonks close to him instead of getting up. Harry held on to Tonks as he thought about what all happened the night before. I was ready to throw away my life a few days again, and now here I am with the only woman that I ever truly loved. How could I have been so stupid? Why didn't I just tell Tonks how I felt long ago? Harry, though, as he held on to her, knowing that she truly wanted to be with him as Harry, not as the boy who lived or Silver Wolf. Around 4, Tonks started to wake up as she usually did, and found that she was being held against someone. At first she was a bit shocked and frightened since she hadn't been dating anyone, but then remember where she was. A smile came to her face as she thought about whom it was holding her tightly. She didn't want to move at all. She didn't want to lose the warmth and protection she felt while being held by Harry. A girl could get used to waking up like this, Tonks thought as she gently moved to push up even closer to Harry's body. I wish we had done this a long time ago. Harry felt Tonks move and figured that she was waking up. He slowly moved his head and kissed her lightly on her bare neck. Having Harry kiss her on the neck was enough to convince her that he was awake. She slowly turned her head to look at him, though it required her to move away from him. Morning. Harry looked into her now brown eyes and smiled. Sleep well. Tonks smiled as she looked into Harry's bright emerald green eyes. Quite. In fact, it was the best I have slept in a long time. Harry kissed her on the lips gently and then pulled back to return to looking into her eyes. I must say that is the best I have slept in my entire life. Tonks leaned towards Harry and kissed him again. Best be careful or I might get used to waking up like this and never want to have my own bed again. Harry smiled even broader, feeling happier than he had his entire life. I will be sure not to be careful then because I already don't want you having your own bed. Unless. Harry didn't even get to finish his statement as a searing pain shot through his body emanating from his scar. Harry screamed in pain and promptly passed out in the bed right beside Tonks. Tonks looked horrified as she looked at Harry and saw blood oozing from his scar and running down his face. You fool, hissed a snake-like voice that was easily recognized as the voice of Voldemort. What happened out there? My lord, came a familiar voice, or at least it seemed familiar, but a white mask covered the Death Eater's face so Harry couldn't tell if he was right or not. I am so sorry. He managed to escape before I could do anything. No, I don't want excuses, I want him caught, hissed Voldemort as he aimed his wand at the Death Eater. Crucio. Quote. The coup. RSE hit the Death Eater dead on and he fell to the screaming in pain. Pain that was being dealt because he failed a mission his lord had given him. Voldemort holds the curse on him for another minute and then releases it. Bella, get in here. Bellatrix Lestrange walked in from an unseen location and knelt down in front of Voldemort, kissing the hem of his robes. Yes, my lord. Rise. Voldemort snapped. Clearly he was not in a pleasant mood. Waited for Bella to stand up and then he peered into her eyes. I want you to take care of this. I want this silver wolf brought to me. Do not dare fail me. Bella, or you will receive far worse than you have. Harry slowly awoke to find Tonks crying beside him with Blade and Spade both standing behind her talking in hushed voices. Harry blinked a few times to get them into focus and then spoke in a shaky voice. He's after me. Tonks looked up and then wrapped her arms around Harry's neck. Harry, you're okay. I was so worried about you. Blade walked over to the bed and looked at Harry. We were all worried about you, mate. What do you mean he's after you? Who's after you? Tonks pulled away from Harry and just looked at him. She was sure this had something to do with Voldemort. Which didn't really surprise her considering he has been after Harry since he was a year and a half old. Voldemort is after me, or rather Silver Wolf. Harry finally got out after swallowing down a large lump in his throat. Tonks looked shocked. She knew Voldemort was after Harry, but now he was after him as Silver Wolf as well. Harry, what are we going to do? Harry, now over his initial shock, looked at her with determination in his eyes. I am going to do what I came here to do, Tonks. I am going to train, and then when the time is right I am going to kill Voldemort. No one said a word, they all just stared at Harry in disbelief. No one really knew what to say about this situation. Finally Blade spoke, breaking the silence in the room. Harry, you know we will help you train in every way possible. Even if you fail the admission tests I will still train you, because I personally think you are great enough to beat the Dark Lord. Spade looked at Blade and nodded his head slightly and then looked at Harry and Tonks. The two of you should probably get ready for the day and then go have breakfast. Blade, I want Tiger and you to be ready to test Tonks today. And her to be caught up with Harry by the end of the day today. Harry, after you're done eating I would appreciate it if you met me in my office. I want to discuss a few things with you privately, that we need to take care of. Spade paused as he turned back to Blade. I want to have a private word with you and Tiger before you begin the testing, so please go locate him and meet me in my office. Ade nodded and then headed out of the room in search of Tiger after saying bye to Harry and Tonks. Spade looked at them once more. Harry, I will see you when you're done eating, and Tonks, good luck Tota. Why, I know you will do excellent in your tests. I will let you two get ready now. Spade turned and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Tonks watched as Spade left and then looked at Harry. I was so worried when you collapsed, especially when I saw the blood coming from your scar. Harry wrapped his arms around Tonks and held her close to him. Tonks, I am sorry that I scared you, but the pain is a normal occurrence. If Voldemort is anywhere near me I can tell because the scar will begin to hurt. When he feels strong emotions, I get the pain too, and like this morning, I normally will have a vision. I am able to see and hear what is causing Voldemort his great emotion. Tonks still was scared for Harry's life, but once again felt safe and protected in his loving arms. She didn't want to let go of him. She just wanted to stay in his arms all day, but she knew she couldn't. We should probably get down for breakfast. Harry grinned as he pulled back to look into her eyes. I suppose we should. But I want to get a shower before I go down. He grinned again as he turned and walked out to get a change of clothes. Tonks smiled as she watched him and knew that he would be fine. But still she was afraid to be away from him. She was afraid if she left him she might not ever see him again. I should too. Mind sharing? Harry turned to look at her and he had a wide grin on his face. Normally I would mind. But how could I turn down a beautiful angel like you? Tonks blushed a bit, not really sure what to say. She didn't expect Harry to say that, though she did really want to shower with him. The night before, all they did was sleep in the same bed together, because they were both exhausted. Tonks would have liked to do more to show Harry just how much she loved him, but that didn't happen. Harry made his way towards the bathroom to shower but stopped to see if Tonks was following him. He turned back and saw that she was still standing there. Well, you coming or am I showering alone? Tonks snapped out of her musing and smiled at Harry. She walked towards him to go shower. She didn't have different clothes with her, so would have to wear what she had on. Aft. Are there shower? Harry and Tonks made their way down to the dining room to have breakfast. Tonks just kept smiling and blushing a bit as she looked at Harry. Harry continued smiling as he tried to eat. Neither of them really saying anything to anyone at the table. Harry finished his breakfast and walked over to Tonks, then bent down and kissed her on the cheek. I will see you after your testing is done. He then moved his head and whispered in her ear. I love you, Tonks, so be careful when doing Tiger's test and remember what I told you about the broom. Tonks just smiles and kisses him on the lips before she allowed him to leave. I will, and I love you too, Wolf. Harry smiled and walked out of the room to go and see Spade in his office, though he had a good idea what Spade wanted to talk about. Harry stood outside Spade's office door for a moment before knocking and being permitted to enter into the office. Harry walked in and sat down in front of Spade's desk. So what did we need to discuss today, Spade? Spade looked at Harry and then back down at his desk. There are a few issues we need to discuss, Wolf. The first of which would be the concern I have that you failed to mention, to me at least, that you are a bloody Auror. I like you and I want you to be part of this organization, but I must tell you I am a bit concerned with having Aurors among us. Harry looked at Spade in disbelief for a moment and then looked a bit angry. Look, Spade, the issue of me being an Auror wasn't something I wanted anyone to know. As I said, that part of my life I was leaving behind to join you in this organization. If there is going to be further problems with this, then Panther and I will leave. No, it isn't that. Spade said, trying to calm Harry down. I am just concerned that you would hide this from me. I know you had your reasons, but I want you to be able to trust me, Wolf, with anything that you need to say. I know you are here because you want to be and not because you're trying to spy on us. Let's just move on to the second issue then, shall we? Harry nodded in agreement and Spade looked at a paper on his desk before continuing. The contact that I spoke of last night has sent me the latest briefing on the situation. It seems that the minister and the rest of my ministry are most concerned about what you have done. They believe that you have in fact kidnapped Harry Potter and Nymphadora Tonks and are currently seeking to get them back. Harry was shocked that the minister would be involved in the hunt to get him back, but knew he probably was only doing it to look good. I suppose they are expecting me to send them a ransom or something. Though they might be the least of my problems at the moment. By now another group knows I am missing, and if they do, then that means they will have their best looking for me too. Then on top of that I have Voldemort and his cronies looking for me as well. Spade looked at Harry and had a serious but friendly look on his face. That is the next thing I wanted to discuss with you. The reason I want Panther tested up to where you are is because I have a mission for both of you as a team. That is why once she passes Blade and Tiger's tests, I want you both to work together on Quake and Ice Queen's tests. That way you get used to be partners, and then we will discuss the mission I have. Harry was intrigued by Spade's missio, but doubted if he wouldn't discuss it until after they completed their testing. I know Panther and I can make a great team, but will you tell me at least what the mission is about now? Spade grinned as he looked at Harry. Not right now because it is going to be like your test from me, though you already passed my first in the club. Also, I think you should consider not sending a ransom demand to the minister just yet. Allow him to think about what is happening and make him sweat for a while. Harry grinned as he stood up. I wasn't planning on sending any ransom demands, but I guess I should when the time is right. Spade looked at Harry then stood up. Yeah, when the time is right you will have to, but for now don't. I want you to go rest for today and wait for Panther to finish testing. I don't want anyone saying you helped her complete the tests, so don't go trying to watch them. Harry looked at Spade in disbelief. You can't be serious. I am to ignore her testing just like that. I guess you have a point though. But doesn't mean I agree with it. Spade walked around the desk and looked at Harry again. No, you don't have to agree, but it is best if you obey. No one watched your testing, and that's because no one normally is present except the member testing and a referee if one is needed. Harry just shook his head and walked out of the office. He was half tempted to walk out side and watch anyways, but decided to honor Spade's wishes. He made his way up to his bedroom to wait out the day. After an hour or so of waiting, he made his way down to the gym in the mansion. He couldn't take just sitting around. So he decided a good extensive workout in the gym might clear his mind. Harry stood punching the punching bag with all his strength, allowing his rage about not being able to watch Tonks fight Blade to flow through his clenched fists. After an hour of punching the bag with all his rage balled up in his fists, he stopped panting. His fists were bloody and bruised hitting the bag with no protection for his fists. He pulled out his wand and cast a small healing charm to fix the damage he did to his fists and to stop the bleeding. He then walked over to the GHT bench and started to work out with the weights. If there was one thing he wanted more than anything, it was to be strong enough physically, mentally, and magically to protect his friends and Tonks most of all. He had the magical part well in tune, but his physical body was a bit lacking. He was still scrawny compared to most his age, and he was determined to build up his muscle tone, so when he uses weapons, he would be stronger. He would able to handle them better. He worked out at the weight bench for hours and didn't even realize until Blade walked into the gym that he had missed lunch. Harry looked at Blade as he stood there with no emotion showing on his face. Blade, are you done test? How did Panther do against you? Blade looked at the floor for a moment and then looked at Harry. Yeah, we finished up just in time for lunch, which I was disappointed you weren't at lunch. I am sure Panther was too. I know she would have liked to see you. Harry sat up on the weight bench and looked a bit concerned as he looked at Blade. Sorry, I guess I lost track of time in here. Now tell me, how did she do? Blade grinned a bit as he looked at the floor, trying to hide his grin. Well, she isn't as strong as an opponent as you were, but she definitely has brains like you. A few times I thought I had her dead to rights, and she would manage to dodge my attack barely and nail me with a counter. Panther beat me, Wolf. Not as fast as you did, but she is a very skilled witch and she will make a nice warrior given proper training. Harry stood up smiling broadly, wishing he had made it to lunch to congratulate Tonks on beating Blade. He looked at Blade with a glint of pride and admiration in his eyes. I am sure you will enjoy training Panther and I when we become a team. Blade looked up at Harry and had the same glint in his eyes that Harry did. Yes, I will find it most enjoyable. I am very excited about your training and I am sure once both of you have completed your testing you'll both be great at working together. Your styles of combat will match out nicely and prove most beneficial to both of you. Harry just grinned, wishing even more so that he could be with Tonks. So did she go for Tiger's testing already? Blade looked at Harry with a look of understanding in his eyes, knowing that he would rather be with her than standing here talking about it. Yes, she did, and I know she will do just great against him as you did. She is a very bright witch, and I wouldn't underestimate her abilities. So Wolf, since you can't go watch her, I thought maybe we could get some practice in while we wait. Sure, Harry said, walking over by Blade. I could use some training to keep my mind off of wanting to watch Panther kick Tiger's ass. Blade laughed as he led Harry out of the gym and towards the supply room. Harry spent a half hour in the supply room getting what he needed for the practice and discussing a few things with Blade while he got ready. The next few hours passed. Ed by quickly as Blade and Harry practiced with their swords. Blade was keeping with his lecturing even as Harry was proving that he had learned quite a bit from his last training session. By support, Harry and Blade were both exhausted and slowly made their way into the dining hall. Neither of them bothering to go shower before they walked in, so they were both covered in sweat and smelt a bit. Harry grinned as he sat down beside Tonks. She looked exhausted too, but she didn't seem too bad off. "Hey hun, how did your testing go?" Tonks looked at him and grinned. "Wolf, you look a bit worse than I feel. But as for the testing, it wasn't too bad. I am glad I had the broom, because he tried the quicksand on me too. I managed to show Tiger not to underestimate me when I tried to kill him, because I ran right into a large barrier shield protecting the window." Harry laughed as he looked at Tonks. "I guess he figured out where I got in, but the barrier didn't stop you." Tonks laughed as he leaned over and kissed Harry briefly on the lips. "No, it didn't, but Wolf, you really could use a shower." Harry grinned, as he turned a bit red. "I am sure we both could, so after we eat maybe we could get one." Tonks blushed as she thought about the morning shower, the first time they had saw each other naked for the first time. "Sure we could." Harry grinned as he quickly started to eat. He was about to ask her how she countered the barrier, but was soon met by Spade. "I just heard that Panther beat both her tests." Spade started as he looked at Tonks and Harry. "Congratulations Panther on beating both men today. Now I would like to discuss what comes next for both of you. Tomorrow you will both face off against Quake in his challenge for admission into the organization. I am sure both of you will do well. But this will be the first test to see if you can work together as a team. I suggest that you both get a lot of rest tonight and discuss your personal style of fighting." Tonks thanked Spade and then looked at Harry. "It will be great fighting alongside you." Harry smiled as he looked at Tonks. "Yeah, it should be very interesting to see how we work together as partners. I know I am looking forward to being partners with you." Harry looked at Spade. "I am a bit concerned about what Quake will have for us tomorrow." Spade just grinned. "Yeah, Quake has an interesting test planned for you tomorrow. And I am sure you both will find a brilliant way to beat the test." After finishing their dinner, both Tonks and Harry make their way up to their room to get a shower. Tonks looked at Harry with a look of concern in her eyes. "Harry, I don't want to be a nagging lady, but I could use some clothes. I left and didn't get to pack anything." Harry just grinned as he transfigured one of his sets of robes into female robes. "Here, you can put these on when we're done, and then we could go talk to Spade about going to London and getting you some clothes." "Well, I don't want to get us into trouble," Tons said, taking the robes from Harry. "What trouble could we get into going to a clothing shop?" Harry asked with a grin on his face. "It's not like we're going to your place." Tonks grinned and then kissed Harry. "That's true, I am sure the ministry are watching my place, but they are probably also watching Diagon Alley as well." Harry grinned at Tonks again. "That's okay, we aren't metamorphagus for nothing. We will merely change our identities and then we can shop without much fear of being seen." Tonks kissed him again in agreement and then followed him off to the shower. After their shower, they made their way down to find Spade in his office. After explaining to him what they needed to do, he finally agreed to send them to Diagon Alley, but made them agree to stay out of trouble. Diagon Alley incident. Sorry it's been so long since I last updated, but there have been some personal problems and computer problems that I had to deal with. I hope that you all understand and that you enjoy the new chapter. Thanks to Lucy Lollipop, Organiclime, Derbatua, Wolf in Hell, Poet Goddess, Intense, Dentrun with Scissors, Dark Danny, Silver Kit Kat, Future Goddess, Tops, Cynthia 1850, Rosygirl, DJ Rodriguez, Pleone, Benwa, Silence, Shadow 101, and Dimensional Analysis for reviewing. Blackbodian. Harry is 21 in the story. Borg. I know that I would not only get positive reviews, but your review isn't worth much since you really don't tell much about why you dislike the story. Like I have said before, if you don't like it, then don't read it. Spade gave the speech about staying out of trouble 2 more times before finally giving them the port key to his office at the Jade Scorpion pub in Nocturne Alley. He also reminded them to use the emergency button on the skull if they got into trouble. Though they told him that it wouldn't be necessary, he still felt better about telling them. He also gave Tonks her own black skull portkey so she could return if she got separated from Harry. They waited for the portkey to activate and then were instantly transported to Spade's office. They made their way out of the office into the pub and made their way out into the alley. They carefully made their way up the dark, forbidding alley that they knew was crawling with less than credible people. Once they were securely in Diagon Alley, they felt the lump of dread in their throats lift. How about we go look at some robes? Tonks asked as she held firmly onto Harry's arm. Sure, if that's what you want to do first. After all, we did come here to get you some clothes. Harry replied with a smile on his face as he held her arm in his. They made their way into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Harry waited patiently as possible as Madame Malkin measured Tonks for her robes. It took the better part of an hour to get everything that Tonks needed for her extended stay at the mansion. After paying for all that she bought, Harry led Tonks out of the shop carrying her bags for her. How about we stop by the Leaky Cauldron before we head back? Tonks looked at Harry and smiled. That sounds great, I am a bit thirsty after all that. Harry led Tonks off down the street to the Leaky Cauldron and proceeded to sit her bags down at a table. What would you like? Tonks grinned as she sat down. I will take a butterbeer. I don't want to drink too much. Harry just smiled as he walked over to the bar to order the butterbeers. As Harry was waiting to place his order with the bartender, he caught a glimpse of some red past the window. A moment later, he saw what it was as a man about 20 years old walked into the Leaky Cauldron following behind a bushy brown-haired lady around 20 years old. Harry grinned and looked away as he realized who had just walked into the pub. Of all the times for them to come in, this had to be one of the most ironic to Harry. He didn't look at them but listened intently. You can find us a table and I will get us some drinks. The red-haired man said to his lady companion as he made his way over beside Harry. Harry had a small grin on his face as he thought to himself, he still is trying to be the man of the family. But yet he knows she wears the pants in that relationship. Single quote. The red-haired man slammed his fist on the bar. Hey Tom, you going to keep your customers waiting all night? Tom, the owner, made his way down the bar and looked at the red-haired man with a gleam in his eyes. Wait your turn, Mr. Weasley, this gentleman was here before you. Harry grinned as he looked at Tom and then at Ronald Weasley. By all means, good sir. Wait on this young man and then I will place my order. Harry had taken the appearance of an older gentleman in his late 40s to hide who he truly was, so he liked acting his role. Tonks had decided to take the appearance of a lady in her mid-30s, since she hated taking on older roles. Though this time she figured a young lady with an older man would seem a bit out of place. Ron looked at Harry, thought didn't know it was him, and nodded. Thank you. My wife and I are in a bit of a hurry tonight. Ron looked at Tom again. Tom, I am sorry for being rude, it just has been a long day. Can I have 2 fire whiskeys? Tom just nodded as he turned to get him his fire whiskeys. Harry looked at him and tried to hide his grin. Harry would have loved to see his expression if he knew that he was standing by him, though he knew he couldn't reveal that to his once best mate. Mr. Weasley, was it? You seem a bit tense. What could be bothering a young man like you? Ron extended his hand to Harry. Ronald Weasley, and you are Victor Arnold, Harry said with a gleam in his eyes, at the name he came up with for himself. Well, Victor, you could say that. Today hasn't been the best in my life, and trust me, I have had some bloody terrible days. Ron said as he took the 2 bottles from Tom and paid him for them. Harry just nodded as Ron walked off to join Hermione, who had unknowingly chose to sit at the table next to where Tonks was waiting for Harry. Harry got his 2 butterbeers from Tom and walked over to where Tonks was seated and instantly knew that she recognized the couple across from them. It would have shocked Harry if she hadn't recognized them. Harry sat down the butterbeer in front of Tonks, and looked into her, now, brown eyes. Something wrong. Tonks blinked a few times, being drawn out of her thoughts as she looked at Harry. She then spoke in a hushed tone so no one could hear her but Harry. It is weird seeing them and not being able to talk with them. After all we have been through, it is rough being in the world, but yet not part of it. Harry placed his hand on Tonks' hand. I know, my dear, it was a bit weird for me too. Harry lowered his voice as he moved his head closer to Tonks. Ron was talking to me at the bar, so I definitely know. He seems so worked up and on edge. Tonks took a drink of her butterbeer. May This wasn't such a wise choice after all. I don't know if I am ready for this type of interaction yet. We have been trained to deal with this time of situation. Harry said half-heartedly, but inside he longed to show his friends who he truly was. Harry and Tonks sat in silence drinking their butterbeers, but the silence didn't last long before Hermione's bossy irate voice came booming towards them. How am I to calm down? First we are kept in the dark about him leaving and now I find out that he is being held against his will. On top of that she is missing now too. Hermione, lower your voice. Do you want everyone in here to hear you? Ron said in a hushed, but angry voice. Harry looked a bit concerned as he looked at Tonks. Do you think she is talking about us? He asked in a hushed voice so only Tonks could hear him. Tonks just merely nodded her head unable to find her voice, as she looked more horrified by Hermione's outburst than what Harry did. Harry sat there somberly as he finished his butterbeer, wishing he had something stronger to elevate some of the thoughts running through his mind. I don't think even the strongest whiskey could help me forget tonight. Though I wouldn't mind giving that red dragon wine a try that Blade had. How could I do this to everyone? I have placed everyone into a panic that they didn't need, not now, not when Voldemort was looking for control and power. Single quote. Hermione had got a job working for the Ministry in the Department of Mysteries after graduation from Hogwarts, so it was no wonder that she knew about Harry and Tonks being held hostage by Silver Wolf. It took all of Harry's strength and courage not to reveal who he was to Hermione. Instead he stood up and motioned for Tonks to follow him. They gathered all Tonks' bags and then made their way out of the pub. Tonks stopped dead in her tracks as they made their way into Diagon Alley and away from the scene back in the leaky cauldron. She hesitated for a moment and then looked at Harry with concern and tears swelling up inside her eyes. What are we going to do? We can't keep making people suffer like they are. We need to tell them that we're fine, but how can we without causing even more trouble? Harry looks down at the ground ashamed of all the trouble that he caused, but then looks at Tonks again. We will figure something out, my dear, but right now isn't the time for that. We need to get back to the island and prepare for what Quake has in store for us tomorrow. Harry and Tonks start walking down Diagon Alley as two oars come walking down the alley from the other direction. Tonks and Harry stop and look at them for a moment and it is clear that it is two nearer oars that were in training with Harry. Tonks leans in close to Harry and whispers, I bet they are hunting for Silver Wolf. Harry just grins as he looks at the two oars, and then at Tonks. It would seem that way, but I know those two. They barely made it through trainer. I doubt either of them could find their way without a map. Tonks playfully smacks Harry as they continue walking down the alley trying not to act suspicious as they near the two oars. Hardy won't be happy if we don't find him. One of the oars said as Tonks and Harry drew close enough to hear. The other oar spotting Tonks and Harry quickly silences his partner by placing his hand up. Harry and Tonks keep walking as they pass them acting as if they didn't hear anything. They make their way to the Jade Scorpion pub and go inside. As they enter they see that there are more than a few unscrupulous patrons inside it. They make their way over to a private table and sit down. Harry slides a wand down and casts a silencing charm around them as he looks at Tonks. Those two are working for Hardy now. Whoa. Ender, how many of the other oars are working for him now? Tonks reaches over and takes Harry's hand in hers. It doesn't matter how many are. We will find a way to beat him. We can't allow him to do this to Kingsley. The bartender walks over and recognizes them from when they entered the pub through the boss's office. Mr. Spade said that your key home would be ready in a half hour, if you are ready to leave, that is. Harry looks at the bartender for a moment. Is he here? No, sir. The bartender started and then lowers his voice. He returned to the island, but left word with me to tell you about the portkey. Harry looks at Tonks and then at the bartender again. We will take 2 bottles of butterbeer while we wait then. As you wish, sir. The bartender walks off acting like he was just taking their order instead of actually delivering the message. Between our friends being all worked up, and Hardy taking control, I don't know what's worse anymore. Tonks said as she continued holding on to Harry's hand. If Harry didn't feel bad enough about it to start with, this didn't help make him feel one bit better. We will figure something out, we just have to stay focused on what we have to do tomorrow though. Quote, I know the test requires our focus, Harry, but what of our friends? We really need to worry about taking care of that, and we need to find a way to bring Hardy down as well. We will, Tonks. We will figure it all out. Harry says as the bartender brings their butterbeers over to them. Tonks and Harry sat drinking their butterbeers as they waited for the portkey to the island to be activated. When their wait was up, they made their way into Spade's office and found the key that he had left for them and used it to get back to the island. Harry and Tonks didn't speak to anyone as they made their way up to their room and readied for bed. They wanted to be well rested for the test that they had the next morning, for they knew it would not be an easy test. Bad memories. Well, here is the next chapter and one of the tests that you have been waiting for. I hope that you enjoy it, and that you will review with any comments you have about it. Thanks to Lucy Lollipop, Silverscale, Pleone, and Reigning Insanity for reviewing, and thanks to anyone that I might have missed. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for reviewing, and I would say that Tonks wears the pants in the relationship. But we will have to wait and find out. Wolf, are you ready for the test today? Quake asks as Harry makes his way into the dining hall after his early morning workout with Tonks. Sure, Panther and I are both ready to face whatever you are throwing at us today. Harry says as he sits down waiting for Tonks to come in for breakfast. Where is Miss Panther this morning? She went up to change out of her training outfit. She will be down shortly. Harry says as he begins to get his breakfast onto his plate. I am sure that you both will do fine, but I hope that you are both prepared for what I have planned. Because this test will surely test all that you have learned so far. Quake says as he piles up his own breakfast plate. I am sure that we will do just fine during your test, Quake. Or at least I hope that we do. Harry says as he waits for Tonks to arrive. A few minutes pass and then Tonks walks in looking ready for the test ahead. She makes her way over and gives Harry a kiss on the cheek and then sits down beside him. So Quake, any hints as to what we will be facing today? Panther, so nice to see you too. As for any hints, you will find out soon enough what I have in store for you. I must say that I have taken a lot of care to make this a very well-rounded test to see how you both do as a team. Quake says as he looks at Tonks. After completing the IR breakfast, Quake leads Harry and Tonks out of the mansion and to a section that had been otherwise blocked off from view. As they enter, Harry feels his heart drop, as memories come flashing back about his third task in the Triwizard Tournament. Before them a 20-foot-high hedge fills the whole back section of the mansion. It looks exactly like the hedge maze that Harry had to enter for his third task. And it doesn't make him feel too secure about entering it. Wolf, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. Quake asks, not knowing anything about Harry's past. Tonks, on the other hand, knows full well why Harry looks the way he does, and she wraps her arms around him trying to comfort him. It will be okay, hun. We will get through this. Harry is lost in memories of what happened before. And isn't really paying attention to the world around him. What's wrong with him? Quake asks, getting even more concerned as all the color leaves Harry's face. Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you how the points currently stand. Tied in first place, with 85 points each, Mr. Cedric Diggory and Mr. Harry Potter, both of Hogwarts School. The cheers and applause sent birds from the Forbidden Forest fluttering into the darkening sky. In second place, with 80 points, Mr. Victor Crumb, of Durmstrang Institute. More applause. And in third place, Miss Fleur Delacour, of Beauxbatons Academy. Harry falls to his knees and screams out, though he is lost in his memory. No, not again. Tonks drops down beside Harry and tries to comfort him as Quake takes off in search of Spade or Blade because he had no idea what was happening as Harry knelt on the ground pleading with images before his eyes. So, on my whittle, Harry and Cedric, said Bagman. 3, 2, 1, he gave a short blast on his whistle, and Harry and Cedric hurried forward into the maze. No, I can't let him die again, Harry says as he jumps to his feet trying to go after the ghostly images of his younger self and Cedric Diggory. Tonks holds onto Harry with all her strength, but Harry manages to pull free and runs into the maze, trying to catch his younger self and Cedric. The towering hedges cast black shadows across the path, and, whether because they were so tall and thick or because they had been enchanted, Harry tried desperately to follow after them, but lost them in the darkness. Harry quickly grabs his wand and holds it in front of him. Lumos. Tonks stands outside of the maze for a moment and then rushes in to find Harry with his wand in hand. Harry. Quote. Harry is frozen as he searches for himself and Cedric but slowly comes back somewhat to reality as he hears Tonks' voice. Tonks, help me, I have to prevent him from dying. It's too late, Harry, Cedric is dead, it was only your memory playing tricks on you. Tonks says as she places her hand on his shoulder. Come back out with me, Quake is worried about you and so am I. Slowly Harry's head begins to clear up and he realizes that it was just in his mind, and he follows Tonks out of the maze to find Quake, Spade, and Blade waiting for them on the outside. Harry, are you alright? Blade says as he runs up to check on Harry. Yeah, Harry says weakly as he looks down at the ground. I am really sorry, Wolf, I didn't know that this would affect you like th. Or I would have never made it part of the test. Quake says as he looks at Harry from a distance. It's not your fault, you didn't know, Quake. Harry says weakly. Come on, Harry, let's go back to the mansion and you can rest. Blade says as he tries to get Harry to walk with him. No, I have to do this. If this is the test for Panther and then we have to complete it. Harry says in a more determined tone. Wolf, it's okay, I will design a new test for you to do tomorrow. I understand that you want to pass, but I won't subject you to this. Quake says in a soft tone, feeling terrible about what had happened. No, I have to do this or I will always be haunted by my past. I can't change that, but I can change the way I am affected by it, so we will do the test as planned, Quake. Harry says, now in full control of his mind and body. Tonks walks over and puts her arm on Harry's shoulder. Are you sure you can do this? Yes, with you by my side I will get through this. Harry says as he holds on to Tonks. If you're sure that you can do it, Wolf, then I say that the test shall commence at once, but only if you are absolutely certain that you are able to do it. Spade says as he looks at the determined expression on Harry's face. It's fine, Spade, I can do this. Okay, you heard him, Quake. He still wants to do it, so explain the test and begin it as soon as they are ready. Spade says as he KS over Harry one last time before promptly heading back to the mansion to finish the business that he was doing. Quake looks at Harry and then at Tonks. Are you sure that both of you will be able to do this? Because in order to pass you both must make it out of the maze. Harry looks at Quake as he holds onto Tonks' hand. Yeah, we can do it, Quake. Okay, here is the rundown of the test then. Maze is protected with wards that prevent apparating. In the center of the maze is a square that is the apparition point. You are to make it there and then apparate out to complete the test. However, there are obstacles inside the maze that will slow you down and try to prevent you from escaping. If that wasn't enough to make it a challenge, I have also arranged to have someone hunt you both down once you're inside the maze. If the person finds you, he will try to prevent you from escaping the maze. As I said before, you both must escape the maze by apparating out here, or else you will fail. Is that all? Harry asks, not sure that he really should ask. Yes, that is all there is to this test. The hunter will enter into the maze a minute after you, so any delay on your part will result in him trying to prevent your escape. Quake says as he looks at the concerned expression on Tonks' face. Can we try to eliminate the hunter? Tonks asks as she looks at Quake with a bit of concern in her eyes. I wouldn't advise confronting the hunter, but alas, if you have to, you may use stunners to prevent the hunter from eliminating you. Actually, once you're inside the maze, all rules are forgotten, and survival is the key. The only thing I will state is that no unforgivable curses are permitted to be used since this is only a test. So basically can use whatever necessary to get through the maze provided that it is legal, right? Harry asks, just clarifying the rules of engagement. That is correct. Any other questions before we start the test? Quake asks, and as Harry and Tonks both shake their heads no, he directs his attention to the maze. Then good luck and get ready, get set, go. Harry and Tonks run into the maze and both shout, Lumos, at the same time as they make their way through the beginning of the maze until they come to the first T section in the maze. Which way? I think that we need to think about the hunter before we go getting trapped in this maze. Harry says as he looks around the maze. What do you have in mind, because we are down to 30 seconds before the hunter comes in? Tonks asks as she looks at the determined look in Harry's eyes. Harry looks at Tonks and grins. This test is about two things. First is brains and second is stealth. We have to make the hunter become the prey. Harry quickly casts a concealment charm on Tonks and himself, and Hen casts a silencing charm on each of them. Now we wait for the hunter. Harry and Tonks stand waiting against the hedge waiting for the man that is hunting them. It doesn't take long for the hunt makes his way up to the T section where Harry and Tonks are waiting for him. Harry looks in disbelief as he realizes that the hunter is none other than Blade. This will be interesting to see if he is able to track us down. Harry grins as he watches Blade start to walk down the path to the left. Harry and Tonks begin to follow Blade down the path until it comes to a dead end. As Blade turns around, Tonks aims her wand at him. Petrificus totalis. Blade falls to the ground paralyzed by the full body bind. Harry then undoes the concealment charms on him and Tonks. You really need to learn not to try and follow us. But Blade starts, but is quickly silenced and then bounded with ropes to keep him from following them. Now let's find our way out of here, Harry says as he turns to leave. Harry and Tonks run back to the T section and quickly run down the other way. As they make their way down the path, they come to another section that splits off to the left and right. Harry, do you think we should have done that to Blade? Tonks asks as she looks at the two paths before them. We are in this to win, and it isn't like we hurt him. Quake will find him once we get out, but now we avenue to worry about getting out of here first. Tonks just nods in agreement and starts off after Harry as he makes his way down the left path. They make their way down the path until they come to what looks like a blanket of fog blocking their path. Dead end. Tonks asks as she looks at the cloud in front of them. Possibly, Harry says as he looks at the fog-like cloud in front of him. Harry Bridge aches off a piece of the hedges beside and then aims his wand at it. Serpini. The twig from the hedge turns into a small snake. In Parseltongue, Harry tells the snake to enter the fog. The snake enters the fog and instantly is reverted back to the twig it was formed from. Interesting, Harry says as he watches the snake revert back. Mind telling me what just happened? I think it is a fog form of finite incantum, which will nullify any charms or incantations that are placed on an object or person. Basically, I think it is supposed to reveal us if we tried going through it under the concealment charm. Harry says as he walks up to the fog. Harry, wait. If you're wrong, then it could be dangerous. Let's look for another way. Harry stops and walks back to Tonks. Okay, if you want to, but I really do think it is harmless. Tonks doesn't like taking the risks as she makes Harry follow her back to the split in the path and they begin to make their way down the other path. Harry stays in front of her as he slowly makes his way down the path trying to listen for any signs of danger. Stupefy. Quote. Harry turns just in time to see Tonks follow down onto the ground having been struck in the back with the stunner. Harry calls out at the attacker. Stupefy. Stupefy. Quote. The attacker puts up a shield to block the stunners and then quickly ducks off to the side of the path that lead down to where Harry and Tonks were. I thought Blade was the hunter. Harry yells out as he looks down the path waiting for the attacker to come out. He was the decoy, because I expected the ambush. Tonks is down and now I will eliminate you. Quote. Forget it, Tiger, I will not allow you to stop us from completing this test. Harry yells as he picks up Tonks and slowly begins moving backwards, keeping his straight forward, watching for Tiger to come out of his hiding place. He finds that he can't go back any further as he backs into a dead end. Harry knows that he is trapped and with Tonks out it will be impossible to get by Tiger without being stunned. Harry carefully places Tonks down on the ground and then mumbles a silencing charm around him and Tonks and then he aims his wand at Tonks. Enervate. Tonks begins to come to and looks horrified. Harry. Tiger is the real hunter and he has us pinned down. Harry says as he sends a stunner up the path hoping to keep Tiger on his toes. Give it up, Wolf, I have you. I know you came to the dead end and I won't allow you to get past me. This guy is pissing me off. Harry says as he sends another stunner down the path. Harry, we are fully try. Ned orders we should be able to overcome this. Tonks says as she climbs to her feet. That's it, we will just have to outthink this egomaniac. We can get him with the old bait and switch. Harry says as he looks at Tonks. And grins. Tonks grins back as he aims her wand at Harry and mutters a spell that makes a clone of him. It isn't a perfect clone, but it is good enough that it could just fool Tiger. Harry has Tonks get back down into the position of that she was in when she was stunned, and then Harry performs the spell to make a clone of her. Tonks then stands up and Harry quickly casts a concealment charm over them. If you want me, Tiger, come get me, you bloody git. Harry quickly casts the silencing charm over him and Tonks and slowly make their way up the path towards Tiger. Both of them keep their backs pressed against the hedges as they move up the path just in case Tiger does attack. Tiger glares down at the ground as he hears Harry's voice. I'll show you, Wolf. Tiger carefully sticks his head around the edge of the hedge and looks down the path. He is unable to see in his current state, so he decides that it is best to use another means of tracking them. Tiger slowly transforms from a man into a large tiger. In his new form, he is able to see down the path and can see Harry standing over Tonks. Tiger quickly returns to his human form and casts a silencing charm on himself, as he moves silently out in the path. Stupefy. Quote. Harry and Tonks see the light come from Tiger's wand and know where he is. When Harry doesn't send a curse back at Tiger, he believes that he hit him. Tiger carefully begins to move down the path. Once Harry and Tonks get by Tiger, they stand behind him and grin, and Harry yells. Stupefy. Quote. The stunner nails Tiger right in the back and drops him down to the ground. Tonks and Harry quickly bound Tiger and make sure that he can't get free before they make their way back towards the fog. They don't hesitate as they run into the fog this time. Sure enough, all charms on them are nullified, but it doesn't matter as they quickly run down the path and follow it to the next section junction. They hesitate for a moment before running down the left path, hoping that it will lead them to freedom. As they come running down the both, however, Harry freezes in place in shock as he stares at a giant spider in the middle of the path. Instantly memories come flashing back at him again from that dreadful night so long ago. Cedric looked around just in time to hurl himself past the thing and avoid colliding with it, but in his haste, he tripped. RRY saw Cedric's wand fly out of his hand as a gigantic spider stepped into the path and began to bear down upon Cedric. Stupefy. Harry yelled. The spell hit the spider's gigantic, hairy black body, but for all the good it did. He might as well have thrown a stone at it. The spider jerked, scuttled around, and ran at Harry instead. Tonks watches Harry and can tell that he is once again lost in his memories, and she tries to get him to come out of it before it is too late. Harry still trapped inside his memory does the only thing he can do as he watches Cedric and his younger self be attacked by the spider. Stupefy. Quote. The spider in front of Harry and Tonks continues to come at them as if the spell has no effect on it. Tonks sends numerous stunners at the spider, but they all rebound back at her. The spider brings down its giant pincers and grabs Harry, lifting him into the air, successfully bringing him back to reality. Tonks aim for the underbelly, it's the only way. Tonks is scared to death as she watches the spider lift Harry into the air, but hearing Harry's voice she regains her composure and aims for the underbelly of the spider. Stupefy. Quote. The stunner hits its arc and both the spider and Harry fall to the ground. Tonks quickly runs over to Harry. Harry, are you alright? My leg. I think I broke my leg. Harry screams as the pain rushes through his entire body. Tonks helps Harry to his feet, trying to help him walk, though the pain in his leg is tremendous. Harry, we have to get to the apparition point. Do you think you can make it? I have to. Harry saw through clenched teeth as the pain is intense. With Tonks' help, Harry manages to make it to the end of the path, which lucky lead them into the center of the maze. In the center of the small clearing they could see the apparition point. Tonks helps Harry over to the point and then sits him down to allow him to rest a moment. Harry, can you apparate? Tonks asks, looking very concerned at this point. Yeah, just give me a minute to clear my head and try to block out this pain. Tonks turns to watch the path they came out of, and after a few seconds she hears the spider beginning to stir. Harry, I don't think that stunner worked too well on that spider. Let's not wait and find out. Harry says as he motions for her to help him up. They both then hold on together as they apparate out of the maze and land beside Quake. As soon as they land, Harry screams out in pain and falls to the ground. What happened? Quake says as he rushes over to Harry. What do you mean what happened? It was that blasted spider you put in there. It broke his damn leg. Tonks says out of anger and rage. Quake looks a bit confused as he begins casting spells to begin mending Harry's leg. Spider. I didn't put any spiders in the maze. Then how in the hell did a giant spider get in there? Tonks asks as she looks down at Harry. Panther, I swear I didn't do it. I put some obstacles in there like a nullif. Ying fog and some quicksand, but nothing that would really hurt either of you. Quake says, a bit worried about how something as dangerous as that could have got loose inside his maze. Tonks doesn't say a word as she continues to kneel by Harry. I patched him as best as possible. Panther, take him back to the mansion and let Spade finish mending him. I am going to go find out where Tiger and Blade are. Quake says as he gets up and runs into the maze. Tonks stands up and then helps Harry to his feet. Let's get you back to the mansion, you need to rest. Tonks walks towards the mansion helping Harry to get there. The truth is revealed. Here is the next chapter. Thanks to Lily Malfoy 13, Louis IX, Bubba, Benoit, and Pleone for reviewing. DJ Rodriguez. Quake didn't put the spider in the maze. And in this chapter you will see why someone would put it there. Princess Scamelia. I hope that you enjoy the story and that it opens new interests in you to read other Harry Tonks tales. Ranma Hibiki. Nice theory about the spider. And now you will find out if you were right or not. Shinigami-sama 1. Well, in JKR's world he will probably defeat Voldemort by year 7, but for this story I had to make it that he didn't. Harry is lying in bed when Tonks walks into the room to find that he is awake. How are you feeling, Harry? Better now that I have rested, and the potion helped as well. Harry says as he looks at Tonks. That's good, I was worried about you after that run-in with that spider. Tonks says as she bends down and kisses Harry on the forehead. Harry looks at Tonks as she stands back up. Is there any clue to how that spider got into the maze? Not yet. Quake still says that he had nothing to do with it. Spade believes Quake, and I tend to believe him too, but that me and someone wanted us not to pass the test. Harry looks at Tonks as a bit of rage comes to his eyes. Tiger. Harry, you can't think that Tiger did this. Tonks says, trying to defend the one member of the team that was a bit upset by Harry outsmarting him. He wanted to eliminate us, that's why he set up the decoy by sending Blade in. Harry says as he thinks back to the test that about cost him everything. Spade spoke with Quake and Tiger and they both said that the decoy was part of the test. He wasn't looking to hurt us, Harry, he was only testing us like the rest of them are. Then you tell me how a giant spider got into that bloody maze, Tonks. Harry says, feeling even more enraged by it. Tonks sits down beside Harry and places her arms around him. I don't know how it got in there, but I swear we will find out. Quake said that he used his gifts to make the maze and put in the obstacles. No one else had access to the maze, so no one knows how the spider got in there yet. One knows how that spider got in there, and when I find out who put it there, I swear I am going to make them pay. After a few days of rest, Harry found that he was able to once again walk normally. The potion that he had been given worked perfectly to heal his broken leg. Though the lack of knowing who put that spider in the maze was driving everyone insane. Harry and Tonks sit in Spade's office as he looks at a paper on his desk. Harry, I am really sorry about what happened, and I assure you that I am doing everything in my power to find out how that spider got into that maze. Spade, you told me this island was safe. That no one could find us. Yet it would seem that someone was out to hurt me or Tonks, and that I will not stand for. Harry looks pissed as he speaks his mind. I don't know what to say, Harry. But I think it is best that we move up Ice Queen's test, and get it done as soon as possible. Spade says as he looks at Harry. Someone is trying to kill us and all you're worried about is your damn tests. Harry shouts as he stands up, showing that he was clearly enraged. Harry, calm down, honey. I am sure that Spade knows what he is doing. Tonks says as she tries to calm Harry down so they don't have a repeat of the last time he lost his cool and caught Spade's desk on fire. Tonks is right, Harry, I am only thinking about your best interest, and I will personally oversee Queen's test to make sure nothing happens to either of you. Fine, have her set the damn test up, but I swear if anyone tries to kill Tonks or me, I will not hesitate to kill them. Harry says as he storms out of the office. Tonks looks at Spade with concern in her eyes. I truly hope that it isn't someone on your team, because I am afraid that Harry means what he says. Harry is sitting in his room when Tonks walks in and finds him. His eyes are glassed over as she looks at him, and at first she becomes a bit concerned seeing him like this. It is as if he is in some sort of a trance. Harry, are you all right? Tonks says as she walks over to him. She shakes him a bit, and after a few seconds he snaps out of it. What? Oh, sorry, I was trying to analyze the events of that maze test to see if I could find anything to help me solve how the spider got in there. Harry says as he slowly comes out of his trance. Guess you have been working on your occlumency and how to use it to analyze things in your mind. Harry grins as he looks at Tonks. Yeah, I have practiced a lot since my 5th year in school, and have perfected it to the point that I can replay my memories so I can analyze every aspect of the memory. Tonks grins as she thinks about how much Harry had improved in his skills since she had first met the boy in the summer before his 5th year at Hogwarts. Maybe you could help me perfect my occlumency one of these days. Quote. Sure, I will help you with anything you want, Tonks. Harry says, as he looks Tonks in the eyes and smiles. Thanks, so you figure anything out in your mind? Tonks asks as she looks at Harry's sparkling emerald green eyes. Harry looks down as he loses his smile. No, I haven't found anything that would help in solving how that spider got into the maze. Use that we will never know how it got in there. It's okay, Harry, we will just have to be more careful going into the next test. After all, Ice Queen's test is supposed to be one of the toughest tests that we will have to take. I am sure the Ice Queen will come up with an intense test for us to take, but I am also sure that we will be able to overcome all odds and complete her test. Harry says as he lies back on the bed. As a result of the incident during Quake's test, it has been decided by me that Ice Queen's test will not take place on my island. I have another private island that no one knows about that will be used for her test. However, I must tell you both that her test will not be easy, because for it I have to bring in other members of my organization. Spade says as he looks at Harry and Tonks. What? How can we know that it will be safe with more people being involved? Harry asks as he stands up looking at Spade. Harry, if you would kindly calm down, I will tell you how. I will know it is safe for my members to participate in this test. First, though, I want to point out that these people are not my inner circle, so their trustworthiness is unknown to me. I know for a fact that my inner circle of Blade, Tiger, Quake, and Ice Queen are absolutely loyal, and have nothing to do with the attempt on your lives. Now, to answer your question, I am going to have all the members that are to help be tested with truth serum to see if they have any connection to the attempt on your lives or if they will try anything to harm either of you. Spade says as he looks at Harry with calming eyes. Harry calms down a bit, but he is still a bit uncertain about this. I want to be there when the test is done. If someone is guilty, then I want to deal with them. Harry, I know you want revenge for what happened, but I will not have you killing anyone even if they are found guilty. Spade says with a determined look in his eyes. You're damn right that I want revenge, and Spade not. Hing you can say will stop me from getting revenge if I find out who tried to kill Tonks and I. However, I will not kill them, but I will make them suffer. Harry says with as much determination as Spade had. Fine, as long as we are clear that you won't kill any traitors, then you can be there. Spade says as he stands to dismiss Harry and Tonks. The next day, Spade arranges for all the members that he needed to be brought to his club in Nocturne Alley. Harry sits in Spade's office in disguise along with Quake and Tonks, who is also in disguise. The first person is brought in. It is a young lady about 20 years old, with long red hair. She looks at Spade and then at the others in the office. You wished to see me, Spade? The woman says, and instantly Harry's eyes look her over with a cautious gleam. Harry looks at Spade and then leans over and whispers to him. May I have a word with you? Spade nods and looks at the young lady for a moment. Could you excuse me for 1 second? Please have a seat and I will be right back. Spade stands up and walks out of the office, followed quickly by Harry and Tonks. Wolf, this better be important because we really need to get this done quickly. Spade says as he looks at Harry with a bit of concern in his eyes. Do you know who she is? Harry asks as he looks at Spade. Spade looks at Harry for a moment and then nods. Her codename is Fox, N.D. She works in the Department of Mysteries. Wolf, is she who I think she is? Tonks asks as she looks at him. Yeah, that is Ginny Weasley. Harry says in a low voice for only Tonks and Spade to hear him. You know her then? Is there a problem with her working on this test? Spade asks as he looks at Harry with even more concern in his eyes. I know her and I trust her, but I am a bit concerned about what she knows. And why she is working for you. Harry says as he looks at Spade. She doesn't know anything at this point in time, as for what she does for me. She is an informant for me within the ministry. I like to have eyes and ears all over to keep me informed of what is happening in the ministry. So she doesn't know who we are or anything, because since she was a friend of mine in SC. Pool, it would be hard to explain why I disappeared like I did. Also, with the new connection between Silver Wolf and the disappearance of Harry Potter, she might be looking to plan a rescue. We will find out when we question her. Now we should get back inside there. Spade says as he walks back inside his office followed by Harry and Tonks. Spade sits down and looks at Ginny. Sorry about the delay, Fox. Now then, I have called you here because I have a job for you, but before you can do it, you must agree to undergo a small dose of truth serum to ensure that you are right for the job. I will understand if you do not wish to do this. And if you don't, you may walk out of this office with no questions asked. Ginny looks at everyone for a moment and then directs her eyes on Spade. Spade, I have worked for you for over a year now. So if you now request this of me, I have nothing to hide from you or anyone else here. Spade grins as he motions for Quake to give her the dose of truth serum. After it is administered, he makes his way back over to his seat. Fox, have you or are you planning to harm or kill Silver Wolf? Spade asks in a direct tone. No. Ginny says without hesitating. Harry looks at her and then looks at Spade for his approval. Fox, are you here to save Harry Potter or capture Silver Wolf? No. Harry Potter is my friend, but I am in no way able to save him if Silver Wolf truly does have him hostage. Ginny says, feeling badly that she is unable to help her friend in any way. Okay, I think it is decided that Fox is trustworthy enough for the job. Quake, please take care of her. And then give her the envelope for her to know her role in the test. When that is done, please bring in the next person. Harry can't help but feel bad about the stress that he is putting on Ginny. After all, she is a good friend. Though now there was no time to really deal with that now, as he had to focus on the current task. One by one, each member that would be used in the test was brought into the office and given the same test that Ginny was. Each one passed without hesitation, and finally it came to the last man on the list. A man in his early 20s with short brown hair walks into the room. Instantly Harry recognizes him as the informant that was out the mansion the night before Quake's test. He had been there to give Spade his weekly report from the ministry. After the truth serum was given to the man, Spade looks at him for a moment and then begins. Have you or do you plan on harming or killing Silver Wolf or Panther? The man looks a bit frightened and sweats a bit. Yes. Harry is about to jump out of his seat, but Spade keeps him down. Not yet. Spade says to Harry and then directs his attention back to the man. Why have you or would you want to harm Silver Wolf? I wanted to collect the 200,000 galleon bounty that the ministry is offering for his capture. Did you place the spider in the maze at my mansion? Yes. I had hoped to injure Silver Wolf enough to collect the bounty. That's it. Harry says as he stands up. This man has tried to kill me for money. He is to be taken into custody at once. Spade looks at Harry and then looks down in disappointment. It would seem that he is guilty, and therefore he shall be punished. Quake, please take him into custody and take him back to the mansion. No. He will pay now. Harry says as he jumps up and aims his wand at the man. Crucio. Quote. The man falls to the floor screaming as everyone looks at Harry in horror for what he is doing. Wolf, stop it now. Spade says as he looks at Harry in horror. Harry doesn't listen as he keeps the curse on the man, and the man continues to scream out in pain. Tonks reaches over to Harry and grabs his shoulder. Harry, stop. Finally Harry comes to his senses and releases the man from the curse. He could have killed you, Panther. He could have taken you from me forever just because he is a greedy bastard. I know he deserves to be punished, but you have. He made him suffer, now allow Spade to complete his punishment. Tonks says as she grabs Harry and pulls him into a hug as tears roll down her face. Spade motions for Quake to take the man into custody, and to be taken back to the mansion to serve out his punishment for the attempted murder of Silver Wolf. Quake walks over and grabs the man and then pulls out his skull and is transported back to the mansion. I will allow you, the reader, to decide what should happen to the man that decided to put the spider into the maze just to collect the bounty of Silver Wolf's head. If I don't get any votes from you, then I will do it as I have planned, but I want you to tell me how you would like to see happen to him. Ice Queen's Test. A.N. Here is the chapter that you have all been waiting for. The chapter where the traitor shall be punished, and also the Ice Queen's Test to see if Harry and Tonks can make the cut. I would like to say thank you to all that reviewed with ideas on how to punish the traitor. Warning. If you haven't noticed, Harry is becoming a bit darker as the story develops, and this chapter just adds to that a bit. This is not your normal, poor, little Harry anymore. He is changing, and not always for the better. Also, Tonks is changing too, so no flames about it. I would like to say thank you to Jess Darkwater, HP Freakout, Vader Von Melker, Pleone, Never Odd or Even, and the Black Lichen for reviewing. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for reviewing, and I am glad you liked the chapter. I will see about the action between Harry and Tonks, though I doubt there will be much of that kind in this chapter, since it is the test chapter. Ulxer 6666. Thank you for your excellent idea, though I am not sure if that will be the final decision. Just me. Excellent idea for a way to punish the traitor. And we will have to see if that is the outcome. Japanese Jew. Ouch. You have a wicked mind indeed, and I will consider it, though I am not sure it will happen. Chapter 18. Ice Queen's Test. Harry returned to the mansion with Tonks and went to their room for the night. They had an important test coming up, and they needed their rest. The next morning they made their way down to the dining hall where they met Spade and the rest of the team members. Wolf, we have decided to hold a meeting to see what exactly we should do with the man who tried to kill you, Spade said as he motioned for Harry and Tonks to sit down. I feel that his betrayal warrants a harsh punishment, though I felt the group as a whole should make the decision. Spade, we aren't actually part of the group, Tonks said in a low voice. You are correct, Panther. At this point you are not officially part of the team. However, since the attempt was made against Wolf, you both shall have a say in his punishment, Spade said as he looked at everyone seated at the table. Who would like to give their opinion first? Actually, sir, I have a theory, Ice Queen said in a harsh tone. Spade motions for her to speak. I think we should cut off his balls and send them to the ministry as a warning not to piss with Wolf or any of us. As tempting as that sounds, I am not sure any of us would like to do that to him, Spade said with a sick look on his face. I would gladly do it. I could even decapitate the bastard and send that head to the ministry as well, Ice Queen said with an evil grin on her face. No, my dear, I am sure we can find something else to serve as his punishment, Spade said as he directed his attention to Blade. Blade, do you have any ideas? Well, I think that Wolf should be the one to punish him. So maybe he could put him under the Cruciatus curse until he goes insane, Blade said as he glanced at Harry with a grin on his face. That is a tempting offer, but I don't know if driving man into insanity will be the solution that we seek, Spade said, as he looked around for any more suggestions. We could always take him high in the air and let him plunge to his death, Tiger said as looked at Spade. Interesting choice for you, Tiger, Spade said as he looked at Tonks. Panther, what do you feel should be done with the traitor? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe we could use him to get the ministry off of Wolf's ass for a while, Tonks said as she looked at Harry. Interesting theory, and suggestions on how we could do that, Spade said as he looked around. You could use my IR to make a polyjuice potion, couldn't you? Harry asked as he looked at Spade. Actually, Wolf, if that is not your true form, the polyjuice potion would make him appear as your natural form, not your current one, Quake said. And since he is the resident potions master, he would know. Oh, I didn't think about that, Harry said as he looked down, wishing that Snape had taught him better in potions class. Actually, that is a good idea. But instead of using a polyjuice potion, how about we transfigure him to look like you, Wolf? It isn't permanent, but it should buy us some time, and it would prove we are serious about what we do to spies, Quake said as he looked at Wolf. That is an idea, but I don't think that will do much, but irritate the ministry, Tiger said as he sneered at Quake. Yeah, it would irritate the ministry. It wouldn't be a great punishment, but it would get their bloody attention, Blade said as he glared at Tiger. You expect me to do that? The man tried to kill me in a All you want to do is irritate the ministry. Harry shouted as he stood up. Look, I will agree to send a message to those at the ministry, but it will be done in a way that will really get their attention. Wolf, what do you have in mind? Spade asked with a worried expression on his face. I say we torture the bastard and send whatever is left of him back to the ministry with a warning if they try. This again, the next one doesn't come back alive. Furthermore, we obliviate him so he can't remember a damn thing. Harry said as he looked around. All in favor? Spade asked and watched as everyone but him raised their hand. So that is what will happen. I agree with Wolf, but I also think that I should be there. Tonks said with a hint of excitement and concern in her voice. Spade looked at and nodded as their breakfast was brought in. Wolf, Panther and you will be given access to the prisoner after breakfast, but don't torture him too long because your test with Ice Queen is scheduled for 10 o'clock. Harry grinned as he loaded up his plate. That's more than enough time for us, right my love? Tonks gave Harry a weary smile as she put some food on her plate. After finishing their breakfast, Harry and Tonks made their way into the dungeon with emotionless expressions upon their faces. Both were dressed in matching black robes with a red trim. Harry aimed his wand at the man as he went to open the door. Don't try anything or you die. The man cowered in the corner of the cell as Harry opened the door. Harry and Tonks both walked in with determined and uncalculating expressions on their faces with their wands aimed at the man. Davy Gudgeon, you have been found guilty of attempted murder and are hereby sentenced to be tortured by my hand for your attempt on my life. Harry said in his silver wolf voice. Please, I am sorry. Please don't do this, please show me mercy. Davy pleaded as he crouched in the corner out of fear. Mercy. You should be thankful Wolf agreed to only torture you. Because honestly you deserve death. Tonks said in a heartless tone that she didn't even recognize as her own. Harry looked at her with a shocked expression on his face, not believing that she said that. Harry then grinned at her. Thanks, love, he said, and then turned towards Davy. Panther is right, you worthless bastard, you are being shown mercy. Please no. Enough of your whining. Crucio. Harry said as he watched the man collapse in agony and he started screaming from the pain. Tonks looked at Harry and grinned as the man screamed out in pain. You enjoy this so much it is scary. But really, is Crucio the best you can do, love? Tonks asked as she aimed her wand at Davy. Electrica. Quote. Davy screamed out in even more pain as his body was filled with electric current that could possibly electrocute him to death, but Tonks kept it low enough to just fill him with lots of pain. Very nice, love. Didn't think you were one for dark magic, but I got one better. Reefgra. Harry said with a grin as Davy screamed out as his bones were twisted and pulled in a very painful manner. Technically that was a dark curse I used, but if you want something a bit darker, how about this? Machina. Pink needle-like threads shot out of Tonks' wand at a rapid rate, nailing Davy all over, causing him a great amount of pain. That was interesting, Harry said as he sent a bone-breaking curse at Davy. The contest continued on for a half hour, Harry and Tonks taking turns to see who could cause the most pain. However, they had to stop after a half hour as they were beginning to get a bit excited about torturing the man who tried to kill Harry and Tonks in the maze. Tonks ran her hand over Harry's chest. Wolf, I am so damn horny right now. Harry could tell by the glint in her eyes that she was getting really excited. Later, babe, we must finish here and meet up with Icy for her little exam. Harry aimed his wand at Davy. It is time for you to forget all, but what I tell you. Obliviate totalmente. Quote. When Harry said that he would forget all, but what he told him, he wasn't lying. The curse he used erased every memory the man ever had in his lifetime. All that remained was the warning to the ministry, which was, if anyone tries to attack any member of Silver Wolf's pack again like this traitor did, they will be killed on the spot in the lifeless core. He will be all that is sent to the ministry. Tonks had to push her excitement to the back of her mind until later as she made her way up from the dungeons with Harry. They made their way to the living room where they were to meet Ice Queen at 10 o'clock. Is the prisoner taken care of? Ice Queen asked with a glint of excitement in her eyes. Yes, ma'am, he is on his way to the Ministry of Magic with no memories. But with the warning I told him to tell the minister. Harry said in a cool tone. Very nice. Spade was a bit worried when his screams died down. He thought you might have accidentally killed the poor fool. No, the putz passed out, so we had to revive him so he would be alert to what was happening. Tonks said in a cold tone that matched that of the Ice Queen. Well then, since that is done, it is time to go for your test. Ice Queen said as she looked at both of them. We are going to a small island that Spade owns. The test will be held inside Spade's Wizarding Hotel. What is our test, Ice Queen? Harry asked as he tried to figure out what the test could be. It is a simple test really. All you have to do is get to Fox and get her out without being captured. There will be no killing curses used. But all others are welcomed. Ice Queen said in a matter-of-fact way. There are people inside that will act as guards, and you will act as if this is a hostage situation since Fox is being protected by guards. Quote. Harry stood thinking for a moment about what was said. Tonks and him would have to go in and save Ginny Weasley, also known as Fox, from the guards that were holding her. Sounds simple enough, what's the catch? Now if I explained all the tricks to you there would be no real test. Now would there? Just remember it will take you both to save her, so you must work as a team. Ice Queen, you said that this is a wizarding hotel, so does that mean there will be more witches and wizards in there other than the ones posing as guards? Tonks asked, trying to figure out what she meant. Yes, Panther, and thank you, I almost forgot to mention that point. The Wizarding Hotel is full of wizarding families and other witches and wizards that come to the private land as a way to get away from their normal lives. That is why I said no killing curses are to be used, since there are hotel guests there. Not like we want our own members killed anyway, but I like to warn you about it. Those that are there on vacation know only that there will be a drill today, so if they see spells being fired that they have nothing to worry about. I am sorry that I can't tell you which ones are guests and which are guards, but as you can guess that is part of the test. Harry and Tonks used a portkey along with Ice Queen to get to the location of the test. Before them stood a tall building that did resemble that of a Muggle hotel. It was 50 stories high with a penthouse on the top of it. You have 30 minutes to come up with a plan of attack and then you will be given 1 hour to get to Fox and get her out. If you are not out with her by noon then you will fail the test. Ice Queen said as she apparated to her vantage point to observe the test. So love any idea on how to save our hostage? Tonks asked in her normal sweet tone as she looked at Harry. Actually I don't yet. I am more concerned with what we don't know about this situation. Harry said as he glanced at the building from his location about 30 feet away. Tonks looked at Harry and then at the building. Yeah, she did seem kind of vague about the whole test. There has to be more to it than just the guards watching the building. Quote. My thoughts exactly, and now all we have to do is figure out what else is hidden in there. Harry said as he looked around and saw a small table off away from them. It would seem that Queen gave us a little more to work with. Harry walked over and saw a map on the table showing the inside of the building. It was a normal map that only showed the building plans for the building. Well, this should be useful. It will at least give us an idea of what the building looks like inside. Well, those plans might show us the rooms, but without knowing where he is being held and how many guests are inside we could run into problems. Harry pointed at the penthouse on the map. My galleons are on this. I would bet anything they have her in there. It is likely that they would keep her away from the guests and make our job even harder to get to her. I don't know, love, that seems too obvious to be her location. Think about it, Wolf. If this was anyone else doing the test I would agree. But we are dealing with Ice Queen. She would put her somewhere that we wouldn't think about looking. Harry looked at the map for a moment more and then looked at Tonks. You're right, I guess I wasn't thinking. Obviously she wouldn't put her there. We need to get inside the hotel and see if we can find anything that could lead us to Ginny. Well, we have about 25 minutes to plan out this rescue and then we have to get her out of there. I say we don't waste time planning because we will need all the time we have to locate her. I just wish we had some idea where they were keeping her. Harry said as he slammed his fist down onto the table. Tonks put her hand on Harry's shoulder and looked at the map. Wolf, what if we charm the map? We could put a location charm on it. And that should show us where she is. Nice idea, hun, but we would need something of hers for the charm to work. Harry said as he looked helplessly at the blank map. Tonks walked around the table thinking and glanced down at a small section that was like a drawer. Wolf, did you check that drawer? What drawer? Harry asked as he looked at Tonks and then followed with his eyes in the direction she was pointing. Harry reached down and opened the drawer and pulled out a yellow envelope and a pair of omnioculars. Harry opened the envelope and a small note fell out. I didn't think you would find this. But if you did, then you were actually trying to make a plan instead of running headlong into this. Well, I hope the contents of this envelope and the omnioculars will help you in your planning process. Good luck. Ice Queen. That is interesting. She didn't trust us to make a plan. Harry said in a smart tone as he looked in the envelope. Well, you were about to run in without a plan. So maybe she wasn't too far off. Tonks said in a joking tone as she looked at the contents. Harry pulled out 3 strands of hair from the envelope, a red hair, a blonde hair, and a black hair. There were also 2 IDs and 2 room keys for the same hotel room inside the envelope. Now why would she give us 3 hairs? Harry asked as he examined the IDs. The better question would be what's up with the IDs. Tonks said as she looked at the cards in Harry's hand. One had a picture of a man. And the other was of a female. The IDs indicated that they were a young married couple. I think it is time that you and I played the role of a young married couple, Panther, because they're here or our ticket into this hotel. Most likely only those with these cards can gain access to the hotel. And the room keys is probably for a room registered to this couple. Harry said as he sat them down and started to look at the hairs. The red one is most likely Guinea's, but I am still not sure about the other 2. Maybe they belong to the couple we are to mimic. I doubt that, babes, since we could just change our appearance to look like them, unless they are still in the hotel. How about we do the location on all 3 hairs and then we can see where the people are in the hotel. We might not know who they belong to, but that will give us somewhere to start. Harry nodded, and started to work on the location charms, and when he finished he found that the red hair person and the black hair one were in the same room. The blonde haired one was located in the penthouse. Are you sure the red haired one is in that room? Tonks said, pointing to a room on the 6th floor. Yeah, that's why it is a red dot. The black dot is the black haired person, and the white dot is the blonde haired person. Tonks picked up the omnioculars and aimed them towards the hotel, and after zooming in she was able to see in the windows. There were people all around from what she could see, and didn't know where to even begin. Panther, I need you to do me a favor. Do you remember the Halcyon Tierce's charm? Tonks thought about it for a moment and then grinned. Sure, that's a basic transfiguration spell to change someone into a falcon. Why? Harry grinned as he looked at Tonks. I want to check out that penthouse to see if my hunch is right, and I can't walk up there to see. I want you to change me into a falcon. So I can fly up and check it out. What am I supposed to do while you are flying around? Tonks asked with a bit of concern in her voice. After all, we are to be working as a team here. We are, my dear. See, while I am checking that out, I want you to take on this appearance. Harry said as he handed Tonks the ID for the female that they had. I then need you to use it to get into the hotel and make your way to our room. Once there, open the window, so I can get in. If I am right, we will be able to bring this test to an end rather quickly. Tonks agreed and turned Harry into a falcon and then made her way towards the hotel after gathering all their stuff. Harry flew up into the sky and made his way up the 50 stories until he was at the top of the hotel where the penthouse was located. He flew around the penthouse a few times and located a window that he could look in. He landed on a ledge and peered inside and saw a red-haired girl tied to a chair. He couldn't see her face since her back was towards the window, but he assumed it was Ginny tied to the chair. He could also see 3 men standing in the room with their wands out by their sides. Harry flew as one of the men walked towards the window. Harry flew down to where his room should have been located and found Tonks standing in there with the window already open. Harry flew in and landed on the bed out of breath from the flying. Tonks said the counter charm and turned Harry back into his human form, and he stretched out on the bed for a moment, still catching his breath. Well? Tonks asked as she walked over to him. The blonde is a decoy, like I suspected. They had her use polyjuice potion to look like Ginny, thinking we would rush to the penthouse to save her. So looks like you were right about Ice Queen outthinking us. But since we know Ginny isn't there, we can go get her out of room 6 without bothering the decoy. That seems too simple, Tonks said as she looked at the map again, which showed the same things it had before. Well, I don't think Ice Queen expected us to find that envelope. I believe she thought I would just rush to the penthouse and rescue the wrong person. Maybe. But it still seems all too convenient to me. Yeah, I know what you mean, hun. I just can't think of what else she could have planned. Harry said as he ran his hands through his hair. Tonks sat down on the bed by Harry. We have 10 minutes left for planning and then an hour to get her out, so we need to figure out something. Harry was still lying on the bed when a knock came to the door. House cleaning, came a female voice from behind the closed door. Tonks looked at Harry and he quickly changed into the male appearance on the ID. Tonks stood up and made her way over to open the door. As Harry hid out of sight with his wand aimed at the door. Tonks opened the door to see a lady dressed in a maid's outfit. Hello dear, I am here to clean the room unless this is a bad time. Tonks looked over the woman and then motioned for her to come in. No, now is fine. The woman walked in with her wand in hand and started to use it to clean up the room. Tonks shut the door and Harry stepped out and fired a stunner at the maid, dropping her to the floor. What did you do that for? Tonks asked as she knelt down by the maid. Because my dear, I think you would look much better as a maid. Harry said and then winked at Tonks, which indicated what he meant. They tied the maid up and put a silencing charm on her. Tonks quickly changed her appearance to look exactly like the maid and then changed her clothes to look like the maid's outfit. Is that better, dear? Well, I would rather see your body in that outfit, but that will have to wait. Now then, you will be able to access the 6th floor as the maid. I think it is time for us to go visit that floor, hun. How are you going to go down there with you still looking like that? Well, I am a guest here, but you're right, they might know the identity of the guests that we could impersonate, so I will just have to go unnoticeably with a concealment charm. Harry and Tonks made their way down to the 6th floor using the stairs. As they exited the stairs, Harry moved forward a bit, still hidden by the concealment charm. There were 3 guards watching the hallway that went down to where the room was located. The guard farthest down the hall was leaning against the wall right beside the door, which probably led into the room where Ginny was being held. The second guard, who was halfway between the 2 other guards, seemed to be asleep leaning against the wall. The third one, which was closest to Harry, was pacing back and forth at the end of the corridor. Harry ducked back to the stairs where Tonks was waiting for him. There are 3 guards that I can see outside. Tonks looked at Harry and still had a concerned look on her face. Why does this seem so much like a trap? It probably is a trap, but we have to rescue Fox and get out of here. So I think it is time for a little diversion. Harry said with a wink to Tonks as he glanced around to see the guard walking down the corridor towards the stairs. Tonks grinned and then pushed up her breasts to make sure there was a good amount of cleavage showing out of the maid's outfit as she walked out of the stairway and down the corridor towards the guard. Can I help you? The man said as he looked at Tonks in her disguise. You could let me pass, sir, so I might go about cleaning. Tonks said as politely as possible as she stepped closer to the man. The man grabbed her by the shoulders. Why would I let you pass, dear? Didn't you hear there are special guests on this level, so only authorized people are allowed down here? Surely you could let little ol' me down here to do my job. Tonks said in a sweet voice as she pressed she body closer to the man's body. I could make it worth your while. The man looked at her and glanced down at the cleavage practically bouncing out of her top. How about we go over to the stairs and you show me how nice you can be. If you're a good girl, I will see about letting you clean up. Tonks nodded and walked back towards the steps, swinging her hips in a seductive way. The man followed behind her, looking directly at her ass as she walked with a grin on his face. Harry felt a rush of rage and excitement rush through him as he watched Tonks seduce the guard into following her. Harry waited until the man was inside the stairway and then nailed him with a stunner. He then nailed him with a full body bind. Harry then put up a silencing charm, so he could talk without fear of being heard. Nice work, babe. You had that guy drooling all over you. Harry said as he aimed his wand at the man and woke him up after removing the concealment charm off himself. Sorry, bud, but I am the only one who gets to see how nice my lady can be. So now what, babe? We have the guard, but they will be looking for him if he is missing too long. Tonks said as she looked at Harry with a grin on her face. Harry looked at the guard for a moment. Tell me what traps are set up. I can't, was the only thing the guard said. Imperio. Harry said as he aimed his wand at the guard. What traps are in place? The man tried to fight the control, but Harry overpowered him and he was forced to reveal the secrets he knew. The straight corridor is set up with a detection charm, so as soon as Wolf or Panther enter it, the guards will be alerted no matter what disguise they are in. Once the alert sounds, the corridor will fill with guards looking to bring them down. What about the room itself? What is in there? Tonks asked as she looked at the man. The man tried again to fight it, but Harry forced him into telling. Fox was made to look like one of ours, so no one would know who she really was. There are 5 guards inside the room, our captain is guarding Fox and the other 4 are watching the door. The room is set up, so only guards can enter the room. Wolf, what are we going to do? I knew it would be trapped, but this will be near impossible to get in and out of. Tonks said with a bit of concern in her voice. Panther, we have been trained to deal with this type of situation. When the odds are against us, we just have to improvise. Harry said as he kissed Tonks on the cheek, and then turned to the guard. You will escort Panther to the room and claim that you captured her on the floor. Wolf, are you nuts? You're handing me over to them. Tonks said, now really concerned about what he was doing. My love, I would never allow them to hurt you, but as you said, we will need to get in there somehow and the odds aren't favorable for you to just fight into the room. Harry said, giving Tonks a reassuring grin, which didn't do that much to make her feel better. Harry turned his attention once more to the guard. Once you have taken her in, you will suggest using her as an extra hostage. Once our captain agrees, all 3 of us will attack the men inside with stunners, but neither of you do anything until you see the captain fall. The guard had no choice but to do what he was told and led Tonks into the corridor, and an alarm sounded, causing guards to rush out of rooms with wands in hand. Jarvis, what do you think you're doing? One of the guards asked the man who had his wand aimed at Tonks' back. Harry stood behind him, once again concealed from view, so he could sneak into the room. I caught this one trying to make her way down here by posing as a maid. I am taking her to the captai. And to see if he will keep her as a hostage too, since we still need Wolf. Jarvis said as he poked Tonks, making her step forward. Hold it. I need the password, so I know you're not Wolf in disguise. The guard said as he looked at Jarvis. Ice pop. Jarvis said in his normal tone. Now can I go? Go ahead. The guard said to Jarvis once he was given the password. He then turned to the rest of his squad. Check the floor for Wolf. And then get back in your room to wait for him. Jarvis continued to move Tonks towards the room and then said the password at the door, so he could get inside. Harry slipped inside unnoticed by any of them. Jarvis, what is the meaning of this? The captain asked as he looked at his man, who should have been on duty in the hallway. Sorry, Captain, but I captured Panther. She was trying to pose as a maid to gain access to the floor. Jarvis said as he looked at his captain. Well, if this isn't an interesting twist. Miss Panther, if you would change into yourself. So I can be sure that you are in fact her. The captain said in a cool voice. Tonks concentrated for a moment and changed into her normal appearance for Panther and stood before the captain. Miss Panther, you have just became another hostage in this little exercise. I would hate to stun you, so please just sit down beside Fox and behave. Tonks walked over and sat down by Ginny and waited for her cue to attack. She had a spare wand hid for just an emergency, since she willingly turned her other wand over when captured. Jarvis, you can go back out, and nice work keeping an eye out for Panther. The captain stated and then started to turn away as he was hit with a stunner, dropping him to the floor. Tonks jumped to her feet and fired a stunner at one of the other guards as he ran into the room. Jarvis nailed a second guard as he came into the room. Harry sent 2 stunners that took out the other 2 guards. Fox, you ready to leave? Harry asked as he became visible again. Ginny looked at him for a moment. Something about the way he fought seemed all too familiar to her. She was stuck in her own thoughts as Tonks grabbed her shoulder. Fox, you okay? Ginny looked at Tonks, not really knowing what was happening. She did know that something didn't feel right, but she also knew her role in the exercise. I'm fine, just a bit surprised that you managed to see past the decoy so quickly. Fox, I would love to explain it all to you, but we are only halfway done here. I will say that it is our training that helped us, but for now we have to go. We have a little more to half hour to get out of this hotel with you in hand. Harry said as he finished bounding the guards. We can't apparate out, they have wards protecting from it. There is an apparition point but I am not sure where it is. Ginny said, still not sure who Wolf was, but having a feeling she knew him. Just great. Well, I should have expected this from Ice Queen. Panther, please keep watch, while I look for a possible apparition point. Harry said as he unrolled the map and started to look at the map. Tonks went out of the room to watch for any guards, and Ginny stayed in the room with Harry as he looked at the map. Damn it, I wish I had my father's skills. Harry muttered to himself as he looked at the map, wishing he knew how his father, Sirius, Remus, and Peter managed to make their map of Hogwarts. Ginny was watching Harry and managed to make out what he said, though she didn't know exactly what he meant by it. That's it, Harry said as he slammed his fist down on the map. Why was I so dumb? Of course. All I have to do is cast the location charm on the map and find out where the apparition point is located. Ginny's eyes went wide when she heard Wolf's outburst. No one knew about the location charm. It was a charm that was developed by Hermione and Harry in the 7th year. Ginny knew about the spell because she was part of the team that went to rescue Ron when Voldemort captured him. Hermione was afraid of what they might run into, so she wanted a spell to locate an apparition point that was to be set up order members on the outside. Since the DA team didn't know where the point would be, Hermione used her spell on a map they found of Malfoy's mansion to locate the apparition point, so they could apparate out once they had Ron away from Voldemort. Ginny's mouth opened and shut a few times as she stared at Harry, and then finally she lost it. She ran over and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. Harry, you're alive. Making the team. Well, here is the rest of Ice Queen's test, and you will find that the last chapter was only half of the challenge. Thank you to all that have reviewed the chapter. Silverscale N. Forever Free. Jess Darkwater. A T.S. point they haven't passed yet because they have to make it to the end to pass, but you will find out more in this chapter. As for Ginny, that is another thing that will have to be found out here. Zhu. Me. Your idea was good just like the others I got, and yes, it could be a bit weird with them being excited. Though I think it will work out in the end, though they will have to watch if they torture many people since it could get a bit hard to concentrate. The rest of the test and Ginny and Tonks' reactions will be covered in this chapter. Though I am sure some will complain they are OOC. All I can say about that is remember that they are older and more mature in this story. DJ Rodriguez. Thanks for the review, and I am sure you will see more of Tonks using her assets to get her through some tight situations. Yes, Harry does have a lot explaining to do, but first he must get Ginny, Tonks, and himself out of this test without failing. Winking face. Reigning insanity. I am glad you liked the test. And I am sure you're not the only one that has been dying to know what Ice Queen had planned for our heroes. It isn't over yet, but I am sure you will enjoy the ending, or at least I hope you do. Chapter 19. Making the team. Tonks walked into the room as Ginny was hugging Harry and stared at them for a moment. Wolf, what is going on here? Harry looked at Tonks with a slight grin as he pulled out of Ginny's hug and made his way over to Tonks. Panther, I would like to introduce you to Ginny Weasley, also known as Fox. Panther, she knows who I am, because I screwed up when I was looking for the apparition point. Tonks' eyes went wide for a moment. What do you mean she knows? Wolf, what all does she know? Well, I kind of cast a charm, called Location, which only a few DA members knew about, and Fox happened to be one of them. She heard me cast it. She knew right away who I was since Hermione and I made the spell. Harry said, low enough for Tonks to hear, but not loud enough for the whole hotel to know it. Does she know who I am? Tonks asked with a small bit of concern and a bit of joy in her voice. She wanted to tell Ginny who she was, but she knew she couldn't for security reasons. Not that I am aware of, Panther. And right now isn't the time to go into details. Harry said as he returned to the map. Tonks looked at Harry for a moment and then at Ginny. You're right, Wolf, now isn't the time. I almost forgot why I came in here. The guys in the hall are becoming a bit restless because Jarvis never went back out. Shit. I forgot all about him. Harry said as he went into the room and gave Jarvis the command to return to his post and wait for his signal to attack. After he finished with that, he headed back into the other room and returned to the map. The apparition point is in the penthouse. I guess Ice Queen assumed we would go there and escape with the decoy, so she could fail us. She is a tricky witch. Tonks said as she looked at Harry. So how do you plan on us getting to the penthouse? Harry grinned as he looked at Tonks. Well, first we need to get Fox a wand. Not a problem, she can use my spare one since I got mine back from Jarvis. Tonks said as she handed Ginny the wand. I just hope it works, since it isn't easy using a wand other than your own. Don't worry, I think it will work fine for me, Tonks. Ginny said with a wink as she took the wand. How? Tonks stammered. Well, after the display you and Harry put on in that hotel room when you were captured by Silver Wolf, and now knowing Wolf is Harry, it all fell into place. Ginny said with a grin on her face. Fox, you are a brilliant witch, but now we really need to get going. Harry said as he looked at the two women in front of him. Now that Fox has a wand, we just have to get out of here. We could do this one of two ways. One, we could use stealth and escape, or two, we can walk out and take out the two guards in the hall. One problem there, Wolf. The alarms, remember, as soon as we step out they will go off and alert all the guards in the other rooms. Tonks said as she looked at Harry. Why not just go around the alarms? Ginny asked, not sure if it was even possible. Exactly what I was thinking, Fox. We will just have to get around them. Either of you know how to transfigure a person's appearance? Harry asked as he looked at Ginny and Tonks. I never had a need for such a charm. Tonks said with a smirk. Well, then it is probably good that with my work I have learned a great amount of spells. Wolf, I know a spell that can change someone's appearance, but why? Fox asked with a bit of concern in her voice. Harry grinned as he looked at Ginny and Tonks. Panther, it looks like our tag team has become a trio to get us out of. Fox, I want you to change yourself to look like one of these men in here, so you can slip out of the room without much trouble. Tonks, you and I need to learn to fly real quick, so I think the Halcyon Tierce's charm will come in handy for that. What is the plan then? Fox escapes and we flew up to the penthouse. Tonks asked as she grinned at Harry and Ginny. Actually, I was going to have her go to our room and we would meet her there since the window in our room is still open. She could use one of our door cards to get in and then she would be able to change us back. Harry said as he looked at Tonks. Though we could always fly up to the penthouse and attack the guard as birds. Tonks grinned, knowing her idea was kind of pointless considering they couldn't change back without help. It was also clear that Harry was the real master of planning. So his plan would probably work out. We will do it your way, oh great leader. Tonks gave Ginny the door card for the room, so she would be able to get into their room. Ginny then turned them both into falcons before altering her own appearance so she would be able to make her way to their room without being caught. She opened the window for Tonks and Harry to fly out of and then made her way out of the room. Harry and Tonks flew right up to the window that Harry had entered earlier, and then landed on the bed to wait for Ginny. Tonks was jumping around nervously on the bed as they waited for Ginny, not sure where she was or what was taking her so long. Harry calmed her down some by placing his wing over her. They waited for 10 minutes before Ginny finally made her way into the room and walked over to the two falcons on the bed. She aimed her wand at them and changed them back to normal. Sorry it took me so long, but you had the advantage of flying up here. Ginny saw it with a small smile on her face as she looked at Harry and Tonks on the bed together. That's fine, Fox. I am glad to see you made it here with no problems, Harry said as he stood up. Now we have to make our way to the penthouse. And I am not sure how well it will be protected. Tonks stood up and stood behind Harry slightly and looked at him and Ginny. I am willing to bet that Ice Queen has guards watching the elevator onto the penthouse floor expecting us to make our way up there. No doubt about that, and she probably has a couple watching the stairs as well. Ginny said as she smiled at Harry and Tonks. Well, then we will just have to make sure to take them out when we get there. Harry said as he spread out the blueprints of the building onto the bed. Okay, if we assume they are watching the penthouse floor closely, then we should be able to get to the 50th floor of this hotel without much trouble by taking the elevator. Now then, there are 2, maybe 3 ways to get to the penthouse from that floor. Well, I know we can use the elevator or the stairs, but what is the third way? Tonks asked as she looked at the blueprints with Harry and Ginny. Harry grinned as he hinted at the ventilation shaft that he had showed her earlier. Right here is the third way, This shaft goes right up to the roof, and there is a vent on the penthouse floor like all the rest. Getting up the shaft would be the real challenge since it will be a climb to go up a level. However, I think it is our best bet, because they wouldn't expect us to come out of there. We could probably use a levitation charm to get us up to the next level. I know I am the hostage here, but might I make a suggestion? Ginny asked as she looked at Harry and Tonks. Tonks grinned. Ginny, I mean Fox, you are more than a hostage now. You are one of us for the time being. Exactly. Fox, you know I trust you, so let's hear your suggestion. Harry said as she looked at her. Well, you're right, they wouldn't expect us to use the shaft. But if by chance they do, then we would be sitting ducks. I think since there are 3 ways in and 3 of us, we should divide and conquer. Harry, you are really fast with your spells. So if you were to come up the stairs under a concealment charm, you could take out those guards. Tonks, you are great too at casting, and since you can morph, you could take the elevator up in disguise and blast any guards watching it. I would then come up the shaft and be your backup. That's an excellent plan. What you think, Wolf? Tonks asked as she looked at him. Sounds like a plan, but the timing has to be perfect. One miscue and it could be the end of us. Well, we need to get it into action soon cause we are running out of time. Tonks said as she looked at a magical clock in the room. Then it is settled, we will pull this off if we all hit our marks at the same time. So Fox, can you get up the shaft in 2 minutes? Harry asked as he looked at Ginny. No problem, Wolf, that should be plenty of time. It may take me a minute to get from the ventilation opening to your position, so I would say 3 minutes should do it to get up and meet you. Okay, then that's what you have. We will take out as many guards as we can while we wait for you. Tonks said with a grin. Harry, Ginny, and Tonks made their way out of the room and made their way to the elevator, which they took to the 50th floor. Once there, they separated and went to their positions to pull off the final attack to complete the test. Harry cast a concealment charm on himself and started up the stairs. As the 2 women in the group go ready to pull off their own parts of the plan. As Harry made it up the stairs, he saw 2 guards standing off to the side looking down at the stairs waiting for someone to come up. They were positioned in a way that if Harry stunned one, the other would be free to shot at him. He walked carefully up the remaining stairs and onto the flat level at the top. He waited for a minute, so the girls would have time to get into place. He stood behind the men and after the minute was up, he fired woe stunners at the same time, knocking both men down before they had a chance to react. Harry quickly bounded them and then headed to the door. Tonks took the elevator up to the floor and she once again looked like the maid as the elevator doors opened. There were 2 guards ending on opposite side of the door as it opened and pointed their wands at her. Oh, I am here to clean the penthouse, boys. Tonks said in her best imitation maid voice as she looked at the wands pointed at her. Sorry, but there is no cleaning to be done on this floor. One of the guards said as he lowered his wand. Yeah, all the servants were to be told that there would be no access to this floor today. The other guard added as he lowered his wand and stared at Tonks' exposed cleavage. Sorry boys, I am new, and I must have missed that meeting. Tonks said as she stepped out of the elevator. Since I am already here, could I just do my job and be on my way? Sorry babe, but we can't permit that. The guard said as he hit the button for the elevator to come back. Are you sure? Tonks sked as she pressed her body up against the guard's body. The other guard was too busy staring at Tonks to realize that someone stepped out of the stairwell, and before he knew what hit him, he fell to the floor stunned. Tonks heard the man drop and acted shocked. What's going on here? You have to leave now. The guard said as he turned and fired a stunner towards the stairway. Tonks used his distraction to hit him in the back with a stunner, and then she bound both guards and levitated them into the air. Wolf, it's clear. Harry stepped out and saw the 2 guards in the air and grinned. Nice work. Stash them over here and we will go find Fox. Ginny made her way to the ventilation shaft and cast a sticking charm on her hands that enabled her to climb a sheer wall with no problem. With each arm in place, she climbed up the shaft to the next floor and then undid the charm, so she could crawl to the opening at the end. As she looked out of the cover, she saw a guard on the floor below the opening. And one standing about 10 feet away by the door. Ginny sent a stunner through the opening in the vent cover and the man below dropped to the floor, however this alerted the other guard. The other guard moved down and fired 3 stunners up at the ventilation opening, but the cover blocked them from hitting Ginny, but she was trapped with no way to get out. Harry and Tonks waited for a minute, and when Ginny didn't come up to them, they decided to go to her. As they rounded the corner, they saw the guard firing stunners at the opening, and then he revived his fallen comrade. They knew Ginny was trapped, so they concealed themselves and walked down the corridor until they had a direct shot at the two guards. They both fired stunners at the same time, dropping the two guards. Harry undid his concealment and went to get Ginny from the ventilation shaft as Tonks watched out for more guards. "Sorry, Wolf. I guess I messed up the plan," Ginny said as she dropped down to the floor. "You did great, Fox. Now let's finish this," Harry said as he looked over Ginny and then led her back to Tonks. "Okay, we are almost out. All we need to do is get into the room and apparate out." Tonks and Ginny both nodded and then followed behind Harry as he went for the door. Harry went in first, followed by Ginny, and Tonks brought up the rear, keeping any eye out for anyone behind them. As the door opened, a stunner came flying at Harry and he quickly shielded from it, and sent one back. The guard had ducked back behind a second door that led to the bedroom. Harry was keeping his shield in place. As the guard came out to fire another stunner, Ginny saw the man slightly and quickly sent a stunner, dropping the guard to the floor. Harry smiled his thanks and led the way into the bedroom where the woman who was the decoy sat tied to the chair. Harry undid the bindings on her and then all four apparated out of the room to the stop where Ice Queen said to meet her. "Wow, you did it, and with a whole 2 minutes to spare," Ice Queen said as she saw 4 people appear in front of her. "Yeah, we did it. We even saved your little decoy that was to throw us off," Harry said with a grin. "I see this, and I must say I am impressed," Ice Queen said as she continued to look over them. "So I assume all my guards have been taken out." "Yep, I think you will find they are all bound in the hotel waiting for you to get them. Also, there is a maid who was stunned and bounded as well," Tonks said with a smirk still in his maid disguise. Ice Queen gave a small grin as she held up 2 books. "I will be sure to check on her as well. Now then, Panther and Wolf, you will use this book to get back to headquarters. Fox, this book will take you to your office at the ministry. Well done, all of you." Harry walked over to Ginny and whispered in her ear. "Don't worry, we will come see you as soon as we can, but please, whatever you do, don't mention that you know who we are to anyone." "I won't, but you still owe me an explanation, mister," Ginny said in a low voice so only Harry could hear her as she gave him a hug goodbye. Harry and Tonks used their portkey to head back to the mansion where they were met by Blade and Spade. "Congratulations, both of you, on a job well done," Blade said as he looked at them. "Yes, you both did an excellent job from what I have heard. I am glad to see you didn't fall for Ice Queen's decoy. Both of you have proven that you have what it takes to be part of this organization," Spade said as he pulled up 2 Jade Scorpion pins. "Wolf and Panther, it is my honor to announce that you have both made it into the Jade Scorpions." Harry and Tonks both grinned as Spade put their pins on their robes for them, proving they were now members of his inner circle and his organization. "So now we finally get to know what this organization is all about?" Harry asked as he looked at Spade. "Yes, you will both be informed tonight at our meeting once everyone has returned. Until then, it is lunch time, so let's go eat," Spade said as he walked off towards the dining hall. Well, I could have put the meeting in this chapter, but I am evil, so you will have to wait for it. Also, I didn't put it in here because I am once again going to ask you for your opinions. What do you think the Jade Scorpions are all about? I have my ideas, but as always, I like to know what the reader thinks. So your opinions are important to me, so please let me know what you think. Explanations. Well, here is the chapter that everyone wants to see to find out what this organization is all about. Thank you to Silverscale, Gall1, Forever Free, HP Freakout, and Buddhist Monk 31 for reviewing. Jacobimbon Stylus. Thank you, I have tried my best to make my fic original. Runners. To be honest, I am not sure what England's MI6 is. But I do know that the Jade Scorpions are a covert group. Thanks for your opinion on what they were about. Mando's Black. Thank you, and thanks for giving your opinion. Yo. You will be nicely surprised when you see what they are all about in this story. Just me. Thanks for your opinions, and your wait is finally over to see what the organization is about. I must say that why Oh, you are good at piecing together what I have been doing, and should like what you read in this chapter. APS. You are correct in your point about opinions, but I still like to know what my readers think. Red Death. All I can say is stop reading if you don't like it. Chapter 20. Explanations. Harry and Tonks were excited to officially be part of the organization, and they were even more excited about the meeting that was to be held after dinner. It took everything that the two could find to do to pass the time, since they had nothing to do while they waited. They tired to have a relaxing afternoon nap after their exhausting trail to get into the Jade Scorpions, but they were too excited to sleep. Finally, after some discussing, they decided to kill some time by paying Ginny a visit, since they still owed her an explanation. With all the other members of the inner circle busy with one thing or another, it was easy for them to slip off to see her. Harry made a portkey that would take them directly to Ginny's private office, since they couldn't deal with the wand check at the front of the ministry. As they grabbed the portkey, they felt the usual tug behind their navel, and in a flash they were standing in Ginny's office. Ginny was sitting at her desk wondering how long it would take for Harry and Tonks to show up, because she figured once Spade was done with them that they would come see her. At least that is what she hoped when she cancelled all her appointments and said that she wasn't to be disturbed all afternoon. She was glad when she saw the flash of light and then saw Harry and Tonks standing in her office. About time, I was starting to think you weren't coming. Harry laughed a bit as he saw Ginny sitting there waiting for them. Now would I keep my favorite sister waiting? Harry changed his appearance from Silver Wolf back to his normal appearance of Harry Potter. Ginny jumped out of her seat as Harry changed back and hugged him again before slapping him across the face. Do you know how worried Mum has been over your disappearance? Ginny then glared at Tonks. And you go and get captured, or at least that is what we thought happened to you. I thought you were a bit calm before, Harry said as he rubbed his cheek, which was slowly turning as red as Ginny's hair. Tonks just looked down at the floor in shame, but didn't say a word. Ginny walked over and sat down on the edge of her desk. Now then, mister, you better start explaining why you put us all through this hell in the first place. Harry looked down at the floor, and had a mental flashback of how Tonks reacted to him being him. I am sorry, Ginny, I never really meant to hurt any of you. I was being a selfish git, and I hope that you will be able to forgive me. I just couldn't take it anymore. I was tired of everything. This damn war that has been years in the making, and the manipulation that Dumbledore and Fudge have put me through. I just wanted a break from it all and was going to leave Britain for a while until I got hooked up with Spade, which was purely by accident, mind you. Ginny didn't know what to say. She was angry that Harry had left like he had, but she could also understand why he had did it. Her only problem with it was the way he went about it, really. Okay, was all she could say as she looked at Tonks. What's your excuse, Tonks? Tonks was still looking at the floor and slowly looked up at Ginny with tears starting to swell up in her eyes. I don't have one. All I can say is that I got wrapped up in the moment. Harry stepped closer to her and placed his arm over her shoulder. Ginny, it's my fault that she got into this. When I say her, I couldn't let my feeling for her go, and so I asked her to talk with him privately. Everything would have been fine if that bastard Hardy wouldn't have shown up. Hey now, Tonks said as she pulled away from Harry. What do you mean things would have been fine? Harry looked at Tonks and smiled. She never did know what he was planning that day. Well, Tonks, for one, you would have never disappeared or been kidnapped by Silver Wolf. So you would have just left me behind again. Tonks interrupted, looking a bit hurt. Wow. Hold up, girl. No, I wouldn't have left you behind, in a manner of speaking. The plan was to talk with you, and if all went well that I was going to return to Britain. I would have continued my testing with Spade in private. But otherwise I would have been back here with you. Harry said as he looked at Tonks. Ginny stood up and walked over to comfort Tonks. Let me get this righto. Roar Hardy stormed the hotel room, and that is why Silver Wolf had to kidnap Tonks in the first place. Harry laughed slightly as he looked at Ginny's angry expression. Yeah, Hardy showed up and then Dawlish came in, which didn't help matters. Quote. Fudge has them as his own private Aurors now. After they sacked Kingsley and took his job over as the head of Aurors, they sacked other good Aurors. Ginny said as she looked down at Tonks. So it has started again. Fudge is bringing his own corrupt Aurors into position to take over that group. I am sure that his corruption goes even further than that within the ministry. Harry said as he walked over and placed his arm on Tonks' shoulder. It does seem that way, Harry, but I assure you that not everyone is following in line behind him. I for one have not, nor will I ever follow Fudge. Ginny said as she looked at the concern in Harry's eyes. Harry put his arm on Ginny's shoulder. I know, sis, I am sure there are a lot of people who are tired of all the corruption. Though I am not sure who we can trust in the ministry at this point. It seems that people are either following Fudge or Voldemort, which puts either side against us. Don't forget that there are those that support Dumbledore as well. Tonks said as she looked up at Harry. Well, I wouldn't say that side is much better at the moment. Harry said with a bit of discomfort in his voice. You must also consider that the Jade Scorpions also have their contacts in here, which is why we are all together at the moment, I might add. Ginny said with a slight smile on her face. Too true. But Ginny, what made you decide to work for them? Not there is another wrong with that, but I still would like to know why. Harry said as she looked at Ginny again. That is a long story, Harry. And I am not sure I would tell it correctly anyway. What I can tell you is that I was tired of all the corruption that I saw around me, and when a man who claimed that approached me, he was also tired of the corruption. It seemed like many people were like me. That is when the man told me that he knew of a group that worked outside of the ministry that were looking informants inside the ministry. First I was worried that he was working for you know who, but I needed to find out. That is when the man introduced me to Spade, and I have worked for him since then. Ginny said with a slight smile on her face. Well, now that Harry and I are part of that organization, we can't wait to find out what they are all about. Tonks said as she sat under the watching eyes of Ginny and Harry. Well, I don't know much about the group myself. But as long as you are part of it, I am glad that I joined them as an informant. Ginny said as she walked back over to her desk. Harry and Tonks spent the rest of their afternoon talking with Ginny and agreed that they would meet her later on in the week if they could. They didn't know what all they would find out when they got back for the meeting, so they weren't going to make any permanent plans until they knew what was happening. They made their way back to the mansion an hour before dinner and found that most of the group wasn't back yet. They went and showered, then waited for the group to arrive for dinner. After a quiet dinner, they made their way into the room where the meeting was to be held. There was no surprise that Spade, Blade, Tiger, Quake, and Ice Queen were all there for the meeting. However, Harry and Tonks were well beyond shock as they looked at the sixth person that sat with them. Harry couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the man. But he managed to find his voice before Tonks could. Kingsley. The man who looked exactly like Kingsley Shacklebolt stood up. Well, you have me at a loose wolf, but here I am known as Shadow. Spade stood up and motioned for Harry and Tonks to sit down. Please sit down. A lot has to be discussed here tonight that has been withheld due to security reasons. Now that you are part of the Jade Scorpions, everything will be answered. Quote. Harry and Tonks went to their seats and sat down, but couldn't help but wonder why Kingsley was there. I am sure both of you are wondering why Shadow is here at this meeting, and I will now tell you why. Spade said as he looked at Harry and Tonks. Shadow is the sixth member of the inner circle and has been for a long time. We didn't reveal this fact to you because we didn't want to reveal him until we were sure that you made it into the organization. He WSR link into the ministry's orders, at least until he got sacked. I swear Hardy will pay for that, Shadow. I never meant to get you sacked. Harry said as he looked at him. I am sure he would have found a way to sack me without you being involved, Wolf, though I would like to know why you kidnapped Tonks and Potter. It isn't like Spade to keep information from me, but even he wouldn't tell me what the plan was with that. Kingsley said as he looked at Harry. Well, that was probably to protect us. But since we are all Jade Scorpions now, I will let you in on what it was all about. Harry said as he stood up and walked to the center of the room and changed his appearance into his one. Kingsley was in shock as he looked at him. That's right, Kingsley. I never kidnapped Harry Potter, unless you count changing your identity as kidnapping. Kingsley was lost for words as he looked at Harry. Blimey, this isn't what I expected, and am I safe to assume that Miss Tonks wasn't kidnapped either? Not exactly. She was taken by me, but I think she could tell you better. Harry said as he looked at Panther. Tonks stood up and changed her appearance into her normal appearance. Hi, boss. Kingsley was not as shocked by Tonks being Panther now that he knew Harry was Wolf. I am not your boss anymore, Tonks. But it is nice to see that you're doing good here. Kingsley, Tonks wouldn't have been taken if Hardy and Dawlish hadn't showed up in that hotel room. I just wanted to talk to her. But then when they came in, I had no choice but to escape with her. I understand, Harry, and I came there to help you because I knew you were testing for us, but as you saw, it didn't do much good since they were working for Fudge. Kingsley said as he looked at Harry. Spade stood up and looked at all of them. Okay, now that we all know who each other are, could get continue with this meeting. Harry looked at Spade and grinned. Absolutely right, Spade. Tonks and I are eager to hear what we have just worked our asses off to be part of. Then please sit down and I will explain all that you wish to know. Spade said and then sat down, waiting for Harry and Tonks to sit back down. The history of the organization goes back to the time of the founders. Two people who felt that the Ministry of Magic was not fully looking out for the citizens of the wizarding world started the organization. They brought in people whom they trusted to look after those that the ministry was supposed to protect. Harry looked at Spade for a moment and decided to ask his question. I had to interrupt you, Spade, but could you tell us who the two people were that founded this organization? Spade looked at Harry and smiled as he looked at him and Tonks. Very good question, and one that I did fail to mention. The founders of the organization were Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. Though they found it, the organization didn't really have a name. With each new leader normally comes a new name. When I took over the organization from my father, it was called the Freedom Force, but I decided that a less conspicuous name was in order, so I changed it to the Jade Scorpions. There is no doubt that when my successor takes over, he will change the name as well. I didn't know you had children, Tonks said, interrupting Spade. Spade blushed slightly as he looked at her. Well, Miss Tonks, I don't have any children, but I do have a successor who will take over. In fact, if I am correct in my hunch, I will have two that will take control of this organization. However, that will be dealt with later. Right now I have to finish telling you what we are about. Over the years, this organization has done different things based on what the leader of the group felt was best for the organization. Ever since Fudge has come into power as the Minister of Magic, it has been my goal to make sure that his corruption doesn't help Voldemort win this war. We are a covert group that works outside the laws of the ministry, and if we were ever to get caught, it could spell disaster not only for us, but also the people who live in our world. Also, not everything we do in this organization is legal, but what we do is to help those around us. If you work outside the law and do illegal things, then how can Kingsley be part of this? I mean, you of all people don't seem dark to me, Harry said as he looked at Kingsley. Well, Harry, that is because I am not dark, and I don't deal with a lot of things that the other five do. I am mainly part of this group to keep an eye on the Aurors and make sure that they do not hassle or find out about this group. Also, it helps to know what Fudge is up to, so we can prevent you know who from gaining any control, Kingsley said in his defense. Harry, we are not what you would call dark, even if we don't follow all the rules. You for one should know what that means, since I know that you have bent a few rules in your day. Harry looked down as a small grin came to his face. I guess you've been doing some research into me. Well, to be completely honest, I have been looking at you for entry into this organization for some time. However, Kingsley told me to wait until you were fully trained before approaching you, and as luck would have it, you wandered right into my group without being approached by me. Spade said as he looked at Harry. What? Why would you be looking at me? You mean that you have been playing me from the beginning? Harry asked, getting a bit angry. Wow. Calm down, son, I don't need you igniting anything on fire. No, I haven't been playing you, and until your identity was revealed to me, I didn't even know you were who you were. As for as looking at you for entry, that is a long story, and right now I don't want to say until one final mission is undertaken. What mission and why won't you tell me? Harry asked, still enraged. Do you remember that I said I had a sort of test for you and Tonks once you passed Ice Queen's test? Well, I still do, but it isn't a test for entry anymore, it is now going to be your first mission for the organization. As for why I won't tell you about my plans to get you to join, it isn't that I don't want to tell you, because I will tell you. All I ask is for a little faith and trust. When you and Tonks complete your mission, all shall be explained even better than it has already, Spade said as he looked at Harry. Spade, you said some of your activities are illegal, could you tell us what they are? Tonks asked, trying to change the subject as she walked up to Harry and put a comforting arm around him. Well, the main illegal thing we do is called breaking and entering in the Muggle world. Though it is still against wizarding law. We do it at times when we need to get information or if we are trying to capture someone. We also sometimes end up using unforgivable curses, which you know is also against our laws. Spade said as he looked at Harry as he calmed down. Also, my training you with weapons is also something that is frowned upon in our world, since we believe that dueling with wands is better than using Muggle weapons. Blade said as he looked at Harry and Tonks. Not to mention that we also help certain people to escape from capture when they are under our protection. We have saved many Muggles and wizards alike from being sold into slavery over the years, though that isn't a big deal now since a lot of the slavery has stopped. Tiger added as he looked at them. So you say, the things we do might not be by the laws laid down by the ministry, but what we do is for the betterment of wizard and Muggle alike. Do you know what they do to dark creatures such as werewolves, vampires, and even giants? Spade asked as he looked at Harry. I know werewolves aren't able to hold jobs due to the decrees that the ministry have in place, but I am not sure about the rest. Harry ate as he calmed down and took his seat by Tonks. You're right about werewolves, but for a while they would also make them register with the ministry and were treated as outcasts. We have taken a lot of them to a private island where they work and live in peace away from all of this. We also did this with some other dark creatures, because our ministry would rather see them dead than anything at all. Spade said as he gave Blade a look of sympathy. Okay, I get it. You are not dark, but you do admit to using unforgivable curses. Tonks said, though she knew that Harry too used them. Yes. But we don't kill anyone unless we really have to. Spade said as he looked at them. So tell me, where does all the funding for this organization come from? Harry asked as he looked at Spade. A lot of it comes from the members and those that we help. As I said, we look out for the betterment of Muggles and wizards alike, so we sometimes get jobs that we get paid for. We also have some side ventures that aid us in making money. But that isn't a concern that you should have right now. What kind of jobs do you do for people that you make money from? Tonks asked. Well, as a potions master, Quake makes potions for people, which they then buy from him. Also, there are people out there who look for someone to help with problems, and when these people find us, we help them as best that we can. Hat is a rather complicated question to answer, so until you see a job firsthand, I am afraid that I can't be more thorough in my explanation. One last question, Spade. What is this mission you have for me and Tonks? Spade grinned as he stood up from his seat. I am afraid that we'll have to wait until tomorrow, Harry. So if there are no more questions, we will finish up this meeting, and then we all can get a good night's rest. So we are awake and alert tomorrow. Part 1 of the final mission. This chapter was going to be the last one in this fic, but as I am writing it, I have decided that I will indeed be adding one more following it, so this isn't going to be the last chapter like I first intended it to be. Thanks to the following for reviewing: APS, Shadowed Rains, Gull 1, Silverscale, JB Fritz, Black, Captain Hook L Unity, XX Punkcorks, and Tango Skitty. HP Freakout. I am glad you like them so far, but you won't see how they work too much in this story, I am afraid, since after the Fina L mission the story will end to give way for the sequel. Alwaysariana. Sorry, I try to keep this one simple since most of my other writings are so confusing. DJ Rodriguez. As stated, the sequel will be where the real action with the ministry and Harry takes place, since this fic was merely an introduction to the organization. Just me. Thanks, I enjoy being evil, and the best way for me to do that is with my cliffhangers. I am sure you will be on the right track with what is going to happen, since you have been pretty close, if not right on, with what you have guessed so far. Nightfang. Kingsley, Shadow, does have an elemental power, though it won't really be revealed until the sequel. Though his codename should be a big enough clue. Mando's Black. Thank you, I am glad you are enjoying my fix. Thulite. I know how it is to catch up when there are a lot of chapters. I am glad your update now. Harry and Tonks woke early the next morning after a restless night's sleep. They couldn't manage get the thoughts out of their mind about what the mission could entail for them. Harry, do you think that Spade meant that he was looking to you and me to run this organization? Tonks asked half SL. Equally as she was getting dressed for the day. Honestly, Dora, I don't know for sure. He might have meant us since he said he had two people in mind, but logically it wouldn't make sense for us to run it. Harry said as he went about getting dressed for his day. I tried figuring out why he would think of us and nothing came to mind. Maybe he didn't even mean us. After all, Blade and Ice Queen would be better suited for the role than us since we still don't know a lot about the organization. That would make the most sense to me too, Dora, but with Spade you never know what he is thinking. Sometimes I don't think he even thinks out what he is doing until it is already done. Tonks slightly laughed at this as she finished dressing and then went with Harry down for breakfast and to meet Spade. To find out what their mission would be finally after their night of silent speculation. After a quick and quiet breakfast, Harry and Tonks went to Spade's office to see him about their mission that they were to be undertaking. Spade was silent as Harry and Tonks made their way in and he waited until they were seated before speaking. I am sure both of you have been going over what this mission could be in your minds. And before I tell you, I want to tell you that there are actually two parts to this mission. There was a moment of silence before Spade continued on with his briefing. The order in which you do this mission is completely up to you, but I will tell you both parts right now so you know what they are. First part is that you both will need to find a way to get yourselves back into the civilized world. Now this could be complicated considering you have both been rumored to have been kidnapped. However, it is vital that you return to the world either before or following the second part of this mission. The second part of the mission is going to require stealth and recon on your parts. I want both of you to get into the Ministry and infiltrate the Department of Records. Inside your mission is to obtain a copy of the files they have on both of you. It is vital that you get all the records, and that includes your full family history. Harry and Tonks were both shocked by this mission, because it seemed like something was being held back from them. Harry looked interested but also a bit disappointed as he looked at Spade. Wait a minute, you mean you have been testing us just so we could break into the Ministry to get our own records? That seems kind of redundant to me, if I may say so. Spade looked at him and grinned. Actually, Wolf, I have been testing you and Panther for entry into this organization. This mission is purely your final assessment test, if you will, because like all members before you, I like to know everything I can about my members. If it was just a matter of you walking in and asking for the records, that would not be a challenge, but you see, the people in that department aren't very forthcoming when it comes to getting an all-access view of those records. Sure, you could get your basic records, but I want the complete records, and that they would never give you. Tonks now looked a bit confused. Why not? If they are our private record, why wouldn't they willingly disclose them to us? After all, we are fully trained Aurors and work for the Ministry. You would think that they would be willing to disclose your records to you, but they aren't. Trust me, I know how corrupt this Ministry is, and I know they wouldn't just hand you the records. Though if you wish to try it your way, then by all means go for it. After all, I am not setting any time limit on your mission. Spade said as he looked at them with a grin. Better yet, why not ask Fox about it? I am sure she could tell you the same thing since she works in the Department of Mysteries. Harry stood up and looked at Spade. Okay, for the sake of argument, let's say we break in and get you these records, then what? What are we going to do about Hardy and the fact that he sacked Kingsley? Spade again kept his grin on his face as he looked at Harry. First you handle this mission and then we will arrange something for your friend Hardy. I must insist that before you go off and do anything against anyone, that you complete this mission, because it is important to me. Harry merely nodded as he looked at Tonks with a bit of concern in his eyes. Well, love, it looks like we got our work cut out for us. We will need to come up with some ideas about how to approach this mission so we can come out on top like in all our tests before. Tonks smiled, knowing that Harry and her would be able to come up with something to get into the Department of Records. It was just a matter of formulating a well laid out plan. The first thing we need is a layout of the Ministry, so we will be able to find the Department of Records without much trouble. Harry thought about this for a minute and he knew that they would need a map, but he also had a few ideas about how to get into the Ministry without much trouble. Spade, we will need to return to London, so we might set up our plans, but we will also need a safe house to hold up in until all is done. Spade smiled as he reached into his desk and removed a small silver skull from it. This is a special portkey that I made that will take you and Panther to a safe house we have in London just a block from the Leaky Cauldron. It is one of the safest houses I have because it is unplottable and the ministry is not even aware of it. Harry took the skull and then looked at Spade. Thank you, my friend. We shall return when we have the records that you require. Harry turned to Tonks. Well, love, it is time for us to depart. We should go pack our belongings and prepare to move to the safe house for the time being. Tonks nodded in agreement, and after saying goodbye to Spade they went to pack what they would need for their mission since they didn't know how long it would take them to complete the mission. After they had they needed packed, they used the portkey to take them to the safe house. The safe house was a 2-story house with 4 bedrooms upstairs and a bathroom. The first floor had a kitchen, living room, a den, and a bathroom. There wasn't much to the house, but it was furnished enough that people could live in it without much trouble. The living room doubled as a dining room and had a large oak table that could easily hold 8 people or 10 people. Harry took their stuff up to what appeared to be the master bedroom and placed it by the bed, then went back down to see Tonks. We will use this for now. But eventually we will have to find somewhere else to stay once things are worked out in the wizarding world. Harry and Tonks sat down at the table and looked at each other and smiled. Why, what are we going to do about the duel missions we have to complete? Harry looked at her with the grin still on his face. I have been thinking about that, and I think that we will need a bit of help to pull this off. We will need to send an owl to Fox and arrange for her to meet us at the Leaky Cauldron. I think her placement in the ministry will come in handy, as she should be able to get us into the ministry. Tonks now grinned widely. She hadn't even thought about getting Fox to help them. Excellent idea, Harry. Harry and Tonks went into Diagon Alley to send the owl off to Ginny, and after they had finished they made their way over to get a drink in the Leaky Cauldron as they waited for Ginny to show up. An hour later Ginny came into the Leaky Cauldron and looked around for a moment. Oop didn't notice Harry and Tonks with their disguises in place. Harry could tell that she didn't notice them, so he quietly removed the Notice Me Not charm off his Jade Scorpion pin. Ginny's eyes went wide when the pin flashed, and then she grinned and made her way over to the table where they were seated. Hi. I didn't expect to hear from you two so soon. I thought for sure it would be a few days before you could get away from the headquarters, Ginny said as she sat down across from Harry and Tonks. Harry grinned as he waited for Ginny to sit down. Well, we wanted to see you and we could use your help. But we can't talk about it here, though. Tonks smiled at her for a moment and then took a sip of her butterbeer. Let's have a drink together and then we can go over to the house and we will then explain about what we are doing in London. Harry ordered Ginny a butterbeer, and then after they finished they headed back to the safe house where they were currently staying while in London. Ginny was surprised when she saw the inside of the house, but she followed Harry and Tonks to the table in the dining living room. Now maybe you two could explain why it is you asked me to come. I mean, I love seeing both of you. But I know this has something to do with the Jade Scorpions, Ginny said as she sat down at the table. Well, we wanted to see you, Ginny, because you are a good friend, but you're also right, we are on a mission as well, Harry said as he continued to look at Ginny with a small smile on his face. Well, let's hear it then, and I will see if I can help you or not, Ginny said as he smiled at Harry and Tonks. Harry started to tell Ginny about the missions that they had to complete, and when he finished, Ginny just looked a bit stunned by the missions. Well, that doesn't seem like too difficult of a mission really. Though you might have a bit of a problem explaining how you managed to escape from Silver Wolf. Yes, that will definitely be the trickiest part, but I don't see how we will get the records that we need since we don't even know where the Department of Records is located, Harry said as he looked at Ginny. Well, that is simple enough, Harry. I know where the department is located. And I will be able to keep the head out of the department long enough for you to search for the records, Ginny said with a slight gleam in her eyes. Ginny, how do you plan on keeping the department head busy long enough for us to look for the records we need? Tonks asked with a slight smile on her face. Ginny smiled as she looked at Tonks. Well, Justin Malone is the head of that department and he has been asking me out to lunch for months. It will be simple enough for me to keep him out of the department. I will merely agree to having lunch with him, and that way I can distract him long enough for you to get the records. However, both of you will owe me for this, Ginny said with an even bigger grin. Harry and Tonks looked slightly frightened by the grin on Ginny's face, because if anyone could find a way to make them pay, it was Ginny. Harry dreaded to find out what Ginny would think up to make them pay, because she was very much like her codename. She was as cunning as a fox, and could have easily fit in with those in Slytherin House. It was arranged that Ginny would distract the head of the department tomorrow at noon, and she would give them 1 hour to find the records they needed. If they couldn't find them within the hour, then they were to wait and try again later. They spent the rest of the day at the house talking about everything that had happened since Harry disappeared from the wizarding world. Ginny didn't respond to anyone in her department, so she was able to take the rest of the day off if she wanted to. The next day, Harry and Tonks FL'd into Ginny's office a half hour before her lunch date. She had arranged it so the flow would be connected to the safe house, so they would have easy access to her office. Ginny grinned at them as they came out of the flow. No matter how many times Harry had used a flow to travel, he still never managed to land as well as everyone else could. Perfect landing as always, Harry, Ginny said with an even bigger grin on her face. Ha Ginny, so are you ready for your date today? Harry asked with a grin as he saw the grin fall from Ginny's face. You will pay for this, Mr. Potter, I promise you that, Ginny said as the grin once again returned to her face. Tonks sniggered at this as she looked at Harry. Oh boy, you are in for it now, Harry. Like you're not part of this, Harry said, holding back his laughter as he looked at Tonks and Ginny. Ginny just grinned at them for a moment. You both shall owe me for us, but for now I must be off. Give me 10 minutes to get Justin out of his department and then you can go in and look for the records. Ginny, when he leaves, he isn't going to leave the department door open for us just to walk in and look around, Harry said as he looked at her. Good point, Ginny said as she walked over to her desk and pulled out a black key. Use this, it will unlock any door in the ministry. Just don't get caught with it, after all I am not technically supposed to have it. Harry shook his head, not sure when Ginny had gotten so Slytherin in nature, but he knew it probably had something to do with her brothers. Harry took the key from her with a smile and then proceeded to wait for 10 minutes until they were sure Ginny and Justin were out of the Department of Records. When Harry thought the coast was clear, Tonks and him made their way toward the department and found it without much trouble, since they were shown the day before by Ginny where it was located. One quick look around to make sure no one was watching them, Harry put the key in the lock and quickly unlocked the door. He pulled open the door and then motioned for Tonks to enter the room, then he quickly entered in behind her. It took them a half hour before Harry finally found the first of the records he needed. Tonks, I found the records of the Potter family line, and also my personal record, but I haven't found yours. Did you find anything yet, Tonks? Tonks didn't look too happy as she looked over at Harry. Nah, not yet. My records are probably buried in some secure location that I haven't found yet. Harry copied his records with a quick copying charm that he had learned when becoming an Auror, and then went back to looking for Tonks' records. 20 minutes later, Tonks grinned as she pulled out a bundle of records. Harry, I found them, she said, and then proceeded to copy them like Harry had. Tonks had just finished copying her records and placing the originals back when they heard Ginny's voice outside the door. Harry quickly made his way over to Tonks and whispered in her ear. We best be getting out of here. However, before they could, they heard the door being unlocked and stood frozen for a second as they heard the key turning in the lock. Harry quickly cast an invisibility charm on both of them just in time as the door swung open. I had a wonderful time, Ginny. Thanks for agreeing to have lunch with me, Justin said as he walked into his office, closing the door behind him. Harry looked at the closed door in fright. They couldn't exit the room without Justin knowing that someone was in there. Then Harry felt a hand on his shoulder, though he couldn't see anything. He knew it had to be Tonks. He followed the hand with his own until he came to find her ear and leaned in close to her ear and whispered to her. Use your skull, Portkey, it's our only way out. Harry waited until he no longer felt Tonks and then used his Portkey as well, which took him to the headquarters on the island. They didn't like using it, but it was the only way they could get free. Spade came walking into the room as they removed their invisibility charms. I expected you would be dropping in, but I didn't expect you to come in this way. Sorry about that, Spade. We got a bit stuck when the head of the Department of Records came back into his office, Harry said, looking at the floor. Did you get the records? Spade asked as he looked at them. Tonks grinned. We just finished as the head of the department was opening the door. Now will you explain to us just why you needed these? Spade smiled as he reached out his hand and took the records from Harry and Tonks. I will look over these this afternoon. How about you come by after dinner and then I will explain this part of the mission to you. Have you worked out a way to get back into the wizarding world yet? Not exactly, though I am working on a plan for it. I just wanted to get the easiest part of the mission done first. Harry said. Spade grinned as he looked at Harry. Well, I will see you both later. You still have the portkey to the safe house, right? Harry nodded yes, and Spade bid them goodbye as he walked off towards his office to look over the records. Harry pulled out the portkey to the safe house and left with Tonks to get some lunch and wait to speak with Spade later that night. Part 2 of the final mission. Well, here is the final chapter of this fic. Thanks to the following for reviewing: Silverscale, Timereaper, and Gall 1. DJ Rodriguez. Yeah, I decided to make Ginny more Slytherin in character, which may or not be how she is, but that is how I see her. Just me. Yo. You will find out what Spade has in mind in this chapter, and yes, as I have said before, there is a sequel that will pick up where this one leaves off. HP Freakout. Yeah, it was a bit of an easy mission, only because of the help they received. Winking face. Chapter 22. Part 2 of the final mission. If there was one thing that Tonks and Harry were not good at, it was being patient. They just couldn't stand the suspense of what Spade wanted those records so badly for. Surely he wanted them for more than he was letting on, but they couldn't wait for him to tell them exactly what it was that he needed them for. After their lunch at the safe house, Harry and Tonks used their flow connection to go talk to Ginny. They wanted to thank her for her help with their mission, and also Harry wanted to discuss his plan to enter back into society. When they came out of the flow, Harry once again swore under his breath and then complained yet again about using that method of travel. He didn't like it any more than he liked using portkeys. There you two are, Ginny exclaimed as Harry and Tonks came out of the fireplace. I was worried you had been caught when I returned. To find that you weren't in my office waiting for me. Sorry, Gin. We were about caught, so we had to use our emergency portkeys to get back to headquarters. We were just about to leave the department when Justin came in from your lunch date. Harry said with a slight smile about the last part. So did you have fun, Ginny? Tonks asked with a look of true interest on her face. Justin is a nice guy, but he really isn't my type and my family would never approve of him. Ginny said, though they both could tell that the last part wasn't exactly true, since the Weasleys really didn't care about who their kids dated as long as they were happy. I doubt they would disapprove, Ginny. After all, they didn't mind Hermione. Harry said with a slight smile. Tonks looked at Harry and glared for a moment. There is nothing wrong with Hermione. Not now, I suppose. But when we first met, she was a downright stick in the mud. Harry said with an even bigger grin on his face. So did you manage to get the records that Spade wanted? Ginny asked, trying to change the subject away from her sister-in-law and more importantly away from Justin. Yeah, we just finished copying Tonks' records and we're about to leave. Spade still won't tell us what he needed them for, though. He said he was going to read over them this afternoon and that we were to come back tonight so he can explain it all to us. Harry said as he walked over and sat down and motioned for Tonks to sit down by him. So Harry, have you given any thought to how you will complete the second part of your mission? Ginny asked as she sat at her desk and looked at them. Yes, Actua. I have been going over a plan, and that is one reason for us coming here. Harry said as he looked at Ginny. Oh, so you only come when you need my help now? Ginny asked, faking a disappointed look. And then cracking into a smile to show that she was joking. Yeah, why have friends if you can't use them from time to time? Harry said jokingly and then got a more serious look on his face. Seriously. Why, Ginny, I only wanted to run the plan by you and Tonks and see if it sounded okay to the both of you. Well, let's hear it then, Mr. Potter. Ginny said, sounding all professional, though she was fighting back the urge to laugh. Harry sniggered for a moment and then composed himself enough to speak. I have been reading about a small ritual that can be done where a person's memories can be placed into a pensive and then they are obliviated, leaving no trace of the memories intact. The catch is with the obliviation, the person wouldn't even remember putting the memories into the special pensive. That is why the person needed a memory keeper, someone who would remind the person about the memories once they were able to get them back in their head. So you do need my help then? Ginny asked with a smile. She would gladly do anything for Harry and Tonks, so this wouldn't be any trouble to her. Well, either you or I could ask Spade or Blade to do it if you didn't want to help, since you have done so much for us already. Harry said with a sly smile on his face. He knew he was teasing Ginny and he loved it. You will do no such thing, Mr. Potter. Ginny huffed as she stood up. You know I would do it. And that is why you came to me first, right? Yes, Ginny, I figured you would do it, and that is why I waited to explain to both you and Tonks at the same time. Since that is the most crucial part of my plan. Once the memories are gone, we are then stunned and brought to the front of the ministry. When we wake up, we will have no memory of what happened or anything, so if we are interrogated by Hardy and Fudge, we won't be able to tell them anything about how we got back or where we had been. That's an excellent idea, Harry. After all, we know Hardy will be out to frame us for all of T's, since he already thinks I am connected to Silver Wolf. Tonks said as she beamed at Harry. Ginny grinned as she looked at Harry and then got a bit of a concerned look on her face. Do you think it is smart for you to be stunned? After all, you know who is probably still hunting for you. Good point. Tonks said as she too became concerned. Well, I figured by being left in front of the ministry, someone would find us before Voldemort could. Harry said and then sat thinking about it more. It could work as long as I know exactly when you will arrive. I could just happen to leave and find you. Ginny said with a sly smile on her face. Brilliant as always, and very cunning too. I see why you were named Fox. Harry said with a chuckle. Then it is said after we learn what Spade wanted, though. Say records, for we will meet you and we can arrange to pull off our plan. I am sure I can get Blade to abilivate us, and then stun us for our journey, so you can find us. Ginny smiled at the comment about her code name. And then looked at Harry. Where shall we meet? Harry looked at her for a moment as he thought about it. Use the flow to flow over to our safe house at 8 o'clock tonight. We should be back by then. If not, you can make yourself comfortable until we get there. No one knows about the flow connection, right? No, I have made sure to keep it secret, and since I work for this department, it is classified. So no one in the ministry can find out about it. Well, I hate to rush you too, but I really do have work I need to complete before I can leave tonight. Ginny said with a hint of disappointment in her voice. Harry and Tonks said goodbye and each gave Ginny a hug before fleeing to their safe house, where they would wait a few more hours before heading off to see Spade. Har. Why do you really think your plan will work to get us back into the wizarding world? Tonks asked as she sat on a couch in their house by Harry. I hope so, Tonks, because it is the only way I see us getting back into the world without much trouble. If we returned with all our memories, we could be in trouble if they used Veritaserum on us and we revealed everything about us and the Jade Scorpions to them. Harry said with a look of determination in his eyes, since he knew that his plan had to work or they would be in serious trouble. Yeah, we could get into a lot of trouble if the truth about what has been happening was to come out, since we will be looking to bring down the corrupt ministry. Tonks said with a sigh as she leaned into Harry. It's been a long day, maybe we should take a short nap before our meeting tonight. Harry said as he held Tonks close to him. Tonks drifted off while being held by Harry, but Harry wasn't able to sleep as his mind kept going over his plan and all the possible ways for it to get messed up. If he learned anything from his life so far, it was if something could go wrong, it would. Harry woke Tonks up at 6 o'clock, and after some grumbling on her part about no wanting to go to school today, they were ready to go to see Spade. They figured they could have a late supper with Ginny when they returned, since they were eager to find out what was so important to Spade about them getting their records for him. Harry and Tonks arrived at the mansion that doubled as the Jade Scorpion's headquarters, and they made their way into the dining hall where Spade was sitting with a smile on his face. He stood up and walked over to them, the smile never leaving his face as he looked at them. Right on time. Shall we go to the meeting room? The rest of the members are there waiting for us. Harry and Tonks didn't say a word as they followed Spade to the meeting room where Blade, Tiger, Quake, Ice Queen, and Shadow were in fact waiting for them. Spade went to his seat at the head of the table as Harry and Tonks took their seats. Before we get to the issue that most of you are dying to know about, there are a few matters that we need to go over first. The first order of business is to find out how your planning is going on getting back into the wizarding world, Wolf. Spade said as he looked at Harry with great interest in his eyes. We have a plan in place as to how Panther and I will be reintegrated to the wizarding world," Harry said, and then went into full-blown detail about the plan he had told Tonks and Ginny earlier in the day. After he had finished, Blade looked at him for a moment before speaking. "I think it is great plan, though there are a few factors that could go wrong, though I am sure you have considered them already." "Yes, I have. E and I have also discussed them with Panther and Fox, but we think it could work," Harry said as he grinned at Blade. "Wolf, if I was still in charge of the Aurors, I would have been able to simplify things for you. But since I am not, I think your plan should work out just fine," Shadow said as he looked at the rest of the members. Everyone else seemed to agree with the plan that Harry laid out for them. And so Spade moved on to other business. Harry and Tonks had to listen as all the reports were given to Spade about the basic operations and such before Spade would move on to the real topic they were most interested in. "Earlier today I was given the records for Wolf and Panther as I requested, and I must say I could not have been happier when I read them over," Spade said as he looked at everyone and paused as he looked and smiled at Harry and Tonks. "So spill it already. What was so bloody important about our records?" Harry asked, losing what little patience he had left. "Okay, I will tell everyone right now what this is all about," Spade said as he looked around again, knowing that all the members were eager to hear what he had to say. "I asked you to get me the records because I wanted to see if my theory was correct, and I am proud to say that it was. Silver Wolf, also known as Harry James Potter, is a direct descendant of the late and great Godric Gryffindor, making him heir to the Gryffindor family line and also heir to half ownership of the organization that Godric Gryffindor formed. I am also proud to say that Panther, also known as Nymphadora Tonks, is a direct descendant of the late and great Rowena Ravenclaw, making her heir to the Ravenclaw line and also heir to half ownership of the organization that Rowena Ravenclaw started with Godric Gryffindor." Harry wasn't as shocked about hearing he was related somehow to Godric Gryffindor as he was about hearing that Tonks was related to Rowena Ravenclaw. Tonks seemed to be shocked on both accounts and didn't know what to say. "That being said," Spade continued after the shocked gasps quieted down, "it is my honor and privilege to tell everyone here that Wolf and Panther will both be in charge of the organization if they chose to take it over. Since I am not a direct descendant of either family line, it is my duty to hand over to control to the rightful heirs as soon as they are known." Harry snapped out of his mild shock as he looked at Spade. "We wouldn't think of taking over your organization, Spade. You have been running the Jade Scorpions far too long to take it from you. I, as the heir of Gryffindor, hereby decline the offer at this time. Until which time you are no longer to run the organization on your own." Tonks nodded and then said, "As the heir of Ravenclaw, I hereby also decline the offer. Until you can no longer control the organization under your own power." Spade didn't look too shocked. Most people would have expected them to boot him out, but Spade had a feeling they wouldn't do that. "Then, as the current head of the organization, will stay on until one or both of you feel I am no longer able to perform my duties as the head of the organization. However, I will ask you now, Wolf and Panther, if you would like to form your own team. A team that you would put together and that would be trained how you see fit. That way, when you have missions for the organization, your own special team would be called in instead of random members of the Jade Scorpions." Harry and Tonks spoke to each other for a moment and then looked back at the group. Harry decided to tell them what they had decided. "We have decided that we would like our own team of specially trained members, so that we would be better at our mission and more effective when on them. However, I must ask, will these members have to pass the same tests that we did? If they are to be part of the inner circle, then yes, otherwise they are under your command, and as such you will decide how and when they train to be part of your team. Though you may only tell them what is needed for missions if they are not part of the Jade Scorpions as well," Spade said as he looked at Harry and Tonks. "So our group would work for the Jade Scorpions. But only those that passed your tests would be considered part of them?" Tonks asked. "That is correct, Panther. And I hope you understand that we do this to protect ourselves as much it would protect you," Spade said. "I understand, Spade, and we will make sure that those we do get to be part of our elite group are loyal to us, and if we have time we will have them tested by you as well," Harry said as he stood up. "If we are done here, we have to get things ready for our plan to return to the wizarding world." After a round of goodbyes and congratulations, Harry and Tonks used their portkey to return to their safe house. Ginny was there waiting for them as they arrived, and she had the pensive already set up for them. After they explained to Ginny what had happened at the meeting about their records, they went to work setting their memories into the pensive, which was the first part of their plan. It took them a while to get all the memories for the past few months out of their minds. And when they were finished, Ginny tested to make sure they were all out. The next day at 8 in the morning, Blade and Shadow arrived and obliviated both Harry and Tonks and then stunned them. They then apparated outside of the ministry and placed them in front of the building like planned. Blade and Shadow hid out of sight to keep an eye on things just in case anything went wrong. A moment later, Ginny walked towards the ministry as planned and pulled a medallion out from under her robes and pressed it. Within seconds, two men dressed in black appeared beside her. "Miss Weasley, what seems to be the problem?" The first man asked as he looked at her, not noticing the two bodies on the ground. The second one, however, saw the two bodies and quickly went to them. "Asher, over here," the second man called to his partner as he continued to examine the bodies. Asher looked over and saw the two forms now on the ground. "What happened?" "I don't know. I was coming in for work and found them lying there. My first thought was to summon you," Ginny said as she looked at her friends on the ground. "Asher, do you know who they are?" When Asher nodded no, because he couldn't tell from his position, his partner continued. "They look like Or Potter and Or Tonks." Asher went a bit pale as he walked over to confirm what his partner had said. "Quick, let's get them to the infirmary." "Mrs. Weasley, ma'am, if you could please go inform Or Hardy that we have two of his missing Ors in our infirmary." The two men used special portkeys they had to transport Harry and Tonks into the infirmary within the Department of Mysteries as Ginny reluctantly went to get Or Hardy. Harry and Tonks were revived from being stunned once they were taken to the infirmary and then were asked a few questions, which proved that they only had no memories of what had happened to them for the months that they were missing. Or Hardy was not happy about the lack of information he gained even after using Veritaserum on both of them. After 16 hours of questioning, they were finally released from custody by the head Or Hardy, but they were not allowed to return to active duty pending a full inquiry about their disappearance. The end. Well, that is the end of Life Not Worth Living, but fear not, because the sequel will come out which will show Harry and Tonks as they get their members for their team and begin to do things to bring down the corrupt Ministry of Magic.